Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
What do you mean? You figured it out soon, so why bother trying to accuse him? Sukang didn't say much, but at this time Sukang had more or less understood the development of the subsequent plot. Hey, Karara's little buddy. If you interrupt our fight, I will be very troubled. Do you want to get hurt? Frankie said. You still dare to speak arrogantly. If you make our shipyard like this, we will stop you without any reason. Yes, Frankie. How are you going to be responsible for this? Said a ship repairman named Tillstone. Wait a moment, Telestone, we have more important things to do, Straw Hat Luffy. Demon Sukang, do you know what you have done? How dare you meet here? Bari asked. Why, we came here after hearing Uncle's news, Luffy said. Then Sukang also said, we rested in the city last night and never left the hotel. Bari obviously didn't believe it. It's not enough to mess with our family, have you also messed with Karara? Are you guys in adolescence who want to hurt everyone? Frankie asked. I said it all, we didn't do anything, Luffy complained. If you want to pretend to be confused, let's tie you up first. Bari had already taken out the rope from his sleeve and then threw it out. Rope manipulation. The first thing Bari attacked was not Sukang but Luffy. Bari's move directly trapped Luffy's neck. Hey, Sukang pulled out Shura neatly and cut the rope into two pieces. I'm saved, thank you Sukang, Luffy gasped desperately, the blow just now choked him to death. Unexpectedly, Frankie burst out at this moment. You bastards, didn't I tell you not to disturb us? I am the one who wants to avenge him. What's happening? What happened? Why are the shipbuilders also our enemies? At this time, Nami was completely confused. At this time, Lulu shot directly at Luffy, but because Luffy was in a spur, ordinary bullets were of no use to him. Is this guy a person with abilities? Lulu said. Hey, Rob, Lucky, and Kaku were not idle either. One attacked Sukang from above and the other from below. However, Sukang didn't move at all, he just waved his hand, and the two of them were knocked away by the demon's phantom arm. I said, are you listening to me carefully? Those two guys are my prey. Frankie once again used his left hand of the weapon and used a machine gun-like attack to hit the smoke. Sukang threw away Lucci and Kaku also rushed towards Frankie. We don't have time to play with you, Frankie. Kaku fell from the sky, and Frankie, not to be outdone, aimed his left hand at Kaku. Kaku also threw Frankie heavily to the ground in the air. You see, Nami, it's useless what I say. Sukang waved his hand and said casually. You're the one in the way, Frankie. Wanted criminal Nico Robin, Bari said. Did you come to this island just to take Mr. Iceberg's life? Bari asked. Soon, everyone in the Water City knew that it was the Straw Hats who attacked Mr. Iceberg. Immediately afterwards, Bingshin confirmed that the murderer was the Straw Hat Pirates. Subsequently, the reporters next to Bingshin's house received this news one after another, and each of them was very angry. Dead or alive, no matter life or death, you pirates are wanted in the first place, so there is nothing wrong with doing this, right? Kaku said. However, Talston knocked Frankie away with a wooden stick from the side. Straw Hat Boy, it's us who want to know the reason. The murderers who invaded the company headquarters and attacked Mr. Bingshin last night were you, right? Bari accused Luffy and Sukang as soon as he came up. In short, Mr. Bingshin said personally that the murderer is Robin. Regardless of whether he has any contact with you or not, he belongs to your group. Of course, we will settle the score with you. It was only after you met that adult yesterday that you came up with such an idea. We can't understand the pirate's thoughts, but since we know you are the murderer, we can't let you go, Bari said. How could it be? You actually said that. Nami also felt a little surprised. Thinking about it now, it seems that Sukang had guessed such a result just now. How could he die in the hands of these idiots? It is precisely because he is still alive that we have to deal with these people here who will take his life at any time. Demon Sukang, what you just said just cleared your suspicions. Even if you don't take action, it doesn't mean that your companions won't take action. As for the reason, that is your own business. So the guy from Bingshin is not dead, right? Frankie asked. I know Mr. Bingshin is a good mayor, but you can't blame us just because we are pirates. Mr. Bingshin only guessed that the murderer might be Nico Robin. As for the man wearing the mask, no one knows who it is. What if he coerced Robin? Deliberately looking for us as a scapegoat, what should we do? Even if there is any misunderstanding, we have to wait until we catch you and interrogate you slowly. I believe that sooner or later there will be results, Bari said. Although she is our partner, what she did has nothing to do with us. Besides, even if the murderer is really him, there is no guarantee that she was coerced by others to attack Mr. Bingshin. Bari and Lucci also walked in front of them. However, Sukang can only do so much. Whether others believe him is another matter. Do you still want to show off? Bari asked. but we really didn't do anything. We didn't do anything, Luffy was still explaining at this time. Robin, Luffy was also surprised. We didn't have any reason to attack Mr. Bingshan, and at least the hotel owner could confirm that we checked in last night. What Su Kang said is true. At this time, Su Kang said again. Unfortunately, we lost contact with Nico Robin just after arriving on the island yesterday. Since then, we have not had any contact. Su Kang quickly came to Luffy's side. The murderer, Mr. Bingshan, woke up and said there were two murderers. One was a tall man wearing a mask and the other was a tall woman. I asked the government people, and they said that woman was your accomplice. Su Kang did not think that these people would believe what he said so easily. Damn it, what on earth do you want to do? At least tell me a reason. Luffy didn't want to actively attack these people and could only defend passively. Lucci struck out and quickly knocked Luffy to the ground. Besides, I'm a pirate with $1 billion bounty. Even if I make the water city disappear, it's just a matter of a few clicks. Do you think I'll shoot Mr. Iceberg? What, you wild monkeys? Su Kang's words basically hit the point. The people around him are not all idiots. It is naturally extremely easy to kill Bingshan with such an awesome and coaxing person in front of him. It is not impossible to kill him. Let others discover that he is the murderer. The laws of the world will not protect you. Yes, we are illegals, I know it very well, but you obviously don't know anything about Robin, so don't talk nonsense there. Although Luffy was not sure who did it, he believed it would never be the case. It was Robin who did it. Let me meet Uncle Iceberg, he must have seen it wrong, it can't be Robin, Luffy said with certainty. I don't know what you will do to him, how can we let you get close to Mr. Bingshan, Lulu said. Many residents of the surrounding water cities were also filled with indignation. They want to kill the heroes of the entire city. They must be severely punished. Hang them. Wait, what are you talking about? Nami also found it very unbelievable. She couldn't accept this crime. At this moment, some people actually strangled Nami's neck. Little girl, you were with the straw hat boy just now. Are you also his accomplice? Yes, I saw this woman too. Don't let him run away. Stop struggling. Su Kang naturally would not let Nami be bullied by these people. Upon seeing this, he immediately said, let go, I won't say it a second time. Let me go. Let me go? Although Nami was in pain, she could still make sounds, at least she could breathe. What on earth did we do? Nami also felt that she was very innocent. In fact, she was indeed very innocent. Nami did nothing and no one else did anything, but she suddenly suffered injustice. HMPH, we will not let the assassins go. You dare to attack Mr. Bingshan and we will never let you escape. The people did not listen to Su Kang's words. I told you we didn't do anything, Luffy explained again. Yes, besides, there is no reason for Robin to attack Mr. Iceberg, Nami explained again. Whatever you say, but that's it for the three of you. Going against that person means being an enemy of our Carrera company and at the same time being an enemy of this urban water capital, Bari said. Why do you believe in such nonsense? Let me tell Uncle Bing, Luffy said. Give up, pirates, the news will spread throughout the town soon. You have nowhere to escape, I will solve all of you, Bari said. Kill them, Carrera company. The people ignorantly cheered for Carrera company, but the person who caught Nami did not let go. I've said it before, I won't say it a second time. Su Kang's expression changed at this moment, and his originally indifferent expression became serious at this moment. This guy seems to be able to see through our attacks. Connection completed, Frankie also looked confident. Damn it, what did you do? Bari also asked with a confused look. There were so many citizens, but Su Kang unexpectedly knocked them to the ground in an instant. Carrera, Frankie shouted angrily. This is not a cannon but an air bomb. The speed will exceed the speed of sound. Su Kang had unknowingly activated the 3 Magatama Sharingan, and the Haki of seeing and hearing was also activated. Then, almost at the same time, everyone launched a 360-degree attack on Su Kang. However, Frankie celebrated at this time. Yeah, you are indeed our pride, Carrera company, that guy should be beaten away. Even so, we only need to launch an attack that he cannot dodge, so even if we see through it, it will have no effect. Carrera's ship repairman was still very smart, and he figured it out in an instant. Don't worry, I just made these people faint, they were not harmed. After Su Kang finished speaking, Luffy and the Carrera ship repairman were relieved. HMPH, can you deal with all of us? Rope manipulation. Bari no longer attacked Luffy but attacked Su Kang. Immediately afterwards, Su Kang's body seemed to shake, and then a powerful aura came from Su Kang's body. Su Kang, Luffy was also afraid that Su Kang would become more and more sinister. He was not a murderer originally, but if he killed so many ordinary citizens, he would eventually become a murderer. Luffy fell to the ground, Lulu took the opportunity to attack again, Kaku immediately hit the target, and Talstone once again picked up the cannon and aimed it at Luffy. And us, don't forget it. Lulu dropped the pistol on the ground at this time, took out some saws for repairing ships and said, I know bullets are useless to you, so you have to be more careful. Hey, Talston pointed a cannon at Luffy and shot it, and he was about to hit Luffy very accurately. As for Kaku and Rob Luki, Su Kang was the flanker in tandem. Wait a while, wait until we have completely captured them and then we will fight you. Karara's ship repairman had no time to deal with Frankie at all. So why do you want to capture my prey? Forget it, you won't understand no matter how much I say. At this time Frankie was ready to attack. Hey! At this moment Su Kang arrived just in time, pulled out Shura and cut the cannonball fired by Telstone into half. In the crisis, Luffy jumped into the air and finally caught the landing gear. In less than a second, all the ignorant people were affected by Conqueror's domineering force, and they fainted on the spot. But let me tell you, Demon Su Kang and Straw Hat Boy are the enemies of our Frankie family, and I should be the first to settle accounts with him. But don't forget, the person fighting the ship repair workers at this time is Su Kang. However, at this time, Lucci did jump up suddenly, took out the weapon in his hand and slashed at Luffy. It stands to reason that under the siege of so many people, no matter how powerful a person is, he should not be able to withstand it. At this moment Luffy was trapped by the knife, so his body could not move. Tillstone's cannon, Lulu's flying saw, Kaku's langi, Rob Lucci's finger gun and Bari's rope manipulation. At this time Luffy rushed out directly. Besides, I've already told you don't steal my prey, how many times do you have to tell me? At this time Frankie himself was getting angry. Rope manipulation. At this time Bari directly threw out the rope from his sleeve and was about to hit Su Kang, and Su Kang was already prepared for defense. Therefore, Su Kang could not only predict the landing point of the opponent's attack, but also completely see through the trajectory of the opponent's attack. Therefore, Su Kang was able to dodge all the attacks for a while. Yes, Su Kang directly used Conqueror's Haki. Su Kang did not affect Nami. The main target was naturally this group of ignorant people. After all these things fell on Su Kang's body, a large amount of smoke and dust was generated around him, making it impossible for anyone to see the final result clearly. At the same time, Telestone continued to fire shells at Su Kang, and Lulu also took out a saw and threw it at Su Kang. Frankie didn't say anything big. At this time, his hands were absorbing the surrounding air. After absorbing it for a while, Frankie finally said, "The wind comes with the cannon." The power of this cannon was so great that it even destroyed an old ship. There was a sound of howling wind all around, and even Karara's ship repairman was blown away after being hit by this attack. "It hurts, it seems like I was suddenly hit by wind pressure," Bari said painfully. At this moment, not only the broken ship was affected, but also the crane nearby was affected by the wind and the cannon. It was also very unstable and was about to fall from the sky. The position Nami was standing in was very dangerous, and she was about to be hit by the crane. Su Kang also appeared again. Nami was desperate when she saw that she was about to be smashed into pieces, but at the last second, Su Kang's figure appeared in front of her. Su Kang has never been so charming. Su Kang's hand stopped the extremely heavy crane. Su Kang then threw Chi aside. "Are you okay?" Su Kang asked. "No. It's okay." Nami then looked at Frankie and asked, "Where did the technology for transforming people come from? What was that strange cannon just now?" "Escape, you guys." Luffy also escaped at this time. "Are you okay, Luffy?" Nami asked. "Of course, how could I die so easily? Anyway, I don't know what happened. I have to find a way to get to Uncle Bing," Luffy said. "What, are you going? No, in such a big commotion." Nami felt that everyone had been misunderstood and now he was looking for Bingshin. If something happened again, it would be impossible to explain clearly. Su Kang said, "Since we have been misunderstood, we can't get rid of the crime no matter what we do, so it is not impossible to go to Bingshin and ask for clarification." "Let's go then," Luffy said. "Okay, just catch me." Su Kang was still able to fly the two of them easily. Without anyone stopping him, Su Kang flew away with the two men very easily. Frankie used the Finglai cannon to run out of fuel and would not take the initiative to pursue Su Kang for a while. As for the other people in Carrara who ate Frankie's Finglai cannon, they also received a certain impact. Since Carrara Company's headquarters is connected to Dock Number 1, the three of them arrived at the entrance of the headquarters without walking far. "Look, there are a lot of people like reporters and people like boatmen gathered here. Mr. Bingshin must be in that house," Nami said. "Are you really going?" Nami asked, looking at Luffy. "Of course, I want to directly ask why Uncle Bing said Robin is the murderer," Luffy said. "Don't forget, we are being chased by everyone on the island. Once we confirm where Mr. Iceberg's room is, we will seize the opportunity and move forward cautiously." As soon as Nami finished speaking, Luffy had already taken advantage of it. The power of rubber forced its way into the Carrara headquarters. Just hearing the sound of glass breaking, Luffy had already entered. Nami was very speechless. She wanted to keep a low profile, but Luffy chose a way that made it easy for everyone to misunderstand. It's okay, he is Luffy. If he thought carefully before doing things, he wouldn't be him. Sukang comforted. Go with him, Nami said quickly. Zoro, Nami, Chopper, Luffy, and Sukang have gathered at this time. Fortunately, he finally ran into Chopper, who successfully rescued him. It can be said that almost everyone in the water capital today has taken refuge in higher places. Nami, Luffy, and Sukang were running, and Nami asked, "Is everyone safe? The streets are full of company employees. Chopper and Sanji haven't shown up, so they should be fine. Anyway, hurry up." Luffy was also a little worried about his partner. At this time, the broadcast was also broadcasting news about the water gods. "I saw Nico Robin with my own eyes last night, and this woman is your partner, so you are also your enemy. This is the truth," Bingshin said. "Yes, he said he did see Robin," Luffy said. Sukang and Nami said, "If we return to the hotel like this, we will definitely be caught." "Leave it to me." Sukang then used his transformation technique to deceive all the company employees in the hotel, and finally reached the rooftop safely with his friends. Because Luffy is so high profile, he has attracted a lot of attention. "Then what should we do? Isn't the meeting place agreed with my friends the rooftop of the hotel?" Nami said. "I'll say it again, let me see Nico Robin." Mr. Iceberg opened the safety bolt of the gun and threatened. Then Nami, Luffy, and Sukang also left the #1 dock. At this time, Nami felt that the weather was unusual. "You two sneaked in here in this chaos, you shouldn't be here to kill me, right?" Bingshin asked. Sukang and Luffy also directly chose to escape. Also, Doc, no. One is currently in a dangerous state. "Of course not, we are here to ask you for the truth," Luffy said. "On the entire street, except for the employees of Carrera Company, there are almost no ordinary people left. How could this happen?" "Why would Robin do something like that?" Nami asked. "Let me see Nico Robin again," Iceberg said. "I don't believe it." Luffy still chose to believe Robin unconditionally. "Things are not as simple as they seem." Sukang did not say the reason why Robin attacked the iceberg at this time because it was not appropriate to say it now. Sukang takes more care of Nami. "After all, Nami is relatively weak. Your words are no longer convincing. The reason why I let you in now is because I have a favor to ask of you." After seeing Nami again, Nami immediately asked, "How was it?" "Have you seen Mr. Iceberg?" However, Luffy was chased by company employees and fell into the water. "Let's go back to the hotel first. It's useless to be outside now," Nami said. Chopper told what happened before. It turned out that Sanji and Chopper ran into Robin, and Robin admitted that he invaded Mr. Iceberg's room and said goodbye to everyone in the Water City. "Okay." Sukang then followed Luffy at a faster speed. "We can't do this because we don't know where Robin is." After Luffy finished speaking, Bingshin shot directly. "Speaking of Chopper, where's Sanji?" Luffy asked. In order to prevent the water gods, all the docks at the shipyard on the shipbuilding island are open to everyone as evacuation sites. It is expected to be very crowded, so please evacuate as soon as possible. The unconscious people at the gate of dock #1 have long since woken up. But in the end, Khalifa called the two of them into the room, and the two were able to escape the pursuit of the people. Did Robin really say those words? Luffy's expression changed at this time. Yeah, Chopper naturally wouldn't lie and deceive everyone, and everyone was silent. "I think everyone is ready, right?" Zoro said. Now that Robin, who was once an enemy, is allowed on the ship, it is inevitable that she suddenly feels scared and wants to escape. It is time to make a move with that woman. Stop it. "Is that woman a friend or foe?" Zoro asked. "Robin, you really said that, right? From today on, I will not see you again. It sounds like I am announcing that something will happen today that will further worsen the situation. The attempted assassination of the mayor has caused such an uproar on the streets. If the situation will worsen, there is only one way," Zoro said. "I'm really going to assassinate the mayor this time." Nami had already guessed what Zoro wanted to say. "Is it natural to think so? However, since we know that we will be accused, this may be a trap to lure us to the scene. If we were at the scene of their assassination tonight, it would be easy to blame us," Zoro said. "Wait, aren't you saying that Robin is the real enemy?" Nami asked. "I'm just talking about the possibility. I'm not sure about any statement. Whether you believe it or doubt it, if the truth is the opposite, your reaction will be slow in the next moment." "If something happens, it must be tonight," Zoro then asked. "Are you going to the scene?" "Go," Luffy said. "You can go, but you have to ask first." "Sanji said he saw Robin walking with someone, right?" Nami asked. Mr. Iceberg also said the same, saying that walking with a person wearing a mask is not any of us. "He is the reason why Robin mutated." Nami said. "What, did he force Robin to do bad things?" Chopper asked. "This idea is auspicious. If he is Robin's real accomplice, it will be a sinister one," Zoro said. Even so, we don't have any clues about the person wearing the mask. The question is, what is our purpose? Nami asked. CP9, the person who is with Robin is CP9. Sukang said very directly this time. What is that? Everyone is unfamiliar with this word. The secret intelligence agency directly under the world government, the organization's full name is Cypherpol No. 9, and its abbreviation is CP9. Before Robin knocked me out, this organization abducted Robin, Sukang said. But why? What is their purpose? Why would Robin do things for them? Nami knew that Sukang must know a lot of information, so she naturally asked immediately. I wasn't sure at the beginning until the moment Robin knocked me unconscious. I figured it out, Sukang said. She didn't want us to be affected by her, so she chose to set boundaries with us. If that's the case, it means Robin doesn't really want to leave us. Luffy understood immediately. So, no matter what, we have to bring Robin back, Luffy said firmly. We'll ask you about the specific situation when the time comes, otherwise we won't know anything, Luffy said. Indeed, even if you keep thinking about it, it won't help, but she is indeed the woman that the world government has tried to catch but failed to catch for 20 years. Zoro said. If we want to confirm the truth, we have no choice but to do this. Nami also said, I will work hard too, Chopper also encouraged himself. Then let's go to Carrera Company, Luffy said. The sky quickly darkened, and Sukang and the others sneaked into the vicinity of Carrera Company's headquarters. Everyone saw that there was a huge crowd of people at the entrance of Carrera Company. There are so many guards, Chopper said. It's a bit too far, Luffy said. It's okay to just extend your arms and fly over, but it might cause a disturbance, Nami said. Yes, if we cause a riot first, we will only be used by them, Zoro said. At this time, the guards said one after another, Everyone, please don't be careless. With so many people, it would be a disgrace to Carrera if pirates were to invade. We must not let them in. Protect Mr. Iceberg. Don't let the assassin go. How's the back door? Whether it's the back door or other places, the headquarters has been completely surrounded by us. Kakuzu is not dead at all. If you come here, try it. We will catch you all. At this time, the group of guards also shouted very confidently. These guys are a little overconfident. To deal with them under the hands of a real master, it only takes less than 3 seconds. No, 1 second is enough. Sukang was even more confident. That's not a good idea, Chopper. What's going on? Everyone asked. At this time, Chopper was holding binoculars and then said, Nothing happened, but everyone looked very powerful. Of course, these shipbuilders are more powerful than pirates. We should be careful and act at the right time, Nami said. Yeah, you'll be in big trouble if you break in, Luffy said. It's really a shame that you can express yourself so well. You suddenly broke in broad daylight. Nami was speechless to Luffy. Chopper, I don't know what will happen next. Don't miss any little thing, Zoro said. Chopper then continued to observe. If there is any movement, tell us immediately, Zoro said. The night is very long, don't let your guard down. If you miss the opportunity tonight, we will have to say goodbye to him for unknown reasons. Don't even think about having another chance to find Robin. Now is the time to go all out, Zoro said. Robin will definitely be caught, Luffy said firmly. It didn't take long before something happened in front of me. Just a loud bang was heard and an explosion occurred. Many guards were injured as a result. I saw it. Robin and a man wearing a mask entered the Carrera headquarters. Sukang used the color of knowledge and Sharingan and clearly saw the scene of the two sneaking into Bingshan Mansion. Due to this explosion, the entire headquarters was in chaos. The explosion just now should be their operation code name, Sukang said. It seems like there's been a commotion. How about it? Should we go in too? Zoro asked. Where's Luffy? The friends asked. Think carefully before taking action. That idiot captain. Everyone was speechless to Luffy. Everyone's thoughts were on the explosion just now. Who would have thought that Luffy had already rushed in as soon as the explosion happened? There are CP9 people taking action on the roof, the door, and even inside the room. It's time for us to consider taking action, Sukang said. At this time, after the Carrera headquarters was invaded, although the entire headquarters was in chaos, it was not in chaos. In other words, it is still not an easy thing to sneak in here without being discovered. Damn pirate. Where have you gone? He must be hiding nearby. Keep searching, they must be nearby. The guards were still searching very carefully inside and outside the headquarters. At this moment, Robin also entered Bingshan's room with the masked man. At this time, CP9 has obviously begun to take action, and they seem to be waiting for each other's signal. Sukang, on the other hand, directly used his super speed movement and the power of his devil fruit to bring everyone into the mansion. Because of their super sensory abilities, Sukang and others were able to avoid everyone perfectly. At this moment, at the door of the iceberg room, a masked man suddenly appeared. At this time, he was fighting with the shipbuilders. This guy. It must be the Straw Hats. Lulu, Tillstone and others insisted that the people in front of them were the Straw Hats. CP9, who wears a bear mask, can deal with these ship repairers with ease. Proficient in using the iron blocks in the 6 movements, the 2 ship repairmen fell to the ground in just a moment. I see, using a Straw Hats to take the blame, I actually invaded Mr. Bingshan's room. At this time, Su Kang had already appeared in front of this man. You are not in the same group. Tellystone and Lulu could clearly see that Su Kang and others' Straw Hats and the masked man in front of them were not the same group at all. If I know, what can I do? You will definitely die. The man wearing the mask was very confident even in front of Su Kang. You must be CP9, right? If I'm not wrong, Mr. Bingshan, you have been hit by you, right? And you must be the bar owner Bruno, a master of CP9 who is proficient in the 6 moves. Su Kang easily told the other party's name, but the other party didn't seem to be surprised at all. HMPH, it's interesting. They say that Demon Su Kang is very capable. There are rumors that you also have the ability to predict the future. It is indeed well-deserved, that being the case. Bruno had already taken off his mask and headgear at this time. Finally, his familiar face was revealed. Su Kang didn't want to tangle with these people at all, so he directly activated Conqueror's Haki, causing them to faint without harming them. Don't relax. The move just now is one of the 6 moves. It can move at high speed. After Su Kang finished speaking, he had no time to care about Bruno and naturally left quickly. Su Kang stepped back and said, Zoro. This guy can use iron to harden his body. I think I'll leave this to you first. Are you, Su Kang, the devil of the Straw Hats? Are you here to take the blame? The Minotaur and the skeleton said very coldly. Ha 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 ha. Do you think you can still escape in front of me after I show up? Or do you naively want to defeat me? Su Kang didn't take the 2 of them seriously at all. What a speed. I see, but do you want to send a CP9 away like this? What's going on? How is it possible? Although Tillstone and Lulu were seriously injured, they were not close to death yet. At this time, they were still very surprised to see the bar owner Bruno appearing in front of them. Sanji, you and Zoro are here to hold this guy named Bruno down. Such a huge body, but it doesn't feel bulky at all. Both Zoro and Sanji knew that the opponent in front of them was definitely not simple. At this time, Rob Luki and Shanfeng Kaku were already preparing to kill Bari. If Bari was killed, everything might be over. Lanjiao, the skull-masked man, attacked Su Kang without saying a word. Nami. If Chopper wants to go in, you should go in with him. After you go in, protect Chopper because Robin Yi is here. Damn it, I thought I could win. Then Bari fell to the ground. Come on. Give us the things quickly, your blood will stain him. The man wearing the mask said. Hole. Bruno didn't expect that he would be knocked to the ground by Su Kang as soon as he met him. Naturally, he was extremely angry. However, at this time, Sanji and Zoro had also joined forces to temporarily block Bruno. Really? You are worthy of CP9. You are here to snatch the blueprint of something like that. You also treat our Straw Hats as scapegoats. You are really good at it. At this moment, Su Kang has appeared behind these people. On the way, Su Kang also bumped into many searching ship repairmen. These guards did not understand the situation at all and were ready to fight Su Kang. At this time, Bari was already panting on the spot, with blood all over his face. All the blame will be borne by you pirates. After Bruno finished speaking, he was naturally ready to take action. He is the owner of a tavern in the Water City. Who would have thought that he is actually an agent of CP9? Talstone and Lulu also looked at each other. Who is this guy? Bruno, Zoro and others behind him also asked. Even if you are a bait and have anything to do with us, you won't survive, said the man wearing a skull mask. Shave? Bruno rushed over quickly. Su Kang's eyes and his sense of sight had captured him, and then Susanoo turned on and slapped him away. Immediately afterwards, Su Kang also quickly found Mr. Bingshan's office. After Su Kang made the arrangements, he naturally ran towards Mr. Bingshan's office. Chopper, the 2 foremen who are treating Bingshan will wait until they have the opportunity to enter this room and go in to treat Mr. Bingshan's injuries. Hello. Mr. Bingshan actually told me to run away quickly because that thing is a real fake. Ha, Bari laughed. Although the 2 masters of the Straw Hats cannot cooperate 100%, they can still temporarily resist Bruno if they join forces. Bruno, is it really you? HMPH, I'm sorry I deceived you, but my identity is CP9. Whether it's the Straw Hats or you boat repairmen, whether you knew my identity originally or you guessed it, in short, you guys today, I definitely won't survive. The man wearing the bullhead mask opened the picture and finally discovered that it was a fake. What? The Tauren said immediately. Fake, dare you do such a stupid thing? Although I don't know who you are, you failed in the battle, right? You deserve it, what a pity. I don't even know what you're looking for, ha. Bari was very happy because the other party still had never played with icebergs. I still have important things. Sukang just wanted to leave and Bruno naturally wouldn't let Sukang leave so easily. The Arashikaku is actually a kind of vacuum wave. Skeletons are good at using the Arashikaku and their identity is naturally obvious Yamakaze Kaku. Kaku's land kick came out, which was directly a cross-shaped vacuum wave. Sukang's observation color and 3 Magatama had already been activated. Faced with the vacuum wave of Lan Jiao, he directly avoided it. Yes, Lan Ku is very powerful, just a casual kick can crack the wall. These walls must be of good workmanship. It is indeed CP9. Sukang also praised. Sukang, Bari is not an idiot, so he knows that Sukang's straw hats are actually taking the blame and the culprits are these people named CP9. Therefore, Bari also reminded Sukang to be careful of the Minotaur attack. At this time, the Tauren also attacked immediately. At this time, Sukang squatted down seemingly inadvertently and easily dodged the attack of the Tauren. The Tauren was obviously stunned for a moment, but then, the Tauren's attacks hit Sukang like raindrops. The Tauren poked Sukang with his finger and the identity of the Tauren was naturally obvious. He is Rob Lucci, the strongest among CP9. At this time, Lucci poked Sukang's body at an extremely fast speed, and Sukang's entire face was filled with pain. The situation is urgent, you'd better disappear like this. The Tauren was about to kill Sukang with one finger, however Sukang suddenly appeared behind the Tauren in front of him. Sukang, who had just fallen to the ground, turned into a large wooden pile. Yes, Sukang had already used the substitute technique and it was just a diversion. What was used? Was it a wooden pile instead of the main body? Ability similar to a clone, as expected of Demon Sukang, it seems that it is not that easy to kill you, Rob Lucci said. Rob Lucci is not a reckless man who only knows how to kill people. He is very clear about the purpose and mission of this trip. Keep an eye on him quickly. This is not the time to fight. Everything comes first, said the Tauren Rob Lucci. Lanjiao. At this time, the skeleton man Kaku started fighting Sukang with all his heart. As for Rob Lucci, he disappeared in place. In fact, no matter how you think about it, you know that Rob Lucci should be looking for the iceberg to ask for the real Pluton design drawings. Be careful, Demon Sukang, this guy is very strong, even I was defeated, Bari reminded. Besides, your strength can't compare with mine, haha, Sukang said jokingly and then looked at Kaku. Mr. Kaku, I know your identity, so you don't need to hide your identity anymore, right? Sukang asked. What? Is this guy Kaku? Bari was also shocked. Yes, none of the 5 foremen at your door are here now. Tailstone and Lulu have been knocked to the ground by the guy named Bruno, and you have been knocked to the ground by Rob Lucci and Kaku. Sukang truthfully told the truth as he knew it. How is that possible, Kaku? Is it you? Is it really you? Bari was very excited. Those shipbuilders were his good brothers, Kaku said. It doesn't matter. Now that you know your identity, just take it off. Have you finished your last words? Kaku, next I will kill you, Sukang said, so it looks like it disappears. What? You can't beat others, why are you still thinking about fighting now? Sukang also mocked. Sukang's Sharingan is already in operation and has perfectly copied the shave in Marine's 6th form. Obviously, Bruno used the power of the gate fruit to pull Kaku here. So, do you have any real skills? If you just keep kicking here, I can defeat you in an instant, Sukang said with a smile. Impossible. At this time, Bari did not believe Sukang's words no matter what. Luffy was panting and seemed to be fighting Rob Loki at this time. There was no one outside at this time except for 5 empty stools. HMPH, don't be proud. Kaku has never lost to anyone except Lucci, so Kaku is very proud, and at this time he directly planned his own ultimate move. Forget it, don't worry about that anymore, take me to see Mr. Iceberg. Is he in danger? Bari said. Kill me. Kaku snorted coldly and used Lan Jiao again. I'm sorry, Bari, although you have always regarded us as your partners, in fact, we are not from the same world at all. Does this mean the battle is over? This is the 3rd floor, and it can send Kaku flying from the 3rd floor with one slap. This kind of terrifying power, explosive power, and ability to predict, no one can compare with Sukang. Yes, with the square and long nose, he is definitely Yamakaze Kaku. Such a person and such a partner are actually CP9, the murderer who attacked the mayor. Shave. Kaku is also a master of the 6 styles. Naturally, his best skill is the Lan Jiao, but he also masters the other ones perfectly. To shave this thing is to step on the ground continuously for more than dozens of times at the 0.36 temple to generate a strong reaction force, and use the explosive speed generated by the reaction force to move. This is like the shock of finding out that the coworkers you work with every day are actually agents. What the hell happened? Bari was confused at this time. When Sukang pushed the gate of opening, he saw Luffy already there. You think I'm not afraid of you? Sukang also kicked this time. Although his kicking skills are not as powerful as Kaku's, Sukang has mastered the domineering power of weapons. Kaku really took off his hood and revealed his face. Not only did he fend off Kaku, but he also slapped Kaku away. At the same time, when Kaku rushed over, Sukang also directly used Demon Susan. The Tauren, Skeletons, Bruno and others and Califa have already gathered at the iceberg. Okay, tell the guards, don't hit me if they see you, I can't hurt them. Armed Haki hardened his legs, then kicked them out, finally completely blocking Lan's legs. Why on earth? Bari wanted to find the answer, but Kaku didn't care about that much. This time Sukang did not hide away. Bruno pulled Kaku. Although Kaku put on the mask again at this time, his whole body was still trembling as if he had been seriously injured. The two reached a consensus and rushed towards Mr. Bingshan's room. I was CP9 from the beginning. You are the one who is really kept in the dark. Whether you accept the reality or don't want to accept it, you have to be forced to accept it, Kaku said ruthlessly. Sanji Zoro seemed to be injured, while Nami and Chopper were standing aside and next to them was Robin. At this time Bari also opened his eyes wide as if saying, that's it. Get out of here. I have nothing to give you. Although Bingshan was injured at this time, Chopper's medical signs could clearly be seen. Sukang, you're here. The Straw Hats saw Sukang as if they were seeing their backbone. Very good, it seems that what I thought is indeed correct. What CP9 is looking for is the design of that thing, and before it finds that thing, it will never kill Mr. Bingshan, Sukang said. Demon Sukang, how much do you know about the design of that thing? Do you know his whereabouts, or does Bingshan give you the design a long time ago? The person who spoke was obviously a female voice. It's Califa, I see. It seems that you have many informants. I quietly said something to Mr. Bingshan. Do you all know about it? Sukang had warned Bingshan before to be careful about the people around him, but he didn't expect even such a sentence. It can all reach the ears of CP9, which shows that there are many spies around Bingshan. The design drawing, how did you know about it? Bingshan was also confused at this time. You haven't forgot my ability, have you? The ability to predict the unknown. In other words, now I know very well where that thing is. Sukang's words also attracted a lot of hatred. I don't know you, but I can guess your identity with my ability, CP9. Now that the matter has come to this, Sukang plans to reveal everyone's identities directly. You too, Rob Luki Kaku. As for you tall guy, Bruno the bar owner. And you badass B ***ch, Mayor Secretary Califa. What I said is correct, right? After Sukang finished speaking, Mr. Bingshan's expression completely froze. Although Bingshan also had some doubts in his heart, Sukang was naturally shocked when he said this and looked at these people. Immediately afterwards, a pigeon landed on the right side of Rabluki's shoulder. CP9 obviously doesn't want to hide his identity. He used to want to outwit him, but now he just plans to rob him openly. In that case, let's chat. Rabluki took off his hood. Tell me a little bit about it, let me disappoint you who is about to die. Yes, the government asked you to hand over that thing, but if you don't hand it over, you will end up like this. Kaku also took off his hood while speaking. If possible, I don't want to hurt you, I want to leave a good memory in this city. Califa no longer conceals his identity. How strong are you? I really want to see it. I still have some time, so why not start here? Rabluki's finger gun was already thirsty, and at this time he directly used Shaver. Our mission deadline is coming soon. In order to complete the goal, we have to do our best. What Nico Robin did is also very normal, Rabluki said. Domineering, Califa and others didn't seem to understand at this time. Aren't you afraid that the wind will flash your tongue? Lu Chi was also surprised when he saw that Sukang was not only able to use Chusha, but also perfectly dodge and block his own finger gun. He quickly rushed towards Sukang. We must deal with him together, Kaku advised. Robin wanted to try to break the bond, but he met Luffy, Sukang, and others. Don't be like this, just relax, Sukang said with a smile. Sukang's weapon color is very strong, so he can go head-to-head with the finger gun. Most people will die immediately when facing Rabluki's finger gun. Please tell us before there are a large number of victims again. Rabluki looked at the iceberg directly. Shave? Sukang rushed over at the same time using the shave he had copied. Oh, tell me, Bruno asked. It seems that I was careless. This guy is indeed very strong. At this time, Rabluki looked at Sukang as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Of course, if you don't want to hand it in, we have other methods. Rabluki showed a gloomy face and finally looked at Sukang. Naturally, Sanji, Chopper, and Nami were there to talk to Robin. The black thing on his body is domineering hardening. That thing is very troublesome. It can resist Logia's ability users, and it can greatly enhance the attack power and defense power. It can also be understood as an enhanced version of iron. Rabluki said. Hey, Robin, why are you with these guys? At this time, Luffy was naturally trying desperately to save Robin. Robin, you guys can't even carry Robin's shoes. She is the only person in the world who can decipher ancient texts, and she is also a partner of our Straw Hat Pirates. Huh, you want to force it out from me? That would be easy, Sukang smiled. I said this guy is very strong. Don't forget General Marine was defeated by him. Kaku said, did you inherit your stubbornness from your master? Bruno also took off the bear's hood. Beat you? Everyone in CP9 smiled coldly. For them, defeating Sukang seemed to be a very simple matter. Sukang used the weapon color, while Rob Luki used the finger gun that he was best at. Then the two started fighting back and forth. Sukang had expected Robin's behavior. Although he looked very cold, in his heart he wanted not to injure the Straw Hats, not to mention General Marine. Even Akinu, Kizaru, Aokiji, and the 5 elders of the Warring States period may not be my opponents. Sukang has absolute confidence. We don't want to hurt innocent people. If you plan to speak out, this can prevent blood from flowing into a river, Rabluki said. Defeat me, Sukang said with a smile. This smile made people feel the danger. I see, no wonder you can defeat the general. It turns out you are a master of domineering. At this time, Rob Luki was not an ordinary person. As the strongest person in CP9, he naturally knew domineering very well. In addition, being able to predict all my actions should be a sign of practicing the domineering power to the extreme. Some people even say that after practicing it, you can predict the future. However, Rob Luki is a very arrogant person, and he will not listen to Kaku's opinion. Looking at his eager expression, it is obvious that he wants to fight Sukang. Are you all from the government? Bingshin was also shocked. He didn't expect that the government had unknowingly placed a large number of people around him. Yes, lurking is effortless for us, but your sagacity is really admirable. Okay, Mr. Iceberg, where is the ancient weapon Pluton design? Really? It seems that you were seriously injured in just a few minutes. This guy seems to be really strong, but that would be interesting. At this time, Rob Luki was even more excited. The more carelessly Sukang behaves, the more dangerous he feels. At this time, everyone in CP9 was focusing on Sukang. Sukang, I advise you not to interfere with us. If you just surrender, we won't kill you, Rob Luki said. These people are very strange. They have clearly discovered Sukang's amazing strength, but they still try to use threats to make Sukang give up. Naturally, it is extremely ridiculous. Isn't that interesting? You say it as if you can kill me anytime, anywhere. Sukang also snorted coldly. After all, Rob Luki could only talk big words at this time. Did you know? CP9 has privileges, which means we have the power to execute ordinary people on the spot, not to mention you are an evil pirate. Rabluki said, you act arbitrarily and kill people everywhere in the name of justice. Who will agree to you? Mr. Bingshin obviously did not believe that the other party had such privileges. Some people in the world government have changed their minds. Instead of fearing the resurrection of weapons all day long, they simply wake up the weapons and draw a perfect end to this era of great pirates and let them become a force for justice, Rabluchi said. If you don't help us, you have no intention of saving the people who are still harmed by pirates in the world. Rob Luki actually knew how to morally kidnap. Don't do this with me. Sukang didn't want to pay attention to Rob Luki at all. The reason why Sukang had not taken action was partly because he was waiting for Luffy to persuade Robin, and partly because he was waiting for Chopper to treat the injured. Moreover, the venue is too small and it is easy to accidentally injure others. As for CP9, it takes a lot of effort and every possible means to master Pluton's design drawings. Once the weapon is resurrected, the world will continue to compete for its power, and the damage will only continue to expand. Bingshin also said very firmly, it seems you don't trust the government, Mr. Bingshin. I just know human nature, Bingshin said. Because Rabluki was very close to the iceberg, he also planned to kick it away. Sukang naturally didn't allow it and blocked Lu Chi's kick very easily. If you want to attack the iceberg, you must first pass my level. Does CP9 only attack those who don't know how to fight? Sukang also mocked. Humph, even though you were protecting it, I probably guessed something. Rabluki did not continue to attack, but turned his body away and said, actually, we just came up with a hypothesis. Don't worry, we won't torture you next. You just need to listen quietly to our hypothesis, Rabluki said. Your blood will definitely tell us the truth. At this time, Rob Luki had already asked Kaku to go over and take Bingshin's pulse. At this moment, Sukang did not stop him. After all, they had no intention of harming Bingshin this time. Then let's explain our assumptions in order. First, you let us get the fake design drawings. I have doubts about this. You speculated that the prisoner who wanted the design was from the government, so you deliberately pointed out where the guy was hiding. But if this is not the case, if it's just your enemy who comes to kill you, what's really going on? The blueprint will lose its owner. Then it can't be passed on. You're not stupid enough to think of this. You understand this, but tonight you haven't handed over the real design to anyone yet. In other words, you have already entrusted it to someone else. To someone else. At least it's no longer in your hands, can I think so? Rob Luki asked. At this time, Kaku locked the iceberg's veins tightly, so he almost didn't dare to move randomly. Don't be afraid, this is just a hypothesis of ours and we have no evidence. In the past 5 years, within the scope of our surveillance, there is no evidence of your actions, and the person who is entrusted with the design, at least the skills as a shipbuilder are required. So let's just go ahead and assume. That's where the fun begins. This is the fake design we just got. After taking a closer look, it has the designer's name on it, Tom, Iceberg, Katie Frame, and below it is signed Tom Studio. Maybe you wanted to use this hypothetical plan to lure out the enemy, but you never dreamed that the enemy was right next to you. This time it was your miscalculation. I just want a design drawing. To the intruders of yesterday and today, this kind of thing may be just a piece of waste paper, right? But to us who have lived in this town for 5 years, the name of this designer is really impressive. People are very interested. Rob Luki continued to talk endlessly. The Tom Studio led by Tom is really a shipbuilding company full of mysteries. It should have existed on this island, but it doesn't even have a roster or household registration. Just guessing that you are Tom's disciple has given us a hard time. According to the government's report, Tom only had 2 disciples, one of whom passed away in an accident 8 years ago. Government officials have confirmed this. However, I feel that the name Katie Fram is very familiar. It was almost 4 years ago when we sneaked here. A man walked into Carrera's gate to visit you. He said his name once, which means that another of Tom's disciples, Katie Flam, is still alive and still in this town. Change your name to Frankie. After Rob Luki finished speaking, Bingshan's pulse changed due to nervousness. And Kaku said, it seems that you are right. I really didn't expect you to have such a relationship with him. Frankie, no matter how hard we searched, we couldn't find out his origins. He was responsible for the disassembly and was so tyrannical, but he didn't think he was self-righteous. I see, we will only speculate based on the facts. No, to think that he was related to the dead was our biggest mistake. If the French family can sell wood to our shipyard, as long as they plan carefully, there are countless opportunities to hand over the design drawings to him. If you think about it carefully, he is the person around you who will least arouse suspicion. If the design, the picture is not on you. I can understand your tough attitude just now. If the person entrusted to you is your only junior brother, it would make sense if you did not entrust it to any of Carrera's foremen. In this way, the speculations are all connected, and your blood is gushing, which proves that I am right, Rob Luki also said with great confidence. Ba bang bang, Sukang couldn't help but applaud at this time. That's really good and right. I didn't expect you guys to be able to guess so much. You are really worthy of it. Sukang smiled and said, the only situation now is how on earth you will escape from here. Sukang was very confident. At this time, Rob Luki shook his head and said, now that we know how difficult you are, we will naturally have thousands of ways to escape from here. Because of Sukang, the plot has undergone a series of changes. Luffy, who was supposed to save Bari, was already trying to persuade Robin. However, in order not to drag down the Straw Hats and others, Robin still acted so cold at this time. I can never go back, Robin said coldly. Rob Luki then said, tonight is really an extraordinary night. Let's proceed according to another plan. We have to find Frankie quickly, Rablucci said. Bang! At this time, Califa twitched his whip and Bruno had already used his door fruit to open a door. CP9 planned to evacuate, while Rob Luki planned to hold Sukang back. After all, Sukang is the strongest here and only Lu Chi can hold Sukang back. Shaw. Finger gun? At this time, Lu Chi also rushed towards Sukang as fast as he could. Not to be outdone, Sukang rushed towards Lu Chi head-on. The two masters fought directly in the room where Bingshan was. Lu Chi's strength is very strong, and Sukang is currently honing his skills with each punch, and at the same time, he is still using Sharingan to copy Lu Chi's fighting style. Luffy wanted to force Robin to stay, but was naturally rejected by the other masters of CP9. Kaku took action directly and fought with Luffy. As for Zoro, Sanji, and others, they also fought with Bruno and others. At this moment, Bingshan's room was in a state of chaos, and it was really hard to know who was winning and who was losing. Rob Luki saw that it was difficult to see the outcome for a while, and then he actually caught his former partner Bari and wanted to kill him directly. Naturally, Sukang and Luffy didn't allow it and tried their best to rescue him. Damn it, isn't he your friend? Why did you kill him? Luffy asked. Do you really have no regard for friendship at all? Friendship? Are you kidding? Lucci obviously didn't take all his friends seriously. His only purpose of entering here was to get Pluton's design. The cold-blooded Lucci doesn't care about other people at all. In that case, I'm going to beat up the guy who tried to kill Uncle Iceberg, Luffy said, clenching his fists. Why should you give your life for someone you don't know well? Rob Lucci and others asked. Because I also have something to ask you, Robin. Why do you want to be with a guy like this? If you want to leave, I want a real reason to leave. Luffy also tried again. Yes, these guys are from the government. You don't want to implicate us, but Su Kang is very strong. Even if he is a general, he will be defeated. What do you have to worry about? Nami also tried his best at this time. Possible redemption, Robin said. Don't you understand human speech? I already said goodbye to your ship's doctor, didn't he tell you? Robin said. I said it, but even I can't accept it. Why, Robin? Chopper also asked at this time. In order to fulfill my wish, being with you is a wish that will never come true. Robin said. What wish? Su Kang also asked inquiringly. That's none of your business, Robin said. Everything in this world can be answered by saying it's none of your business and it's none of my business. Su Kang then said, but only your own heart has the answer to how you feel in your heart. As I said, I don't need to tell you anything. Robin once again refused to answer the question. Then I'll leave first. Robin put on his cloak and planned to leave. It seems that they want to kill people and silence them, and Nico Robin is on their side. Zoro then asked. Both captains, do you accept that Robin has disembarked? What? No one expected that Lucci would retain such a skill. I don't accept it, Luffy shouted loudly. Nico Robin, do you know what you are doing? Bingshin said. As pirates you are already notorious, so one more crime doesn't matter, right? Bruno said. 2 minutes. Califa looked at the timer and said, Califa, how long will it take? Lucci asked. You have no right to speak anymore, be quiet. At this time Robin made Bingshin grow a lot of arms. Although the incident happened suddenly, in 2 minutes this place will turn into a sea of fire. Lucci said. Robin. What are you doing? Are you serious? Luffy asked. I don't accept it either. Su Kang said very calmly, without any need to think about it. If you want to truly advance the plot, you need to know when to restrain and when to be arrogant. Get out of the way, Luffy attacked the big man in front of him. Don't let anyone try to stop me, Robin said. Damn, these guys are using the name of justice to do evil everywhere. How despicable, Nami cursed. At this time, Luffy rushed forward. Bingshin said, this woman is no longer normal. At this moment, Su Kang only needs to ensure the safety of himself and his companions. Robin, what's wrong with you? Are you really an enemy? Robin, Chopper couldn't help but ask. It doesn't make much sense for you to shout. The fire will soon burn all over the first floor and spread up. But the murderer is a pirate, so it's normal for him to set fire, right? At this time, Rob Lucci also planned to take all the blame. On the Straw Hats and the others. Wait, Robin, I won't accept this, Luffy yelled. To destroy all kinds of evidence, fire is the most effective. If you don't want to be burned to death, then leave here quickly. Of course, it depends on whether you have this ability. When the time comes, all the Straw Hats and the others will be wiped out, and Mr. Bingshin will inevitably die. No one will know the truth no matter what. What is your wish? Zoro asked again. That's it, everyone. We have to find an important person. We are busy. There is nothing here and you are completely useless. Lucci said after opening Su Kang with a finger gun. Yes, so now I have drawn a clear line between you and me. As long as I can realize that wish, I will pay any price. Robin said. The big man Bruno directly used the iron block and successfully blocked Luffy's attack. Very good, you have accomplished your mission very well. Please leave first. Lucci said. At this time, Su Kang still plans to remain unchanged in response to all changes. If everyone in CP9 is defeated at this time, whether Robin can return is still a question. However, Su Kang was not worried at this time. Are you willing to let your former partner take the blame for this? Zoro asked. Lucci did not intend to let go of the Straw Hats easily. He left Kaku Califa and Bruno behind while he and Robin planned to leave. Goodbye. Robin planned to leave from the window without any hesitation. Huh? Luffy was very surprised because his attack clearly landed on Bruno, but the opponent didn't change at all. Why are these guys' bodies so hard? Luffy couldn't help but ask. Is this their skill? Only senior marine generals and some senior spies can obtain advanced skills in the 6th form, Su Kang explained. At this time, Su Kang just wanted to eat melon. Su Kang also wanted to stop Robin and defeat everyone in front of him, but in that case, would Robin really return? The plot has been completely changed, and there is no need to go to Judiciary Island. If you don't go to Judiciary Island, yes, wouldn't that mean I would get one less reward? That's great, it seems you know a lot of things, Su Kang. Bruno then said. Our trained bodies are as hard as iron, but we don't just know how to defend. I told you to get out of the way. At this time, Luffy used his attack again. However, this time Bruno directly used another trick. Paper painting. Paper painting is a skill that can change the shape of the body to avoid attacks. Luffy's many attacks can't land on Bruno's body. No way, he is so big, but Luffy's attacks can't hit him at all. Chopper also sighed. It's as light as paper, Nami also exclaimed. Robin, Luffy yelled, wait. B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************่************************** Remember, pistol, Luffy punched him and came to get it. Bruno used Shaver to quickly dodge it. Luffy saw Bruno completely disappear. What's going on? Luffy had never encountered such a situation. Of course, he had encountered it when fighting Su Kang. Luffy, behind you. It's just that the speed is very fast, Su Kang reminded. As long as you have explosive foot power that makes people seem to disappear. Bruno said very pretentiously. B********D. At this time, Luffy turned around and punched again, but Bruno used Moonwalk again and walked directly in the air. Arashi kick, Kaku and Califa worked together to kick Luffy. Get down quickly, Zoro reminded. Directly after the Langia was a powerful vacuum wave. Luffy was knocked away and fell to the ground. How is that possible? Did they just kick it out with their feet? Nami said in surprise. As long as it's fast enough to cause kamikaze, you can do Tao. This is Lanjiao, Califa said. Whoosh. At this time, Zoro suddenly rushed out and took out a knife and slashed Kaku. I saw it on the ship Roronoa, Kaku said. You are not a ship repairman. Are you talking about the inspection of our ship at that time? Zoro also guessed. What is meant to come will not run away, and what is meant to go cannot be retained. This is the law of nature. No one will always be strong, and no one will always be weak. Time is running out. We must deal with you before the fire surrounds you, Rabluki said. The power of one kick is so terrifying. Hey, foreman. Mr. Iceberg, countless boatmen shouted from downstairs. Because Lucci's body after transformation was very huge, Chopper was also shocked. Chopper is a reindeer and he has an innate fear of carnivorous animal forms. Rabluki threw Luffy aside heavily, and everyone in the straw hats except Su Kang was beaten to the point where they were unable to fight back. Don't worry, they can't get up, Langia, Lucci kicked out. The entire headquarters was about to collapse and the way for the boatmen to go upstairs was blocked. That's not necessarily true. Maybe you haven't heard of my ability to obtain fruits. Su Kang couldn't help but complain. That's right, the Logia Paramecia animal system. Only the animal system purely strengthens one's physical abilities. The more you exercise, the stronger your strength becomes. In close combat, the animal system is the most powerful, Rabluki said. Let's go Nico Robin, Rabluki said. You are about to be defeated. Why are you talking big words here? Su Kang didn't want to pay attention to these people at all. These people were too arrogant. They must have never met an opponent stronger than himself. You should have a deep understanding of the gap in combat effectiveness between the four of us who shoulder the heavy responsibility of world government and you who are barely considered a pirate group. Now that things have come to this, are you still fantasizing? Lucci seemed to really think that he was very strong at this time. Why are these people so powerful? Nami asked. The body became extremely huge and the whole person turned into the form of a leopard. At this time, the hall on the first floor had already started to catch fire and the fire was burning fiercely. Everyone blamed all the sins on the Straw Hats and his team. Robin didn't know if he heard it, but he just turned his head and said, "Farewell, we will never meet again." However, the carnivore species is even more ferocious, Chopper reminded. This matter is a world secret and is not something you can interfere with, Rabluki said. No matter if you are a leopard man or something, I will not let you hurt Mr. Iceberg. Bari stood up very bravely. If it's trash, no matter what you eat, it's trash. Lucci said. The animal cat is in the form of a leopard, I see. It seems like you are a capable person. Su Kang nodded and said, but is the animal really more powerful than Paramecia? That's such a shame. Zoro pushed Kaku away with his knife and the two began to fight with each other. Lucci, the ignition device is about to be activated and we have to hurry up, Califa said. Who are you? Bari also asked. Do you have the ability of the clone or the ability of the wooden stake? Or the ability to suddenly cause energy to appear on the body? We don't have detailed information about you. Although I don't know your ability, but you don't know how to fight in close combat. He is my opponent, Rabluki also said very confidently. Lucci, the boatmen are coming up soon, Califa reminded. Luffy rushed towards Robin but was easily caught by Rabluki. Su Kang, what are you going to do? Nami immediately reminded him when he saw that Robin had opened the window. It's a pity, I am very serious about your ship's inspection. Kaku said, we grew up in different environments. We, CP9, have been prepared to die for the government since we were sensible. We have received training beyond the limits of the human body, so we have mastered 6 superhuman physical skills and 6 postures. Yes, this is more appropriate, Sukang said. Robbins, you will definitely come back, but not just now. I know your heart clearly. I know, but the opportunity is rare. Before I die, I will let you see something interesting. After Lu Chi finished speaking, his whole body changed. Even if we catch Robin now, will Robin change his mind? Now is the wrong time. It is not the time to chase Robin. Sukang shook his head and said, maybe only Luffy has unlimited enthusiasm. Luffy shouldn't be enthusiastic, but he shouldn't be willing to give in, right? Nami said. The surrounding area immediately collapsed. Seeing that Nami was about to be hit by a rock, Chopper pushed her aside. I will definitely take you out. At this time, Bari took the opportunity to help Mr. Bingshin up. No, how can you walk with your injuries like this? Mr. Bingshin said. However, Bari couldn't care less at this time. Give it up, Bari. It was Khalifa who spoke. In front of Bari stood the members of CP9. Stop shouting so affectionately and get out of the way. Damn it, why you? At least I have always regarded you as my true partners, Bari said with tears in his eyes. That's all you think. Rob Lucky approached Bari and planned to kill him. However, at this time, Luffy immediately burst into anger and Luffy became angry. The guy who raises pigeons is the best. However, at this time, Luffy has already used the fruit ability, and it is very easy to deal with Luffy now. Finger gun, Lu Chi used the finger gun directly, and it was even so powerful that it directly penetrated Luffy's chest. Luffy, Zoro and the others shouted in concern. Luffy covered his wound and lowered his head, feeling very painful. Rob Lucky lifted Luffy up with one hand and said, fly off this island for me. After saying that, he threw Luffy out heavily. Luffy, on the other hand, didn't know where he was thrown in an instant. A asterisk hole, Zoro looked at Lucci and then rushed over suddenly. And Lucci said, Lions. Then Zoro's knife slashed Lucid's body, but it had no effect and just made a metallic knocking sound. Then Lucci kicked Zoro away with a spinning kick. Luffy and Zoro were almost killed instantly. As for Nami, Lucci also said with murderous intent, same for you. What is Su Kang doing at this moment? At this critical moment, Su Kang received a reminder from the system. It happened that at such a critical moment, Su Kang received a reminder from the system. Host, hello, congratulations on your successful sign-in to the Water City. This time the system will reward you with the Samsara Sharingan. The Samsara Sharingan with the power of 6 paths and Kaguya's creation power will definitely change your strength. Gotta be stronger. Su Kang was naturally speechless. His teammates on the ship were being repaired in various ways. He was just about to take action when he encountered a situation where the sign-in was successful. So system, do these eyes need to be fused? How long will it take? Su Kang asked. It only takes 30 seconds, because you already have the necessary conditions to awaken the Samsara Eye. Whether it's bloodline or chakra, you already have it. Now you just need to wait for the right time, the system said. I understand. If that's the case, let's get started. Su Kang didn't want to drag it around. As the protagonist of the One Piece world, his partner would not be killed so easily. Therefore, Su Kang directly chose fusion. What was fused this time was Samsara Sharingan, which was so powerful that it could surpass his own eternal Mangekyo. Su Kang was looking forward to it when he thought about it, so this was also the reason why he didn't take action. But this time, I don't know if it was the protection of the system, but when Su Kang merged with Samsara Sharingan, he was actually in a state of invisibility. In other words, no one disturbed Su Kang's fusion this time. However, precisely because of this, the CP9 group resolved the battle within 30 seconds. Mr. Bingshin and Bari were also tied up with ropes by Lu Chi and others. Mr. Bingshin, no matter how good a shipbuilding technician or mayor you are, citizens should never rebel against a huge government, said the boatman. However, Nami's injury was not serious. Su Kang opened his palm, and a cane similar to Sage of 6 Paths appeared in his hand. I guess they were surrounded by fire and didn't have time to escape, right? Isn't it still in there? At this time, a terrifying aura came from the Karura headquarters. Boom, those flames instantly formed a huge pillar of fire, as if Ace, who was burning the fruit, appeared. Those flames seemed to be unable to harm Su Kang at all. The boatmen were about to rush towards Su Kang, but Su Kang planned to fly directly into the air. You guy, let's ask you again, everyone come together. Let's go find another disciple of Tom Frankie. No, it should be to get back Katie Frame's design drawings, Lu Chi said. At this time, Nami was discovered. That person was Su Kang. At this time, Su Kang's eyes were no longer what they were before, but the reincarnation Sharingan of Ju Magatama. That guy must have escaped, right? No matter how hard I look, I can't find him. Forget it, there's no use waiting for him to come back. Lu Chi said, he's fine, just take a rest and he'll be fine. Su Kang then went to Nami's place. This woman is from the Straw Hats. There is absolutely nothing wrong with her. Did she jump out of the window? However, this time Bari came to the rescue. Quick, save Mr. Bingshan. Bari saw Su Kang extinguishing all the fires. Before he could be surprised, he put Bingshan's safety first. At this time, Su Kang was still in the air 1 second and appeared in front of the iceberg the next second, able to change the shape of objects. There was a man standing on top of the fire pillar. He was wearing a handsome black cloak and looked very handsome under the moonlight. Pirate, were you the one who set the fire? What did you do to those foremen? Idiots. The Straw Hats are not our enemies, you idiots. Su Kang could feel that the Kane's body was his Shura. In other words, Su Kang had mastered the yin and yang Tao in the Hawkage world. Since Su Kang's appearance had been recognized by everyone, the boatmen surrounded Su Kang again. The fire was burning and the guards shouted, "Has everyone come out? He must be fine, all the foremen are by his side. He will not be left behind, everyone is looking nearby." The boatmen did not go to the house to look for icebergs but looked around. The boatmen asked questions but Su Kang didn't want to answer at all. He just used Yang-style chakra to quickly heal Nami's injury. "We can't get in anymore, please count the number of people in each shipyard quickly." And the entire Karara also became quiet. Lu Chi had transformed into a normal person. He looked at the fire and no longer had any thoughts of looking for Su Kang. "That's Karara's foreman, it must be fine. Say it's your accomplices." In the end, those flames were absorbed by Su Kang instantly. "Where is Mr. Iceberg? Have you seen it?" asked a boatman. "What are we going to do with her?" To really get rid of this kind of thing, let her recruit her companions wherever they are, capture them all, and hand them over to Marine. It was obvious that Nami was also injured, and it was probably Lucci who did it. Next, with Bari's explanation, Su Kang didn't need to say anything else. Karara's headquarters was destroyed, and there was no need to put out the fire. Everyone first sent Mr. Iceberg and Nami to recover from their injuries. Chopper also had a lot of fur burned on his body and looked very embarrassed, so he naturally received treatment. Afterwards, everyone had no time to find trouble with CP9, because the water gods are coming at this moment. At this time, CP9 naturally went to find Frankie, and at this time, Usopp was with Frankie again. As for Luffy, Zoro and others must have survived. The meeting between Usopp and Frankie is also very meaningful, because Frankie will use the facts to tell Usopp that the melee is completely hopeless, and he will also take the initiative to dismantle the melee. This is also a relief for Usopp. When Mr. Bingshan woke up, he found Su Kang immediately and seemed to want to discuss something with him. Su Kang also came directly to Bingshan. "What's the matter, Mr. Bingshan?" Su Kang asked. "I'm sorry for making you bear unwarranted charges. I will slowly clear up the misunderstanding." Bingshan said, "What you want to talk to me about is related to Robin, right?" Su Kang also guessed it in an instant. "Well, that's right. I would like to ask, has her appearance changed since she came here?" Bingshan asked. "After coming here, are you referring to our ship or the water capital?" Su Kang asked. "This city," Bingshan said. "Yes, her attitude changed immediately after meeting CP9, Su Kang answered truthfully. "I'll tell you everything I know, maybe it will be helpful to you," Bingshan said. Immediately afterwards, Bingshan said, "As you can see, the moment CP9 came into contact with Robin, the battle started. Of course, there is a reason why that woman did that. But before I tell you the reason, listen carefully. Nico, Robin, and I both have the ability to awaken the ancient weapon that can destroy the world," Bingshan said. "Pluton?" Su Kang asked. "It seems you know something." Bingshan then recounted the conflict between himself and Robin when they were alone in the same room, including some Ohara and world government things. CP9 made 2 conditions to her. The first is to pin the charge of assassination on the Straw Hats. The second is to submit herself to the government and obey them after the incident is completed. And the reason why I obey them is because CP9 has the power to use a Buster Call on you Straw Hats. Buster Call you should understand, right? It is an emergency call of 5 lieutenant generals and 10 warships from Marine headquarters to one place. If it becomes the target of national war and military power, there will be no survivors," Mr. Bingshan said. "That is the authority that can only be used by Marine General and Marine's top leader Fleet Admiral. But this time CP9 has been given the power to launch him through General Aokiji. If they do not agree to their conditions, the group of people will launch directly Buster Call." And Nico Robin admitted frankly that in the past 20 years, there was no one he wanted to protect until he met you. You are the only one who saved the life she once gave up, awakened her lost soul, and allowed her to regain her dream that had fallen into despair. It's you who gave her a partner she can trust, so her wish that has to come true is, except for herself, the other 7 members of the Straw Hat Gang can leave the island safely, Mr. Iceberg said. "Even if she awakens the ancient weapon for this and causes the destruction of all living beings, she doesn't care." Although Su Kang already knew the answer, he still couldn't help but sigh when he heard this. What a stupid woman. I'm not afraid of dealing with a general, let alone a mere buster call. It seems that compared to the lives of people around the world, Robin still values his partners more. She values her partners more than anyone else, yet she has no choice but to betray them just to keep us alive. She is so stupid, Su Kang shook his head. Unfortunately, by now it's already too late. Mr. Bingshan said with a sigh. Late, don't you know that I let CP9 go on purpose? Su Kang smiled. Don't talk about me yet, even Luffy and Zoro can beat the CP9 guys to pieces. Su Kang said very confidently. Those guys should catch Frankie at this time and bring him to Annie Ace Hall, right? If something happens then, they will really use Buster Call, right? And I am just waiting for that time. I can crush even Buster Call, so the thing Robin fears will never exist again. I and my partners will be Robin's biggest support, Su Kang said with great confidence. Mr. Bingshan, if you are confused, you will become weak, and if you hesitate, you will lose. Su Kang said, I have always believed in Robin, and now with your words, we will be determined to win. The man who can forgive a woman's lies is a man. Su Kang said what Sanji originally said, and then went to call Chopper and Nami. Nami's injuries were not serious, and Su Kang's treatment naturally allowed her to recover quickly, while Chopper also woke up quickly after Su Kang's treatment. When Su Kang relayed Mr. Bingshan's words to everyone, everyone was naturally inexplicably excited. At this moment, Robin was ready to take the sea train. Sanji had already left quietly before. At this time, he saw Robin, which confirmed that his idea was correct. At this time, Sanji saw the two people caught by CP9, one was Frankie and the other was Usopp. At this time, Bingshan said, there is one last sea train left, which means that if you miss that train, of course the ship will not be able to set sail, and there will be no way to leave the island for the time being. What time is it now? Nami asked anxiously. 10:30, Bingshan said. Ah, then there are only 30 minutes left, Nami then asked. Is there any way to stop the train? Annie Ace Hall is an island where entry is prohibited except for government personnel. Even the driver is a member of the government. Even if I say so, it will be useless. Mr. Bingshan said, why is this? Nami was also speechless. Then we have to run to the station and convince Robin directly, Nami said. Chopper, I'll tell you the direction where Luffy and Zoro were knocked away. You go look there. If you find them, tell them to come to the station immediately. Su Kang, please take me to the station as quickly as possible, Nami said. Okay, Su Kang nodded without objection. Hey, I tell you, go help this lady. Bari suddenly lay down and said, if you want to go to the station, let me lead the way. Bari now also sincerely wants to help everyone. Look, the station is ahead, Bari reminded. In this way, maybe Robin will no longer be afraid of Buster Call. Su Kang said, Nami, hold me tight. Just now at Karara's headquarters, I disappeared for half a minute. I didn't run away. At that time, unfortunately, I was at the most critical moment to improve my strength. Although Su Kang can fly, it's not very urgent yet. Su Kang and Nami, under the leadership of Bari, rushed towards the station with all their strength sitting on blue. Su Kang ran towards the sea again. Maybe the Buster Call was too harmful to little Robin. It left a shadow in her heart, so I hope we can crush the Buster Call. Hey, did you hear the whistle? Nami asked, and Nami was also distraught. Robin, don't leave. However, the next second, Bari was too shocked to speak. What do Robin think? After meeting such a terrifying monster like you are still worried about us, Nami said. Look, are you talking human language? Those are 5 lieutenants and 10 warships. At this time, Nami was also a little helpless to complain. Anyway, Lai Cheng will probably leave early. Can we go any faster? Su Kang asked. Improved 30 seconds. How much have you improved? You could defeat the general before, but what about you now? Of course, he also brought a group of Karara boatmen with him. The boatmen who originally misunderstood the Straw Hats and his crew now completely understood. At this moment, the train is ready to depart. Because at this moment, Su Kang had already brought Nami to the entrance of the last carriage. And due to the imminent arrival of the sea gods, the departure time of the sea train is much earlier than the original time. It doesn't matter, leave it to me. Su Kang naturally used his special skills at this critical moment. As a result, I didn't take action. However, my ability has improved now, so this distance is nothing to me, Su Kang said. At this time, Chopper was also looking around. Luffy, Zoro, where are you? Robin is about to be captured. At this time, Sanji saw that something was wrong, and naturally he would not just watch Robin disappear from in front of him. Wait, that train. Wait, naturally Nami's running speed was not as fast as the train. In the end, he still failed to catch up. There are still 20 minutes before departure, Robin, don't leave. You actually want to sacrifice yourself? We absolutely don't agree, Nami said. Agora, please hurry up. How is that possible? You didn't spread your wings. Did you jump over? Nami asked in surprise with her mouth wide open. Yes, but it shouldn't be time yet, right? Nami said. Go through the front door, Bari reminded. Thank you. Yaga Labunlu. At this time, Nami and Sukang finally arrived at the station. Next, Chopper rides Yaga Labunru to find Zoro and Luffy flying in the air. Bari persuaded, hey. That's the sea over there. Although Nami was a little blushing and shy, she couldn't care less at this moment. Because Sukang has entered the Six Paths level, even if he is flying now, he does not need to spread the devil's wings as before. Robin, get off the train quickly. No matter who it is, we will fight to the end. Nami rushed towards the train. Then Sukang opened the door of the last carriage. Perhaps because he wanted to avoid detection by government officials, Sanji was also in the last carriage. The last carriage contained some cargo and the three of them met directly. Miss Nami, long time no see, Sanji naturally said to Nami very happily at this time. You actually caught up, great, Sanji said looking at Sukang. Did you see the message I left? Sanji asked. That's not true, but I think Chopper and the others should be able to see it. Sukang said. Where are Luffy and Green Algae Head? Sanji asked. They were beaten away by that group of people and haven't been found yet. However, Chopper has already gone to look for them. I think we will be able to find us soon, Sukang said. By the way, except for the last carriage, there are enemy handles everywhere. Sanji told Sukang the information he obtained. Originally, in the original work, each carriage should have had countless enemies holding handles layer by layer. Now there have been some changes. In this case, just force a breakthrough, Sukang said. Yes, let's go, Sanji nodded, and the three of them walked out of the last car and ran towards the car in front. The waves outside are really big. At this time, a government employee in black suddenly opened the door and said. Immediately afterwards, Sanji took action and kicked him into the carriage. This carriage was filled with government personnel dressed in black. They all took out their weapons and pointed them at Sukang and Sanji. Who are you guys? Sukang said directly. We are the Straw Hats and we are going to rescue our partners now. Hey, go and notify Mr. Lucci, there is a suspicious person sneaking in, the people in black said in horror. However, before everyone could run out of the carriage, someone in the carriage said, there's no need to notify CP9 about such a trivial matter, right? No matter how rough and suspicious the elements are, they are not enough to be afraid of because am I not in this carriage? The man who spoke was tall and then he boasted. I am from an island in South Blue where karate is popular. King, yes, I am a boxing champion. No, you should say you are a karate champion, Sanji corrected. You should make such complaints after seeing my fist. The man, whom other government officials called Mr. Jerry, immediately prepared to punch and said, Jerry Aurora flash jab. Naturally, this guy was attacking Sanji. After all, it was Sanji who complained about him first. This guy's punches are like Luffy's rubber machine gun, and they really have two punches. Sukang, on the other hand, pulled Nami towards the next carriage regardless. Hey, you people dare to ignore me, this is not okay. Mr. Jerry is huge and has long arms, so he can easily attack Sukang and Nami in the carriage. At this time, Sukang stretched out his hand, and his eyes instantly turned into ripples. Shinra Tenjang. The Shenluo Tianzhang used by Sukang was not a very powerful one, but an infinitely weakened version. But even such an extremely weakened version could instantly send Mr. Jerry and many men in black around him flying. Their bodies hit the wall in the carriage, and they were rendered unable to fight back by Sukang's move. What's going on? I just stretched out my hand and the opponent was bounced away. Sanji was also shocked over there. I don't think there's any need to waste time dealing with people like this. Let's continue walking, Sukang said. So strong, Nami exclaimed from the side. I know, this guy is the strongest among the Straw Hats. Originally, Sukang's strength was already very mysterious, but unexpectedly it seemed to be even more mysterious now. Go find Mr. Lucci, many men in black fled. It looked like he was very powerful, but Sanji kicked both of them away in one glance. Now I can finally get in touch with Chopper and the others. I wonder if they have found Luffy, Sanji said. Is it him? Great weather. Because the difference in strength was so huge, even though there were many people in this carriage, they still couldn't hold out for half a minute. This carriage was full of people from the government dressed in black. They were confused at first, but their boss immediately reacted and said, You idiots, why don't you stop them? Our own people should all be wearing black uniforms. That's right. Twins, Sanji asked. That guy also saved the Merry Ship. By the way, the Merry Ship has been. The movements of the two people in front of them were almost the same. Both of them were holding a knife and all their movements were almost synchronized. Sukang, Sanji, Nami, why are you on the sea train? Usopp asked. First mate kick. Therefore, without any courtesy, he kicked Frankie directly. Then the people in this carriage rushed towards Sukang, Sanji, and Nami. Who are you? Sanji asked. Wait. I won't let you take another step forward. The person who spoke turned around and saw that the two people looked exactly the same. Although Su Kang's strength was amazing, he didn't want to cause any trouble to himself. Therefore, Su Kang directly chose to kill everyone in front of him. Frankie was also furious. Wait, a lot of things happened after that. The three of them worked together, and within 10 seconds everyone fell to the ground. Then the three of them opened the door of the carriage. In other words, you guys are fellow pirates, right? Frankie asked as he didn't know Sanji. Su Kang didn't use any special skills, he just used extremely fast speed to knock down these people. Su Kang, who has a bounty of 1 billion Baileys. By the way, Robin has disappeared and is on this ship now. You two must have been attacked by people from CP9, right? Su Kang asked. Hole. When you untie this rope, please remember. I still want to ask. Sanji also felt strange. After Frankie introduced himself, Sanji immediately remembered that he was the one who robbed their money and beat Usopp violently. Su Kang didn't even have a chance to take action. There is no way we can be his opponent. At this time, Su Kang saw Usopp and Frankie wrapped into rice dumplings, and there were two men in black sitting in front of the bar. Frankie also glanced at Su Kang. By the way, we found the phone bug. Great, it turns out there are a lot of them here and they even have a communication room. The officials in the carriage just now were wearing some useless things like masks and costumes. Sanji was very excited after seeing the phone bug. After entering the next carriage, the three of them walked forward without caring about anything. Wait, is this the time to be sentimental? Frankie asked. That little brother over there, I remember you. You are very strong, can you help me untie the rope? Frankie and Su Kang were polite. After all, Su Kang had dealt with Frankie before, but they had no personal grudges. In fact, he had brought on himself the previous conflict. However, Sanji was very dissatisfied with Frankie, and Frankie was also very dissatisfied with Sanji. As for Usopp and Su Kang, they were in the middle, which was very embarrassing. Nami couldn't stand it anymore, so she went out and beat both of them, and finally untied Usopp and Frankie. At this moment, Sanji then tried to call the phone bug, intending to contact the water capital. Finally, after fighting for a long time, I heard the voices of Luffy and Zoro. Great. Luffy and Zoro have been saved and they are coming here now. Nami then handed the phone bug to Su Kang. Su Kang then listened to the call. Is it Luffy? Su Kang thought to himself that Luffy was really lucky. Hi, Su Kang. We have received the message Sanji left. How are you doing now? Where is Robin? Luffy asked. Robin is still in their hands, but it's safe, Su Kang said. I listened to what Chopper told me, that's it. We are going to make a big fuss, Luffy said. Well, that's exactly what I meant, Su Kang said. Hey, Su Kang, there are many powerful guys on your train. At this time, the voice on the phone changed to Zoro's voice. It's okay, Zoro, what would you do if it were you? I heard that Robin was trying to save us, and he didn't hesitate to lie to let them take him away, so you just waited obediently, Luffy asked Zoro. It's useless to stop him, Luffy said. Yes, and no one can stop me, Su Kang said with a smile. Hey, Green Algae Head, are you worried about us? But unfortunately, now that I know Sister Robin's thoughts, I won't stop even if the captain orders it. Sanji said firmly at this time, then he broke the phone receiver. Wow, why did you crush him? I also have something to ask Straw Hat. Frankie said. How do I know? Who told you not to tell me earlier? Sanji said. It won't hurt if I don't tell you. Stop pretending, Frankie said. I'm just pretending. Sanji didn't want to be outdone. At this time, Usopp didn't know what he was thinking and was silent. Usopp then said, after I left you, so many things happened. Sister Robin knew nothing about the merry ship and the big fight between you and Luffy. So in order to keep the six of us, including you, safe, Sister Robin sacrificed her life. To save myself to obey them for us, Sanji explained. At this time, Frankie was also in tears. He took out his guitar from nowhere and plucked the strings sadly. This is such a tearful friendship, Frankie also sighed. Just understand his mood, Sanji also guessed Usopp's heart. What is that guy doing? At this time, Frankie looked like he was crazy. However, Su Kang shook his head and realized that it turned out that Usopp didn't have any BGM. In fact, it was Usopp himself singing, My name is Sniper King. However, at this time, Usopp said, Forget it, don't you have nothing to do with me anymore. What's more, I am an enemy of the world government and I don't want to have anything to do with it. You want to join Luffy and the others, right? That way, a big fight and I've made a fool of myself. I have already heard everything from him. Are you going to save a young lady? I want to help you. No reason is needed. I will fight with you too. At this time, there was chaos in the carriage. Usopp and Frankie were rescued, and the government personnel in the carriage behind were knocked down. Naturally, this attracted the attention of many people in the carriage. Su Kang, although you were the one who fought me last time, but I can feel your mercy, but I no longer have the face to be with you. Usopp said seemingly very resolutely. Moreover, in the original anime, the Sniper King originally came with BGM. Correct, Sukang smiled. Although I'm sorry for Robin, I have no reason to save her anymore. I have quit your group. Goodbye. After Usopp finished speaking, he walked towards the car behind. We should adjust our condition to the best. Sukang then took out several bottles of Coke from his magical little bag. So where is Robin now? Nami asked. The person speaking was exactly the same as Usopp, with an extra cape on his shoulders and a mask on his face. Then everyone sat together, Nami, Sukang, Usopp, Sanji, and Frankie, and the five of them began to have a pre-battle meeting. No matter what, just keep walking towards the next carriage. Sukang said. These are what you need, right, Frankie? Sukang said. Nami was also speechless and wanted to persuade, but the words came to her lips but she didn't know how to express them. Sniper Achoku took over the scene and performed the appearance BGM, which was very confusing and a bit counterintuitive. For some reason, I also feel a headache when Robin is captured by the government. More importantly, after hearing such a touching story, hey, let's go have a long nose. Frankie said. Is this bag of yours an arsenal? Nami asked. Okay, as the leader of Frankie's family, Frankie, I'm here to help you, Frankie said. Wow, brother, you are great. Frankie's eyes were red. This was the energy he needed most. Who is it? Nami, Sanji, Frankie, and others all looked back in shock. What do you mean by bye? Where else can you go on the sea? Frankie also felt very puzzled. However, the world of animation is the world of animation. It is not the real world, so what happens is reasonable. He can't save his friends in an upright manner. This is his own choice, Sanji said. At this time, a marine saw everyone. Just when the marine was about to shout, he was hit by a man with a slingshot and fell into the sea. The first step is to replenish energy, Sukang said. Sukang naturally guessed the identity of the visitor, but before he could say anything, a magical scene happened. Forget it, leave him alone, Sanji said. During this period, Sukang and others walked to the roof of the car in order to avoid those people. And yours, Sniper King, Sukang took out some pinballs suitable for sniping from his magical bag, including explosive bombs and other things. Okay, Wu, Sniper King, come here, Sukang shouted. No way. What did this guy think about? How did I see it just now? Sukang shook his head and stopped worrying. Don't you have any questions about me when we meet for the first time? The Sniper King asked. First of all, you are in the 6th carriage, and there are 5 carriages left. For example, where is the Sniper Island? Sister Robin is among these 5 carriages, Sanji said. That island is actually in your hearts, the Sniper King interrupted, and almost no one paid him any attention. Are you awesome? Sanji asked. I'm super strong, idiot. I'm particularly strong this week and I've just gained energy. Frankie was very confident. Well, as long as we can finally rescue Sister Robin, we will win, Sanji said, but there are many enemies. If we are punished for reckless behavior in a small carriage, we will lose more than we gain. We must try to avoid unnecessary battles and conserve our strength. Captain, what do you think? Sanji asked Sukang. Sukang said, I have no objections. The best policy is to defeat the enemy's main force one by one in order. That's right, it would be great if we didn't fight. You're right, Sanji, the Sniper King said. I have a battle plan, please listen carefully. Sanji then told Sukang and others the battle plan. Not bad. Nami also gave a thumbs up. Sanji wanted to lure the trash fish out and into the carriage and then separate their carriages. I have a better method that can be applied to your method, Sukang said. Really? Sanji said. Later, Sukang directly used wood clone to separate 3 wood clone, and then the 3 wood clone used the transformation technique to turn them into Usopp, Frankie, and himself. Since we have made the tiger leave the mountain, we can just use the clone. Sukang smiled. This was more foolproof. Then the battle begins, Sanji nodded. Immediately afterwards, Sukang used his clone to seduce Marine in the 6th carriage. Follow them, catch them. Many Marines moved towards the 7th carriage. When they reached the 7th carriage, they still didn't find the prisoner. Those Marines discovered that the prisoner was probably hiding outside the 7th carriage, so they tried their best to open the carriage door. Sure enough, the prisoner appeared in front of them. Catch the prisoner, Colonel Marine ordered. Yes, Colonel. When they tied up the prisoner very excitedly, they saw that the prisoner in front of them turned into Sukang. Congratulations. We were deceived, then the wood clone disappeared. No, are those guys? The colonel had a bad premonition and then said, everyone, return to the car in front immediately. However, it was already too late at this moment. The door of the carriage they were returning to had been sealed by Frankie and Usopp. Immediately afterwards, their carriage was completely separated from the carriage in front. Yes, the strategy of luring the tiger away from the mountain was a great success. Everyone be careful of the Poseidons, take care. Sanji and others waved greetings here, but Marine and government officials over there were so angry that they could do nothing. 2 or 3 carriages were separated, so at least more than 50 enemies were eliminated. Sanji was very happy. But Sanji, aren't there Straw Hat Luffy and others coming on the same route? Usopp suddenly asked at this time. Don't worry, they will definitely find a way. Neither Sanji nor Sukang was worried at all. In the carriage where everyone was sitting, someone in black also rushed out angrily. Sanji just opened the door and let him rush directly into the water. Let's go. Next, there are 5 more carriages. Then everyone entered the next car. The enemies in this carriage, including Colonel Marine who had just watched them, were led to the rear carriage and then escaped. Idiot, if you want to do such a dangerous experiment, let me tell you first, the back is different, listen up. I did the transformation myself and my hands can't reach the back. I want to stab you. You should be fine, right? Usopp said. Cyborg. The Sniper King was also surprised. Then he used his hands to support the carriage and then used his best kicking skills to quickly kill the enemy. Frankie immediately cried out in pain. That's right, I have a refrigerator that can hold coke in my belly, Frankie said. Frankie was hit again and again, but his body still did not receive any impact. That's awesome. At this time, Usopp took out a needle from nowhere and then stabbed Frankie in the body. Me, I'm a reformer, Frankie replied. Frankie just said lightly, it hurts. But there was no problem with his body. The Sniper King was startled, while Sanji and Nami also opened their eyes wide, looking in disbelief. The Sniper King was not to be outdone and used his gunpowder stars to knock away many enemies. Hey, now is the time to talk about this. Isn't there no enemies in this carriage? Now that it's clear, get me to a carriage right away, Nami said. Yes, the modified person is equipped with a lot of steel and weapons in his body. If he is hit by a bullet, it will hurt a little and bleed, but it will have no effect, Frankie said. As a reformer, he is naturally made of steel. Although this so-called howitzer is very powerful, it is just scratching an itch in front of Frankie. Frankie slowly approached the man in black and used his right hand to unscrew a row of box seats very lightly. It's weird everywhere, Sanji said. Suddenly, one of the enemies was holding a howitzer and fired at the big guy. As for Frankie's use of his strong right hand, he also defeated many enemies. Sanji asked in surprise, hey, what the hell are you? Everyone remembered the scene where Sukang gave Frankie a coke before. Their mood can be said to be extremely angry. Are there any more guys? At this moment, it was Sanji's turn to show off his power. Sanji shouted, fried assorted platter. Frankie pushed everyone away and stood in front of the howitzer. Nami and Sukang did not take action, they just watched quietly as the enemies here were defeated one after another. Awesome, it's the best on a hot day. Usopp also clapped his hands. Wow. This is really great. Sanji was very happy, maybe because of the happiness of being a chef. The seat fell from above the head and submerged the man in black. Immediately afterwards, Frankie threw it in the direction of the man in black. So only the front half is a modified person. Let me tell you something by the way, my abdomen is cold. Do you know why? Frankie asked. What's wrong with me? Sukang couldn't help but ask. Go and report to CP9. It's really weird. I never thought there would be someone weirder than Sukang in this world, Sanji said. Shoot, shoot. The man in black was shocked when he saw this, but he still chose to continue shooting. How is that possible? Why is the gun useless to him? The man in black also opened his mouth and said in shock. The place where we were just now was the 5th carriage, and everyone walked directly into the 4th carriage at this moment. As soon as he entered the 4th car, Sanji was stunned. In front of him was a rather strange-looking person pushing a dining cart towards his direction. This man's eyes are very big and he looks like a funny character. I am Weiji, crazy Weiji. The man who claimed to be feeding Weiji pushed the dining cart and even pushed it onto the roof of the car, looking very magical. Hello, are you hungry? I'm Weiji the orderly. I can do everything. Do you want to share ramen? Then I'll make ramen. But before that, let me tell you a few little facts. My nose hairs are mesh-like inside, just like brushes. You have to remember this. Then Weiji stuffed countless amounts of flour into his mouth and started chewing desperately. Finally, Weiji produced a lot of noodles from his nose, then sprayed it into the bowl and added noodle soup. A bowl of fragrant noodles was born. Come, please taste it, Weiji said. After seeing such a disgusting noodle recipe, naturally no one wanted to taste it, not to mention the other party was an enemy. What a waste of time, Weiji. There are people waiting for us in front. We are in a hurry. Goodbye. Sanji waved his hand and was about to leave here. Wajai also immediately said, if you want to pass this carriage, you have to knock me down first. Immediately afterwards, Weiji took off his chef uniform, revealing the black clothes underneath. You want to stop us? Sanji asked. Yes. I want to stop you, Weiji said. My mission is to escort this train. In order to prevent this kind of unexpected attack, I was assigned here. If you want to rescue the prisoner, you must first defeat my ramen boxing skills, Weiji said. Raw ramen punch. Usopp also found it very funny. That's right, it's ramen boxing, the other party said. A asterisk hole, you dare to swipe me. Usopp was so angry. Don't be provoked by him, it's just playing into his hands, Sanji advised. How about it, I imitate the look of an idiot, Wajai was very proud. What a disturbing guy. At this time Frankie raised his left hand. Then machine gun-like bullets were fired directly. However, what is surprising is that Weiji's body is very flexible, so he dodges all the attacks. What's going on? The bullet clearly hit him. Frankie also felt that something was very wrong. This guy's expression hasn't changed at all, Frankie exclaimed. My heart almost jumped out of my chest, Weiji said, so you were scared to death. Don't act like you don't care. Frankie was also a little angry. Let me take care of this ungrateful guy. Frankie and Usopp were easily provoked by each other. Sukang and Nami were still watching the show from the sidelines. Sukang was not willing to take action against an enemy of this level. And deep down in Sukang's heart, he still wanted to wait until he went to Judiciary Island before rescuing Robin. Nami himself is not a professional fighter, so in the end the two became spectators, watching them fight from the sidelines. It's just a waste of time for you to be played around by him like this. Let me get rid of him quickly, Sanji said. What makes me angry is that someone like you dares to call yourself a chef, Sanji said, but Wajai remained unmoved and looked elsewhere, thinking he was talking about someone else. Wow. You just ran away like that, but it doesn't matter. Because in the next carriage, the person waiting for you, Nero, is a newcomer, but he is a member of the Righteous Killer Organization CP9. He kicked Weiji, but Weiji relied on his flexibility to avoid Sanji's attack. They will die because Nero likes to kill people the most, Weiji said. Everyone reacted quickly and dodged immediately, but no one was hurt. The shoes under his feet were equipped with wheels, and now they were like hot wheels rushing towards Sanji quickly. It's just that you're not as powerful as you say, right? Sanji said. Look, that calm expression, Usopp reminded. Wow, it hurts. At the same time you kicked me 10 times. At this time, Wajai suddenly fell to his knees. But that's all it seems. But you're still pretty awesome, Weiji praised. When Frankie, Usopp, Sukang, and Nami saw that Weiji would not easily give way to the entrance, they chose to go around on the roof of the car and went around to the third car. It's really troublesome. I keep hiding here and there endlessly. I'm very busy. Don't ask me to repeat myself several times. Sanji said. I thought I was dead, Wajai said again. Sanji was also instantly angry. Okay. I'll tell you why I was chosen to participate in this mission of escorting prisoners. Weiji then took out another bag of flour and said to Sanji, I don't want you to say my face is weird, Sanji complained. Then here I come. Ramen boxing, flame kitchen knife. At this time Weiji rubbed the shoes under his feet. Sanji then continued to attack but still did not hurt Weiji. You must not be very strong, Weiji said. Sure enough, Weiji spurted out ramen. Vage easily dodged Sanji's kick. Sanji didn't hear it but said lightly, belly. Then he quickly rushed towards Weiji. Sanji, who missed the hit, said, anyway, leave this guy to me. You go to the next car first. You actually said that I'm not as powerful as I say. Even my father never said that about me. Shut up, it's so rude, I'm Wajai. In fact, I was just dazzled by seeing those rare circled eyebrows. That's all. Weiji, who turned from passive to active, suppressed Sanji for a moment. Then he chewed quickly and then said in words that others could hardly understand. Alloy flour. Then he picked up the wheat flour again and poured it into his mouth. Ramen boxing. At this time, Wajai was already preparing for a new round of attacks. Then Weiji swallowed all the flour into his mouth. But this time the ramen was very hard, so strong that it could even penetrate the car. That's you, Sanji then kicked him. Stop, Sanji also planned to be a little more serious. It's 12 times. Don't do this. Usopp and Frankie both felt that Vajir Versailles was wrong. Don't forget, this is a big battle to rescue Sister Robin, Sanji said very seriously. Then Weiji pulled out a lot of ramen from his nostrils, then he quickly tossed the noodles up. Ramen boxing technique secret noodle. I throw it, it's done. At this time, Weiji had already shaken his face very hard and slender. What is that? Sanji also asked. The edible dream battle suit. At this time, Weiji had already made a costume for himself using ramen noodles. And his whole body has also entered this costume. Wear formal clothes for the interview, Weiji shouted like a lunatic. Waj also began to show off his abilities. The secret of ramen boxing is to be able to control the noodles freely, Weiji said. This guy has been playing with food since the beginning. As a chef, Sanji became increasingly dissatisfied. Speed, strength, special abilities. Now I have been completely transformed. I can exert a completely different and powerful force. Weiji was quite confident at this time. Sanji became a little impatient and said, Stop talking nonsense and come over quickly. You guy, I will make you eat those noodles. Wake up, Sanji said. The sea train was still driving towards the Ace Hall. Everyone wanted to bypass this car and go to the next car, but unexpectedly they were stopped by a person on the roof. This person looks a bit like a cat, and he is an agile player. "Hey, who are you?" Frankie asked. "I'm waiting in the third car, the user of the fourth form and the newcomer of CP9C Weasel Nello." The person who calls himself Nello said, "But what's going on? It seems that I can't kill you because you are a very important criminal, but as for the others..." Nero naturally looked at Sukang and others. Sukang couldn't help but laugh. "Are you kidding me? If you want to fight me, I advise you to think about yourself first." Sukang didn't really want to fight Nero. For his companions, this was a good whetstone. Before Nello could speak, Frankie spoke first. "I said, why do you want to come up on the roof of the car? We will go there if you are below," Frankie said to Nello. "That's not necessarily true, right? What if you guys are being cunning and pass directly from above?" Nero clearly wanted to fight. "You are really cautious, but vigilance is very important. By the way, what is that thing behind you?" Frankie asked. Sea Weasel Nello felt strange and turned around, but at this moment Frankie took the opportunity to punch him. Nero was punched away. Nero raised his head and cursed, "How despicable." "Haha, of course, I am the boss of the bad guys on the street," Frankie said proudly. Sanji was still fighting with Waji at this time. "Ramen boxing noodle showdown," Wajai said pretentiously. "What made you stronger?" Sanji disagreed. "Ramen punch pork bone strike." Waji waved his ramen right hand and hit Sanji. Sanji got out of the way very easily. "It's just a big rookie boxing technique, right?" Sanji still disagreed. Then Sanji kicked Waji, but Waji also punched out, and Waji's ramen stuck to Sanji's foot. Sanji's leg couldn't be pulled out. "Oops," Wajai lifted Sanji up and then smashed it to the ground. "Repeat strike." Waji once again used noodles to attack Sanji. Sanji stood up silently. In the end, Sanji was punched out by Waji and he finally escaped. "Ah, you are in more trouble than I thought." At this time, Wajai also felt a headache. Sa, how dare you underestimate me, idiot." "This is crazy ramen boxing," Wajai said. Boom. Because he was stuck to the ramen, Sanji had no way to fight back at this time. Waji immediately became very dizzy. "What should I do if this continues? I can't fight back." Sanji then saw that Waji had fallen from the sky. "Push on top with your face and soul." It turned out that Waji was planning to use his own body to press directly over and crush Sanji to pieces. However, this time, Sanji did not use his famous kicking skills. "Idiot, you must have lost your ramen boxing skills because of it. One of your hands and one leg is stuck in the noodles. It's really miserable. You just beat me so badly." Wajai looked at Sanji for a long time. Finally, I saw Sanji's curly eyebrows again. "Then there's only one target." Sanji then rushed towards Waji's body and kicked him out and was about to attack Waji. "I'm going to keep going." At this time, Wajai once again planned to approach Sanji and attack Sanji. "Ramen light," Wajai suddenly said at this time. "Ah, my suit was torn apart by you," Waji said in surprise. It's useless. No matter what you do, you will only get stuck in my suit. Come on, see my moves, look at my ramen boxing skills." Wajai still looked weird. Sa, Wajai looked very happy. "You guys, you want to use your eyebrows to dazzle me again. Be ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Sanji easily dodged once again. It's not over yet, it's not over yet. Wajai continued to throw Sanji, and Sanji became increasingly unable to fight back. 1 point form spaghetti, very thin noodles. Sanji took out the plate and put the noodles in his hands. Sanji also immediately jumped to the side to avoid its attack. Weiji smashed Sanji into various places in the carriage, instantly gaining an absolute advantage. Ramen and fried dumplings set, Weiji's attack flew towards Sanji again. Sanji had no way to dodge, and with a bang he suffered hundreds of millions of points of damage. Thousand-faced whip, Weiji attacked Sanji again. Damn it, I can't even pull my hands and feet out. Sanji was also seriously injured. Instead, he took out a kitchen knife that a chef would only use for cooking. As long as I attack, I will fall into the ramen. It seems that I can't touch that ramen. Sanji also understood at this time. Sanji fell to the ground. Although my principle is not to use the kitchen knife, which is sacred to chefs in battle, but if this is just a chef's cafeteria and the enemy is food, then it is a different matter. It turned out that Waji used his nose to shoot out countless faces. These faces were like shotguns, and they were so powerful that they even bounced Sanji's body away. Haha, I have no blind spots. Judging from just now, your method of combat is kicking, right? If you can't kick, you won't be able to fight. The kitchen knife cuts through the ramen noodles very cleanly. Sanji couldn't help complaining. What did you do to faint? B asterisk 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 D. A layman who only knows how to look cool with a kitchen knife should not use a knife. That is not a knife used by delinquents. Weiji pointed at Sanji and cursed. I'm sorry I'm so self-righteous. Although it's not an apology, I'll let you see the superb knife skills of a first-class chef. Sanji held a kitchen knife in each hand and was ready to fight. At this time on the top of the carriage, Frankie was already fighting with Nello in front of him. Shave. Nero used the shave among the 6 moves and then quickly rushed towards Frankie. Strong hammer. Frankie punched him head-on. However, Nero still easily dodged it. The reason was naturally the use of paper drawing. Nero did several backflips in quick succession and then used land kick. Nero's angle was very tricky. Not only did the vacuum wave set off by Langio move towards Frankie, it would also affect Sukang and Nami. Frankie directly shouldered Nero's land kick head-on, while Sukang blocked the move as a demonic shadow appeared on his body. What is that? Nero was also a little surprised. Purifying flame. Frankie obviously didn't give Nero a breath. As he fell down, Frankie spit out flames directly from his mouth. However, Nero reacted quickly and immediately jumped towards the sea. What happened to that guy? He jumped into the sea by himself, Frankie said in surprise, but who would have thought that Nero suddenly changed his route? Moonwalk. He turned sharply and Nero returned to the car safe and sound. Why can he jump back from the air? Frankie wondered. The other party was also very confused at this time. Why didn't Lanjai chop him? That guy's body seems to be very strange. You guy? Frankie rushed towards Nello and Nello also rushed towards Frankie. The two collided with each other, seemingly evenly matched. Who is he? They both said at the same time. Sukang imitated Enel and picked his ears. Why did you two fight like a decisive battle between the 4 emperors? End the battle quickly, otherwise I will take action. Sukang couldn't help but urge, leave this guy to me. Sukang doesn't need you to take action, Frankie also said anxiously. He knew Sukang's terrifying strength. Although the priority now is to rush for time, Sukang did not take action lightly, nothing heavy. I said, where is Usopp? Nami asked Sukang though. He has already gone to find Robin. Sukang said, we have just completely attracted the attention of this guy named Nero and he didn't notice it at all. You didn't even notice it. It seems that the plan was successful. At this time, Sanji was holding a kitchen knife and looking at Weiji in front of him. What's wrong? Ramen punch? Where was the momentum just now? Sanji asked. Damn. It's so arrogant. He's obviously a criminal. His formal clothes are gone. Am I an onion? Weiji also complained. There is no point in continuing the fight. Hurry up and admit defeat and get out of the way, Sanji suggested. Admit defeat? Who will admit defeat? Who lost? At this time, Weiji also refused to admit it. I am the ace of CP7, Weiji. I am very sorry. I know the importance of this mission. Your partner Nicole Robin is a woman that the government has been hunting for all year round. How can she be easily returned to you? Idiot, Weiji scolded. Road, watch your words, weasel boy, I'm not kidding. Frankie really refused to leave. When cutting onions, don't damage the pulp. You must first remove the roots and cut off the fibers with one knife so that the cut surface will remain shiny. Sanji continued to cut Weiji's ramen while being cool. Weiji ate a little flour and then sprayed ramen noodles from his nose. Damn it, have you been discovered? As soon as Frankie turned around, he was hit again. This is the star shield, Frankie said. And Nero once again used moonwalk to dodge it. Frankie kept beating and turned his left hand into a shield, blocking many of Nero's attacks. It worked, Nero was very proud. If the 4th position is useless to you, then there is nothing you can do. I haven't learned how to point a gun yet. Sorry, I have to use some props. As he spoke, Nero took out a gun from behind. This guy really knows how to move. Really endlessly running away again, Frankie couldn't help complaining. Hey, please stop it. Even if it's just a joke, it's enough. Let's fight seriously. Get up, Nero urged, but Frankie was not moved at all. What happened to that guy's body? Is he no longer human? Nero thought. Ramen boxing double buckle with noodles. At this time, Wadgely picked up the ramen on his feet, threw it away, and attacked Sanji. However, at this time, Frankie spit out countless nails and said, spray nails. UB **** D, painful fingers. Frankie once again shot the enemy with his body but did not hit the flexible Nello. Frankie took the opportunity to run towards the next car. Don't be proud of me. As long as this happens, I won't have any weaknesses. Frankie then lay directly on the roof of the car. At this time, Frankie suddenly took a breath and Nello asked, are you going to breathe fire again? Frankie is invincible. Frankie lay like a scoundrel and Nero was speechless. At this time, Nero also felt more and more suspicious of Frankie. At this time, the fighting on the roof of the car was still going on. What should I say? Nero was already in trouble. Countless nails rushed towards Nero. Wajai said in great horror, stop cutting it, ramen light. Sanji's eyes were very serious. At the moment when the attack was about to come, Sanji moved, and with his skillful knife skills, the ramen was instantly shattered. I have seen through your twisted character. This competition is already a matter of time, right? Nero said very proudly. Peeling operation. Sanji cut all the flying ramen noodles, and Weiji's noodle suit was also completely cut open. However, just as Nello ran towards Frankie, Frankie turned around and fired at Nello. Although he is just a third-rate chef who plays with food after all, the maintenance of the knife is still worthy of praise. Sanji has already taken advantage of it. It can be said that Frankie's back has not been modified. In other words, Frankie suffered a serious injury, because at this time Nello had already run behind Frankie again. "Your weakness turns out to be your back," Nero said. "What a pity, I knew you would do this." Nello hit Frankie in the back with his gun this time, however it still failed to hit Nero. "But you are really unlucky, you are such an unlucky guy." Frankie sat up and said, "You made me angry. You made me, who is super strong this week, angry." "Brother, do you know the monster called Kintoros?" Frankie asked. "Who's the guy with a human upper body and a horse lower body, so what's wrong?" Nello asked. "Transform." At this time, Frankie started the transformation mode. Nero also stared in disbelief with his eyes wide open. In the end, the front part of Frankie's lower body actually ran to the front of his body. "It's the other way around, the body has gone to the back," Nero also reminded speechlessly. "Let's wait until you see my attack power before complaining like this," Frankie said very confidently. At this moment, the battle between Sanji and Weiji is still going on. At this time, Sanji once again used the kitchen knife and slashed Weiji countless times, who was using ramen to protect himself. "Ah. Got chopped." Wajai was so frightened that all the ramen on his body fell off. "Peel off the skin and inject love, and no matter what the food is, it will not taste bad." Sanji then put the kitchen knife back and said, "The kitchen knife is not a sword and cannot be used to cut people, but you have lost your armor basically." Before Sanji finished speaking, the unscrupulous chef Wajai threw the kitchen knife towards Sanji. "Damn it!" After Sanji dodged, he suddenly rushed over and kicked Weiji in the face. "Wow, my eyes are sunken." Wajai covered his eyes, feeling very painful. "Shut up, give up," Sanji cursed. "Idiot. I don't understand why I want to save that kind of woman. You actually don't know the nature of that Nico Robin, that woman." This time, before Weiji finished speaking, he was interrupted by Sanji. "Nose, cheeks, mouth, teeth. Chin." Sanji kicked Weiji continuously, and Weiji, who had lost his ramen armor, was unable to fight back. "If you dare to say anything more, I will deform your bones," Sanji said calmly. Wait a minute. It seems that your face has become smaller. Stop. If you don't know, I will tell you. Everyone knows that that woman is a demon whose nature has been corrupted." Wajai continued at this time. Sanji finally couldn't bear it anymore and started to kick Waji violently. "Shaoru, shoot." Sanji finally kicked Weiji away. Wajai stood up with difficulty and said, "This time my face is completely flat." "Mirror, mirror." Wajai picked up the mirror and looked at himself and screamed miserably. In Wajai's view, his face was completely miserable. "Wow, it actually flattened my eyes and nose that I was so proud of." At this time, Wajai's face became very handsome and delicate. "You deserve it," Sanji cursed. "Are you a devil?" Wajai was also very heartbroken. Sanji then said seriously, "You made 3 mistakes. The first one called himself a chef in front of me, the second one ruined the food, and the third one insulted our companions." Sanji was very serious at this time, already occupying a comprehensive advantage. However, the battle on the roof of the car was a different scene. Since the weakness in Frankie's back was discovered, Frankie was completely suppressed. "You only know how to talk, that's what you mean, right?" Nello was quite proud at this time and had already beaten Frankie to the ground again. "Fortunately, I hope you can handle it, CP9, Su Kang said with a smile. "What a shame." Nello walked over and stepped on Frankie's hand with his foot. "Idiot, behind this door behind you, my companion is waiting for me to rescue her. If you understand, just get out of the way," Sanji said. "Haha. You said you want to save me. I don't think it's necessary, idiot." "I was careless, my whole body was locked," Nero said. Everyone in CP9 just looked at Sanji sideways. On the roof of the car, Nero was also locked. Frankie's back was facing the enemy at this time, so he had to run quickly to avoid the bullets. "I don't know where it got stronger after turning into 4-legged centaur." Nello started shooting Frankie. Khalifa, Bruno, and Kaku have already stood up. In the car, Wajai had been beaten into a handsome boy, but he said with tears, hole, give me my personality back. Layazi doesn't want internet celebrity face. HMPH, how about it, Su Kang?" Frankie was a little proud. "I am about to fall," Frankie said in horror. "This is the secret of ramen boxing. Cutting noodles with a poisonous kitchen knife. One touch will kill you. Sasha, you people must have been deceived by that woman. She relied on constant betrayal to survive in the dark society until now." "Woman!" Frankie felt pain and then cursed. "You be ****D." Frankie stumbled and fell on the edge of the car roof, with the sea beneath him. Then the roof of the car completely collapsed, and Frankie and Nello fell off the roof at the same time. However, Frankie's body was very strong, so he directly hung the golden hook upside down and locked Nero with his feet. This guy's destructive power is pretty good. Boom, Frankie's blow hit him hard, and Nero's entire body was deformed and the entire roof of the car was cracked. 3 points? At this time, Sanji showed no mercy and kicked Weiji in the chest, kicking Weiji away. This time he kicked him directly to the next carriage. I said I won't let you go, so I won't let you go. At this time, Weiji took out a machete, and a drop of purple liquid dripped from the machete onto the ground, which looked very scary. Finally, I caught you, just taste it to see if the 4 legs are useful. At this time, the situation of the battle changed again in an instant. Having only learned the Marine 6th form and the 4th form but not the finger gun or iron block, the defense and attack power have not reached the limit. Such a person is actually very stretched. Yes, it happens to be the carriage where CP9 is located. At this time, CP9 could not sit still. Careless, stop making excuses, then tell me your regrets by the way. Brother, at this time Frankie took away the shell of his right hand, revealing the fist inside. Wajai actually fell to his knees and started crying, which made people laugh and cry. Sanji lit a cigarette and walked slowly forward. Although one was on the roof and the other was in the compartment, they actually merged. Sukang then came to the compartment with Nami. Take your life. At this time, Wajai rushed towards Sanji again. Sukang was very happy to finally see the ending. Didn't you still think you would continue to fight? That's because you have dodged all my attacks before and you still don't know the destructive power of my attack. The ultimate hammer. Frankie used all his strength to hit Nero. Nero was completely defeated. At this time, Rob Luki also stood up. I asked you where did you come from, Sanji asked when he saw Frankie. From above, by the way, have you solved the ramen boy, Frankie asked. Yes, just now, Sanji said. Frankie then kicked Nero to CP9's feet. It's them, the ones who captured Sister Robin, Sanji said. Sukang, and that woman, you're so lucky that you didn't die in that fire. However, you suddenly disappeared at that time and I couldn't find you even if I tried to look for you. Are you here to die now? Lu Chi asked. Ha, what a joke. Sukang didn't say much. Who is this guy? Lu Chi looked at Nero and asked. Corgi said he is a newcomer to CP9. He seems to be called Nero, a 4th style user, Kaku explained. At this time, Nero was panting and seemed to be seriously injured. Damn it, I will never forgive you. Nero struggled to stand up. I am a man who is called a fighting genius. I don't care about anything. I'm going to kill you, Nero said angrily. Hey, newcomer, Rob Luki called. Are you Rob Lucci? I'm going to kill him before I can say hello. Nello behaved quite politely. Rob Luki walked in slowly and said, Frankie wants to be captured alive. He is swayed by emotions and can't distinguish between tasks. No, forget it. I'll give you 3 seconds and run away. Escape, Nero didn't understand. Escape from whom, Nello asked. 3.2. At this time, Rob Luki has already started counting the seconds. Wait, isn't it? Nero seemed to realize something but still couldn't believe it. At this moment, Lu Chi counted to 1. Stop. Don't do anything stupid. Nero was very scared. Immediately afterwards, Nero was really scared, so he used shave and ran outside quickly. Hey! At this moment, Nero never expected that his body had been penetrated by Rob Luki. He used a finger gun that he had not yet mastered. You can't be a member of CP9 if you are half-assed at everything you do. Rob Luki was cold and ruthless, and he hit Nero directly and flew out of the car window. He had received a fatal blow from Frankie, was pierced by Rob Luki's finger gun, and finally fell into Haley. Even if he was lucky enough to survive, he would end up seriously injured and succumb to his injuries. Only when you have mastered all 6 moves can you be considered a Superman kid. Rob Luki showed no trace of self-blame or regret, like a cold killing machine. Khalifa, I will report to the commander later and tell him that the newcomer is too weak to be useful. Understood, Khalifa nodded. What do you mean? Sanji also frowned and asked. It seems that I don't need to ask you about your purpose. The invaders, judging from the way of the gate of opening, are not patient guys. Lu Chi was talking to Sanji at this time. I said you didn't really think that Robin could destroy so many warships 20 years ago, right? Sukang couldn't help but said, let me tell you a secret. The truth. Although Nico Robin is now a real prisoner, she was nothing more than that at the beginning. From the moment she became sensible, her existence itself was a sin. Only by disappearing can others be happy, Rob Luki said. At this moment, Robin felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. If the target is Nico Robin, it's better to give up, Rob Luki said at this time. I'm sorry, Robin insisted on coming. Usopp wanted to avoid the fight, but Robin knew that Sanji and others had no chance of winning, so he had his own plan. While Sukang was talking, the door of the carriage over there opened. My destiny is not up to me, and you have no right to judge other people's right to live. Sukang couldn't help laughing again. It's really funny. I think the disappearance of your CP9 is also a blessing for me. If you interfere again, it will only make the problem worse, Lu Qi said. But what about Su Kang? The reason is that he wants to know whether his friend Sorrow's justice is correct. Celestial Dragons, 5 Elders, do you think I don't know anything? Su Kang actually didn't know much about the history of blank. However, when he was watching anime before, he had seen Ohara's village chief and the scene during the 5 Elders call. Is this Nico Robin? It does look very similar to the portrait on the wanted poster. Frankie had never seen Robin's true face. Well, I haven't received quality education since I was a child, Sanji said. Who knows? Frankie also expressed doubts. Some time ago, although Aokiji said he wanted to kill us, it gave me the feeling that he was testing our determination. At this moment, Su Kang and Robin looked at each other. What a joke, studying the blank 100 years and studying the history of the world, isn't this discovering the truth? If someone takes over the entire world, someone has to pursue the truth, right? Su Kang sneered at what Rob Luki said. Stop it. At this time, Sanji couldn't bear it anymore and rushed towards Rob Luki. I said, are these guys really a just institution? Sanji couldn't help but ask. Don't tell others, Su Kang then said. During the Ohara incident, the then Lieutenant General, now General Aokiji, helped Robin, and it was he who destroyed the warship. There are people in this world who can only benefit mankind by dying, people who were born under the disaster star. Rabluchi said. Why is this man here? Boom, Sanji kicked Lu Chi, but Lu Chi got down easily. I see this as part of her crime. Did she tell you this? She should have died 20 years ago and now she takes the initiative to die. It is really good for us. Rob Luki is still saying this, that cold-blooded look. However, the government will spend many years in the future draining all the knowledge, experience, and brains of Nico Robin. Let's feel how painfully that woman will die after that. Rob Luki said, while Sanji said angrier. For example, if there is a demon that can destroy the world and the person who can awaken this power is an innocent girl who is only 8 years old, don't you think someone should do something for heaven and kill that girl? Rob Luki asked Road. All the misfortunes she has been burdened with are, in the final analysis, just what this world government is trying so hard to cover up. That is, 100 years of blank space. She couldn't help but think of the kiss she gave Su Kang when they separated. With his strength, his character, will he really give up? Wow, Sister Robin, are you okay? Are you injured? Sanji asked with great concern. So Robin's existence is very special. Not to mention our partners, her importance is important even to the 4 emperors. Marine and the world government want to kill her. It's really ridiculous. Su Kang didn't say much because he already knew Robin's helplessness. But now that he has become Robin's partner, he can understand Robin's mood even more. Therefore, Su Kang did not blame Robin. In that case, even if Robin severely injured Su Kang, the purpose was not to sacrifice him. Sanji was the same and immediately said, this time we must go back to everyone together. We will defeat these guys soon. Yes, Robin, we know everything about you, Nami also said at this time. Sister Robin, Sanji said. However, at this moment, Robin took the initiative to launch an attack, although in Su Kang's opinion they were not serious attacks. Usopp's body suddenly grew many hands, and then Usopp was thrown to the ground by Robin. What are you doing, Sister Robin? Sanji also asked very eagerly. At this time, Robin's expression was very gloomy. Robin was not sure whether his friends were opponents of CP9. More importantly, he didn't want his friends to be trapped in it because of him. As expected, he still attacked his friends. It hurts. Usopp was in pain, but he didn't suffer any actual injuries. You won't understand if you just say it with your mouth, right? Robin said. Everyone then looked at each other in shock, really wondering why Robin would launch an attack. At this time, Rob Luki couldn't help but laugh. Hell no. At this time, Usopp moved his cloak in a mysterious manner and said, Frankie, separate the 3rd carriage quickly. What do you want to do? Frankie asked a little confused. Run away, Usopp said. Escape, hey. What do you mean? Frankie didn't understand what Usopp meant at all. Hurry up, the victory or defeat is in an instant, Usopp said. Then Usopp directly threw the smoke bomb and his equipment to the ground. Sniper King Smoke Star. Just hearing a bang, the surroundings instantly filled with smoke. A large amount of smoke and dust appeared around, making the surrounding site almost zero. At this time, even CP9 could do nothing but cough. You actually used such a small trick, Kaku cursed. Robin was also affected by this move. At this moment, Robin seemed to feel that he was being pulled away. Nico, Robin, I'm taking her away, Usopp shouted at this time and ran towards the previous car. Wait. Let me go, Robin begged, but there was no way Usopp would listen to Robin. Very good. Sanji, Frankie, and Nami were all very happy. At this time, the carriage had been separated. In the entire sea train, only the front part is still in operation. Kang also jumped onto the roof of the third carriage at the most critical moment. That's great, Sister Robin finally got it back. It's really shocking. They suddenly came up with such an escape plan, Frankie said. Yeah, smoke bombs are something that most people can't even imagine, Sanji also said. At this time, Usopp said, for such a terrifying guy, it is best if he can achieve his goal without fighting. But is it really that easy to escape? Sanji said, lighting a cigarette. Yeah, don't be careless until the carriage is completely away, Frankie said. At this moment, a lot of thorns were thrown out of the carriage on the opposite side. These whips that looked like thorns looked like Khalifa. What's wrong? Usopp said in surprise. Land kick. At this time, Kang kicked a land kick directly from the roof of the car, instantly cutting open the thorn-like whip. Kang, how do you know their fighter skills? Nami, Usopp, and others asked in surprise. I have mastered all 6 postures, don't worry, they won't be able to catch up in a while, Kang said. Moonwalk. At this time, Bruno also ran quickly towards the car behind. Because you can walk in the air, the distance between the 2 carriages is not too far. Smoke bombs are such a boring move, Bruno said as he was about to arrive at this carriage. Kang quickly formed the seal and said, Fire style great fireball technique. Then a huge fireball rushed straight towards Bruno. The ability of fire. Bruno was a little stunned because he had already seen a lot of Kang's abilities. Could it be that Kang was a reformer like Frankie? Paper painting. Bruno was not afraid, but used moonwalk to dodge and paper painting to dodge Kang's great fireball. However, Kang doesn't have just one great fireball, but 3. For this almost all-round attack, the Bruno people were in the air and had no way to move the villain at super high speed. In the end, they had to cross their hands and use iron blocks to resist. Using the iron block, the great fireball could not hurt Bruno, but Kang's purpose was not to hurt Bruno, but to temporarily block Bruno. Bruno was knocked away by the great fireball, and due to the airflow generated by the flames, the distance between the carriage where Kang and others were located and the carriage where CP9 and others were located was further away. The other party will probably come back, what can you do? Kang naturally has a way, but he can't rely solely on him. If everything relied on him, CP9 would have been defeated at this time. Guard Sister Robin. Sanji then stood at the entrance of the carriage with the aura of one man being in charge. After a while, no one saw Bruno. Kang noticed Bruno and immediately reminded. Behind. Sure enough, Bruno pushed the doors in from both sides of the carriage. This is my ability, the door fruit, which can make any place a door for me to pass through, Bruno said. You guys give up, you can't take Nico Robin away. Bruno then rushed towards Robin. Sanji also rushed over with all his strength and kicked Bruno. However, with this kick, Sanji did not hurt the opponent. What's going on with this hardness? Sanji asked in surprise. Didn't I say they would use strange physical skills? Frankie reminded. Crush. Sanji spun around and kicked Bruno again. Bruno, this time taking the hit, fell backwards. Kaku also saw this scene inside. What a strong leg, it can't even bear an iron block. Bruno, don't underestimate him. This guy is the 4th master of the Straw Hats and should be one of the main force, Kaku reminded. At this time, Robin once again used his ability to lock Usopp. Robin, what are you doing? Let go. 8-ring flower Ori. At this time, Robin crossed his arms, used his ability, and then killed Usopp. How many times do you have to tell me? Leave me alone, Robin pretended to be angry. Hungry. Everyone looked at each other, and Nami also covered her mouth, not knowing how to respond. She had never seen Robin like this. How could this happen? Sanji couldn't believe it either. Hey, where are you looking? Kaku arrived at the carriage at some point and kicked Sanji. Sanji was distracted by Robin and was kicked away. Sanji, Frankie exclaimed. Really, all of you? Why are you acting on your own terms even though we are partners? You finally have a chance to escape. At this time, Frankie seemed to be getting angry. Ah, Frankie shouted, pushing the carriage door with all his strength, knocking Bruno and the door into their carriage. However, Frankie also entered the CP9 carriage directly. Nosy, why on earth are you helping them like this? Rob Lukey asked. I can't stand it, the trickery and the fact that we can't go back to our old team, French said. Whose business are you talking about again? Lu Chi asked. Frankie ignored Lu Chi, turned around and shouted in the direction of Kang and others. You don't have to worry about me, I have a clever plan of my own. After the round with Straw Hat, we will return to the city. Frankie, Usopp yelled. It can be seen from Usopp's state that Robin's attack just now was not as heavy as it seemed. Wait, I won't run away, Robin also said with difficulty. She must express her position. After all, her agreement was to let the Straw Hats go. Wait a minute, Sister Robin, what are you talking about now? We came to save you only after we knew everything. As long as you find a way to deal with the government's buster call, Sister Robin, you don't have to listen to them, Sanji also said emotionally. At this moment, Bruno once again opened a door behind Sanji. That buster call, that's the problem, Bruno said. Arashi kick, Bruno kicked Sanji. At this time, if Sukang doesn't take action, how long will it take? Sukang appeared like a ghost in an instant between Bruno and Sanji. He grabbed Bruno's foot with one hand and put the other hand in his pocket. So, now you still don't believe that I have the strength to kill you, Sukang said lightly. Sukang didn't look at Bruno at all. His arrogance was extremely arrogant. Even a senior agent like Bruno felt very disgusted. I admit that you are indeed powerful, but don't think that we are our full strength before, Bruno said. We just don't want to cause greater casualties to the people, and our thoughts are all on Frankie. Body. Hump, so you were hiding your strength at that time, Sukang almost laughed. This guy is still smiling at this time. Although Nami didn't know why Sukang was laughing, she felt Sukang's confidence. Hey, Sukang used the sword drawing technique and swung out the sword. Bruno also disappeared, thus dodging Sukang's move. Usopp, Sanji, Nami, and Robin were all dumbfounded at this time. They didn't know Sukang had such an ability before. Naturally, Usopp is unable to stop Bruno at all, and Nami has no such strength. Bruno's huge body flew towards Sukang without any control at all. Langio. Bruno's attack hit Sukang's body as if it hit the hardest sea rock, unable to even touch Sukang. At this time, Sukang even gave up his hands and hugged his chest with his hands, looking like an expert Uchiha Madara. All things are attracted by heaven. This guy, what just happened? Why was Bruno killed? Everyone in CP9 could hardly understand what happened. After all, attraction and repulsion cannot be seen with the naked eye. Sukang's height is not as exaggerated as Bruno, so there is no good way to catch Bruno. Although Bruno tried his best to stand still, the force of the Wangxiang Tianian was terrifying, and Bruno still easily flew into Sukang's hands. At this time, Bruno saw Nami and Usopp, and then rushed over directly, with the obvious intention of hurting innocent people. What exactly is it? Why can't my attack break your defense? Bruno asked while attacking at this time. Boom! Although Bruno used an iron block, after suffering such a strong attack, he fainted directly in the carriage. Rob Lukey and others who were watching the show explained. This guy did not disappear, but used the essence of the gate fruit, the air gate of opening. Sukang didn't explain too much. Even if he explained too much, it wouldn't be cracked. Therefore, the damage points Bruno received were attraction plus repulsion. Because it was a targeted acquisition of Shinra Tianjang, and Bruno happened to fly towards this direction. Sukang didn't intend to hide it and said directly, "One of my abilities, you can understand it as one of my protective abilities." Not bad, Bruno, he is indeed a user with the ability of the gate fruit. Sukang knew that Bruno would appear from behind, but he did not dodge. At this time, Bruno began to rain down blows on Sukang. Not only can a door be formed in a physical place, but it can also be formed directly in the air. In other words, no one can escape from our grasp, Rabluki said. Therefore, Sukang continued directly, Shinluo Tianjang. The demon shadow around the body has also become a good ability to resist Bruno's 6-style attack. Point the guns. Sukang reached out his hand at this time when Bruno was about to kill Usopp and Nami instantly. Langio. This was similar to Suzanu's demon defense, allowing Sukang to be protected 360 degrees. Point the gun. Bruno did not give up fighting Sukang because of this, but disappeared again. The strength of Sukang and Bruno are not in the same dimension at all. Therefore, Bruno has almost no power to resist when facing Sukang. Sukang's body was just some demon shadows at this time. Iron. Even the soles of the feet cannot be penetrated. A powerful repulsive force was discharged from Sukang as the center. What's going on with that guy? At this time, Frankie was still doubtful about Bruno's ability. You actually resisted the opponent's attack, Frankie said in shock on the other side. At this time, Bruno suddenly felt a sense of fear, just like human beings' innate fear of darkness. Demon Sukang, when he fought with me before, although he was very strong, he did not use this strange ability, Kaku said. We really met our opponent, he just used Lanku. Has this guy already learned the 6 styles? Khalifa was also a little confused. What should we do next? Khalifa asked. I'll go, Kaku said proactively. Compared to Bruno, Kaku is indeed much stronger. However, Bruno was instantly killed just now. Even if Kaku is gone, nothing may change. Rob Lukey thought for a while and said, this guy is not an ordinary person. I think it's better for me to go. Sukang, both in terms of strength and bounty, was enough to be taken seriously by Rob Lukey. If Kaku passed by, he would eventually be killed instantly. In this case, it is better for him to go as the strongest one, so that he may be able to give it a try. If he cannot defeat Sukang, then all the CP9 players combined cannot defeat Sukang. I'm sorry, I have to leave. Although Robin saw Sukang defeating Bruno, he still wanted to go back there. Robin knew that Su Kang was very strong, but Robin still couldn't believe that Su Kang could completely crush Buster Call. That was a shadow that could never be broken for her. Hey, Sister Robin, what are you talking about? Sanji persuaded. Yes, Robin, come back, we all know about you. With all of us here, we won't let you be captured by others, Usopp also said. Robin, everyone is worried about you. Everyone knows that you left for us. We must bring you back to the ship, Nami said. Su Kang said, crews are not allowed to leave the ship without permission unless the captain agrees. Luffy will not agree to your leaving without any reason. No, we do not accept your reasons, Su Kang said. Is it really Buster Call you're worried about, Robin? Su Kang asked. Your mission, your dreams, your partners, and those adventurous dreams you have, think about it carefully, Su Kang reiterated again. Robin was silent, her heart shaken. But from Robin's perspective, if Su Kang is now agreed to return to the Straw Hats, what if his friends are wiped out by Buster Call? What if my return brings misfortune again? What if Su Kang, who is invincible and can defeat generals, becomes the enemy of the whole world and ends up dying on the side of so-called justice? All eventualities are what Robin is worried about. I'm sorry, Robin felt very painful. In the end, she could only insist on such a decision. However, this just puts him within his own design. I understand, let's go, Su Kang said. What? Nami Sanji Usopp felt that he heard wrongly. Robin didn't say much, just nodded. The opponents Rob Luki had just arrived in the third carriage and originally wanted to go on a killing spree. However, Robin said, since they have let me go, I still have to abide by the agreement. Rob Luki nodded. Although he wanted to fight Su Kang with all his strength, he still had to put the mission first. Rob Luki sneered and said nothing. He took Robin and Bruno and used the moonwalk to return to his car. Su Kang, what's going on? Can't you defeat the general? Why are you afraid of them, or do you have your own ideas? Everyone knew that Su Kang would never make wrong decisions, so they asked immediately. Su Kang didn't intend to explain at first, but then said, this is called playing hard to get. Our purpose is to bring Robin back. If we forcefully take Robin back now, can we guarantee that Robin will not escape? Su Kang asked. When we meet up with Luffy and the others, we will go to the Ani Ace Hall together. Then, we will snatch Robin back in an honest and fair manner. When the time comes, the Buster Call will definitely be launched. When the time comes, it will be up to me to crush the Buster Call. After crushing the Buster Call, the shadow in Robin's heart should be relieved a lot. At that time, letting Luffy persuade Robin will definitely get twice the result with half the effort. Su Kang naturally has a plan when doing things. Now that he has saved Robin, even if he defeats CP9, Robin's heartache has not gone away. When the time comes, people like CP0 will come again and Robin will be in a dilemma again. So next, use this time to recover your strength and I will help you heal your injuries. We will talk about all the details after meeting Luffy. Su Kang said, judging from the speed of the sea train just now, we will arrive at Judiciary Island soon. The show will happen when the time comes, Su Kang said. Su Kang then began to treat Sanji and Nami Usopp's injuries while paying attention to the rear. Soon, an older smoking train came from behind. Luffy, Su Kang shouted. That's Su Kang. Demon Su Kang. Immediately afterwards, a scene that shocked Su Kang appeared again. Usopp's appearance as the Sniper King automatically had BGM once again. Luffy looked at Usopp in shock, as if he were looking at a hero. Chopper, on the other hand, also looked at Usopp with envy. How awesome, the Sniper King of Sniper Island, Luffy said in shock. That's right, it's me, I'm a good friend of Usopp. I'm entrusted by him to help you this time. Usopp said pretentiously, I have to say he looks really heroic in appearance. Wow, what a hero, I can tell when I see your cloak, Luffy said with admiration. I see, it turns out that you are a hero with a cape. At this time, Chopper also looked at Usopp and said with great anticipation. Others recognized Usopp's true identity at a glance. But where did Usopp go? Luffy asked. He's fine. In short, he said that he should try his best to rescue Robin now and left, Usopp said. Well, that's true, Luffy nodded in agreement. Wow, where is the Sniper Island? Chopper asked very innocently at this time. Sniper Island is in your hearts. Usopp's words originally had no effect on Sanji and Frankie, but now after saying it to Chopper and Luffy, they were instantly attracted to them. By the way. At this time, Sanji looked at everyone and said, before I go to rescue Sister Robin, please listen to me. As Captain Su Kang said, what affects Sister Robin's heart is the Buster Call, Sanji said. You must be mentally prepared in advance. That thing should not be something ordinary people can resist. What the hell is that? I will never forgive you. Luffy and Chopper were both filled with indignation. Hey, Nami asked Luffy to wake up. Isn't that true? Why did you refuse us to save her? Luffy asked. Robin is worried that she will get hurt after we save her, Nami said. I don't care. If I don't, Robin will be killed. It's impossible to let her die. I have to save her. Luffy's belief was still very firm. But, Nami still wanted to persuade but was stopped by Zoro. Okay, then we will take the first step and pry open the main entrance and the front door of the main island to clear the way for the train. No matter how many of us fall, we hope you will keep moving forward without any worries. That's right, but having said that, even if we all rush in, what are the chances that we can defeat CP9 when we encounter them? Nami then stopped trying to persuade him. Thinking about it, no matter whether it was Luffy or Su Kang, as captains, they were both guys who would not change their decisions easily. What's more, Su Kang and Luffy happen to be the same ones. They are all characters who can turn decay into magic and be reborn from the dead. We only have 60 people. We will definitely be defeated by an army of 2,000 to 3,000. Brother Straw Hat, you must avoid unnecessary battles and concentrate on dealing with CP9. If you want to take back the captured prisoner, that door is the line between life and death. Well, I don't have time to waste time for you, Grandma Kakaliu urged. The gates of justice can only be passed through the Tower of Justice, Bari explained. However, there is no one else. I have followed you all the way. I know your strength very well, so you will stay on the sea for the past 5 minutes and use this rocket man from the main entrance to rush into the island in one go. Bari arranged. It is surrounded by the sea and there is a fence in the sea. The fence goes around the jurisdiction of Judiciary Island. What's that black one? Luffy asked. The speaker was one of Frankie's younger brothers, a former enemy who was now a comrade on the same front. Okay, Luffy was eager to save Robin and agreed to Su Kang's suggestion without thinking. Everyone, come here. These are the general topography of Judiciary Island that I drew based on my hazy memory when I was repairing the track. Ordinary ships can't get in at all. I don't know what method was used, but Marine seems to be able to pass through safely. So it's the same as what the pirate lady said. It never fully opens, and when criminals pass through, the door will only open a little bit. And then on the other side of the door, there is a windless belt of large Poseidon-type villains like the lairs that line both sides of the Grand Line. Well, I should have said it when I came out of the Water City. When I walked out of that place, the front was either the Marine headquarters or the Deep Sea Great Prison. Before that, we had to have a result no matter what, Nami said. After passing the Justice Tower, there will be a door which is the Gate of Justice. No matter what it is, I will knock it away. I still have some tricks I want to practice. Luffy was very confident at this time. I can also help with the matter of consuming the opponent's troops. Since our purpose is to crush the possible Buster Call, the important task of convincing and rescuing Robin should be left to Luffy. Su Kang meant to crush the Buster Call. Leave the task to him. Su Kang also said, yes, if Robin passes through the Gate of Justice, he will reach the Impel Prison, the Undersea Impulse City, or the Marine headquarters through the Triangular Current. Yes, Su Kang nodded. He planned to hold back thousands of Marines together with 60 brothers. Stop talking, there won't be any change in what you should do, save her. Zoro also agreed. Wow, it's so big. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. Everyone. This is the front of the island. Please enjoy the sky behind Judiciary Island. The person who spoke was Granny Kokoro, because Luffy and others specially brought the Rocketman Sea train. At this time, the shadow of the Gate of Justice has appeared in everyone's sight. Even Su Kang agreed to Bari's plan. That is the Door of Justice, Granny Kakaliu said. Bari placed a drawing on the ground. Okay, I understand, Luffy nodded. It's a waterfall, Bari said. Anyway, after passing through the gate, you should know that if we can't save Nico, Robin, and Frankie on the way from the true gate to the Gate of Justice, we will have failed. Bari said, on the Judiciary Island on the drawing, everything is very clear. I have to say that although he is just a ship repair foreman, his planning ability is still very strong. After entering from the entrance, you will be surrounded by something similar to a sea waterfall. After passing through 3 doors, you will reach the Judiciary Tower on Judiciary Island. Why? No matter where Robin is taken, we just need to chase her until we rescue her, Luffy said. Okay, according to the plan, we will go first. Mr. Su Kang, are you with us? Said Frankie. No matter where you go, it's always troublesome, Su Kang said similarly. Leave the cover to us. Frankie's younger brother spoke with great authority. Immediately afterwards, Su Kang and Frankie's younger brothers took the lead. But at this moment, a strange thing happened in the carriage, that is, Luffy disappeared at this moment. Where's Luffy? Everyone was anxious. And just when Su Kang and Frankie's boys were preparing to take the lead to cover Luffy and the others, Luffy had already impatiently used rubber bullets from Rocket Man. With a whooshing sound, Luffy's body had already reached the railing. Luffy grabbed the railing and started his own battle to recover Robin without permission. Seeing this, Su Kang touched the sweat on the side of his head and said, well, you'd better inform Bari about this, right? Frankie's younger brother was helpless, and then entered the car and told Bari the situation. What is that guy asserting without authorization? Paris said angrily. That guy didn't understand our battle plan at all. Frankie's younger brother couldn't help complaining. Ah, Chopper is speechless at this moment. It's over. He didn't listen to the plan at all. Nami was sitting in the car helplessly at this time. He just said that, do I understand? Sanji asked. Because he can't wait for 5 minutes, right? Usopp said. That's right. Zoro also felt that Luffy wouldn't be so obedient and wait somewhere. Ha 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 ha, what an impatient person. Granny Cockaloo obviously saw Luffy's anxious look and sighed with a smile. Come on. Brother Pirates. Let's go, Brother Sukang. We still have to protect Brother Straw Hat. Let's climb up the iron railing and pry open the main door, Frankie's little brother said. Sukang nodded. After Luffy entered Judiciary Island at this time, it would inevitably cause chaos on Judiciary Island. However, Sukang has not forgotten his mission. At this time, he still needs to cooperate well with his teammates. Sure enough, as soon as Luffy entered Judiciary Island, he was marked as an intruder. All the Marines and men in black picked up their rifles and started shooting at Luffy. I've been discovered. Ha ha ha, Luffy was not afraid of bullets, so after jumping down, he continued running towards the Justice Tower. It's so boring here, please reply. Marine also began to use the phone bug to report the situation discovered so far. The person who answered the phone at this time was the commander of CP9. What's wrong? An intruder broke through the main entrance and went to the front door of the main island, Marine reports reported. What? An intruder? It doesn't matter. Calm down and kill him, CP9 Commander Spangdam said. No, but this is the front door of the main island. Confirm the intruder and deal with him now, please rest assured, Marine Hui reported. Please be careful when dealing with him. If I'm not mistaken, this guy is Straw Hat Luffy. Marine, who recognized Luffy, immediately reminded him. However, his reminder was still a step too late. Luffy had already entered the front door of the main island and began to prepare for forced entry into Judiciary Island. What? What did you just say? I think he is Straw Hat Luffy. The bounty is over 100 million. The Marine who just kept repeating it again, but the Marine who was still on the phone just now was unable to reply. At this time, Luffy was naturally able to deal with these marine fish. No one is Luffy's opponent. Robin, where is she? Luffy asked loudly. At this time, Spandam once again received an urgent report from Marine. Frankie's little brothers are not vegetarians either. Before the guard finished speaking, Sukang smiled. Are you still sleeping now? Wake them up quickly. Wake up all the sleeping soldiers on the main island. Spandam's head was getting big at this time. What? You actually let him break into the main island? What happened? What happened to Oimo and Cassie? Were they also killed? Spandam asked. What happened this time? Spandam was obviously unhappy. Sir. Straw Hat Luffy has broken into the main island. What's wrong, guard? Answer me. Spandam's mood had become obviously worse at this time. What happened? Who is Sukang? He is one of the pirates with the highest bounty in the first half of the Great Channel. Requesting reinforcements, Marine said in horror. We were underestimated, the Straw Hats and his subordinates. Spangdam also squinted his eyes, looking like he was thinking of some bad idea. It's just an intruder, there's no need to be so nervous, right? A person in Spandam's office said at this time. There were quite a few Marines at the main entrance, and these Marines were stunned when they saw Sukang. Almost all Marines know about the famous Sukang. At this time, after Luffy entered the front gate of the island, he easily broke through another gate and entered the main entrance of the main island of Judiciary Island. Although this smile looks very charming, it is very oppressive to the enemy. Okay, the most rubbish minions have been dealt with for now, let's continue with our plan. Oh, sir. With the invasion of Frankie's men, Sukang also came to the main entrance with everyone. Conquerors, domineering. Sukang said these 5 words very calmly. Sukang's appearance at this time was like a look, killing everyone instantly. No way, the strongest member of the Straw Hats, Demon Sukang, has appeared. Sir. Boom, at this time a cannonball hit the Marine. His record is astonishing, and he is said to kill without batting an eye, and his abilities are also very mysterious. It is said that he has more than one fruit ability. Idiot, this is the gate of world government, the Judiciary Island that carries the symbol of the Holy Spirit. What does it mean to be here? No matter how stupid you are, you know it. And you can invade the main island just to get back a partner, right? It's a huge shame for us. This, Frankie's younger brothers are all shocked. 60 people against several thousand Marines. What was originally impossible has become possible at this moment. They are not very strong, so they cannot stand the oppression of Sukang's level of conqueror's domineering power. There are still us. The people who spoke were naturally a group of experts. With Sukang as the center, countless Marines fell because of this. No, because it's still late at night and they are probably still sleeping, Marine said stupidly. The huge conquerors instantly swept across the entire front door of Judiciary Island. A suspicious gang has invaded in a monster's carriage. Su Kang did not intend to go directly to rescue Robin, but continued to implement the original plan. The originally black pupils are slightly white, which is a characteristic of using domineering force. Hey, is that Su Kang? Is he the legendary demon Su Kang? Guard! Tell me about the situation at the front door, Spandam asked at this time. Hey, guard, but no one responded to him at this time. How many enemies are there? Where are they now? Answer the main entrance. What happened? Spandam continued to ask. At this time, Su Kang slowly walked to the guard and said to the phone bug, Are you Spandam? Hello, I am the intruder. Su Kang directly got on the phone with Spandam. Who are you? What happened to the doorman? Spandam said. Ah, are you asking me again about the guy lying on the ground in front of me? Sorry, we have almost cleared the Marines at the main entrance. If there are any more troops left, please call them in immediately, otherwise we will break through. What? You'll regret it. Who are you? Leave your name, Spandam asked. Su Kang, Demon Su Kang. After Su Kang finished speaking, he hung up the phone easily. As for the surrounding area, Marine was originally stunned by Conqueror's domineering force. Although some reinforcements have arrived, Frankie's younger brothers are not idle either. Basically, the Marine at the front gate has been almost wiped out, not to mention the remaining ones. Karara's boatman helped. Don't forget our mission, go in through the side door and open the main door, Bari said. Because not everyone can jump directly like Luffy, the gate of opening is helpful for our boys to rush and kill. Under the cover of the boatman and Frankie's younger brothers, Frankie's two younger sisters also opened the side door. Frankie's three younger brothers and the monster destroyers pushed the door hard. The first gate, the main gate, was finally breached. Everyone rushed in like a tide. The enemies encountered so far are all minions, and they can be passed without any effort at all. Wow, what's going on with this hold? Because the waterfall next to Judiciary Island is very magical, many young people asked about it out of curiosity. No time to care about this, full speed. Run towards the front door of the main island, Frankie's little boss shouted. And just when everyone was about to break through the front and main doors in one go, two oversized men suddenly fell from the sky, shaking the ground. Although it's painful to be woken up from sleep, it's time for us to work. We have to get rid of them quickly so we can go back to sleep, said the two giants. Giants? After all, Frankie's younger brothers were just dismantling workers of some ships, and the bodies of the giants were several times their size. They were already shocked just from the visual perspective. Although we don't know what you are here for, you'd better go back before you get crushed. What do you think, Aoyama? Said the giant named Cassie. That's right, Cassie and Aoyama feel the same, but we will crush all your marrow, Aoyama said. It's impossible, the doorman is actually a giant, are you kidding? It's so big, the monster destroyer looks a little pitiful. Everyone felt very guilty when they saw the giants, and the two giants also said, Go back quickly. You can't pass through this door. If you don't leave, we will take action. The giants were already a little impatient. No matter who your opponent is, don't back down, Frankie's family, Frankie's little boss said. For Big Brother, at this time the French family burst out with astonishing momentum. However, everyone is still as nervous as ever. Leave this to me. At this time their rescuer came out. You two should be from the giant soldier pirates, right? Do you know Torai and Brokey? What? The two giant guards immediately stopped moving after hearing their familiar names. What did you say? That's our captain, the two giants also asked immediately. Who is that? Frankie's younger brothers naturally didn't know who Su Kang was talking about. When I was in the small garden when I was fighting the Baroque works, there were two giants. These two giants are Blue Ogre and Red Ogre, the so-called captains of the giant soldier pirates. At the same time, they are soldiers of Elbaf. The two giants in front of them are also members of the giant soldier pirates. Su Kang knew the identities of these two people very well, and now he said directly, both of them are my friends. What? The two giants were shocked. The Marine and World government said that the two captains are in their hands. As long as we help them guard the gate for 50 years, they will let our captain go. The two giants said stupidly. Su Kang immediately said, You have been deceived. Marine and World government have no idea where Brokey and Dongli are. They were originally in a small garden in the Great Channel. It may be heading towards Elbaf now. Of course, it may still be in the small garden. In short, Marine and World government deceived you. For you, 50 years is a blink of an eye, so you think it's nothing, but for Marine and World government, you are the best weapon, Su Kang said. The two giants saw that what Su Kang said was very true and did not look like a lie. Su Kang then imitated the way Dongli and Brokey talked. After that, the two giants in front of them no longer doubted it. Asterisk hold, so that's what it is. You actually deceived us, don't worry, next let me help you. The two giants were originally weapons for Judiciary Island to deal with the invaders. But unexpectedly, they turned against them now. The still conscious Marine and the man in black looked at each other. They knew the terror of the giants, otherwise they would not have tricked the giants into guarding the gate for them. Ha! The two giants then started to attack. The man in black and Marine were quickly knocked down by the giants. The two giants were more like two huge monsters. At this moment, Marine and the man in black had lost the courage and belief to continue fighting. Frankie's younger brothers and boatmen also pursued the victory and broke through the main entrance of the main island. In fact, there are 4 gates in total, and now everyone has broken through 2 gates. At this moment, Luffy has also entered the core area of Judiciary Island. At this time, Luffy rushed in too fast, causing the surrounding Marines and men in black to surround him. Ha! Straw Hat Boy, you have thrown yourself into a trap this time. The strength of Judiciary Island is 10,000. Where are your accomplices? Come out with your accomplices, Marine and the man in black shouted. No, I am the only one here now. Yes, there is only one person, Luffy said. Luffy clicked his fingers and said domineeringly, get out of my way. Report, Marine immediately reported to Spandam at this time. The front door of the main island has been breached. The two of them have become enemies. Ah, Marine fell to the ground before he could finish his words. At *** hole, Spandam was very angry. At this moment, he was extremely uneasy. Ah! At this time, Luffy started to kill. Using the elasticity of rubber, Luffy also drove all the way, even though the number of Marine and the men in black was so large that they could crush Luffy. But Luffy's strength should not be underestimated. Facing so many enemies, he defeated them. Have you caught Straw Hat Luffy? Spandam asked. Report, there are about 400 of them. At this time, the man in black took out the phone bug and said, What 400? What are you talking about? Spandam asked. I'm talking about the casualty statistics. The man in black was also in a daze at this time. What, more than 400 people have been killed by Straw Hat Luffy? Spandam was also very surprised. More than 100 people have been added. The man in black then corrected, number 500 people. Assholes, you are guards, how can you be punished if you are killed so easily? There are casualties. Please report accurately, Spandam said. At this moment, Luffy was at the peak of his momentum. At this moment, he picked up a huge tree and swung it up. Countless Marines were directly knocked away. Our current loss is 5. Peoples, the man in black who reported it, originally wanted to say 500 people, but when it came to Baida, he should not attack himself. What? 5 people? There are only 5 people. It seems that Straw Hat Luffy did not start fighting but walked around the island. But this is expected, because no one would be idiot enough to challenge so many soldiers. I think it's just a matter of time before we help him. Spandam was also very optimistic and did not find anything wrong with the problem. Sir, Lu Chi and the others are here, a man in black reported. Are you back? Please, Spandam said. After seeing Spandam, Lu Chi said, long time no see, sir. Yeah, Spandam nodded. Caddy Fram, the prisoner in the attack on government personnel in the Water City 8 years ago, and Nicole Robin, the prisoner in the attack on the Marine battleship in O'Hara, West Blue 20 years ago. No one escaped, all were brought. Both of them are outside the door now, Rablucci said. It's great to be back, Luki Kaku Bruno Califa. Spandam was so excited that he called all the members by name. Hey Lucci, your attitude is even more arrogant, said the person sitting on the sofa. Your idiotic look is even more exaggerated, Gabula, Lucci responded. Yes, the people sitting on the sofa now are other members of CP9. This Jabra is as strong as Kaku. What? Jabra was also ready to fall out. You guys are doing well. Are you going to be like this as soon as you come back? At this time, Otanashi Owl also suddenly attacked Califa, Bruno and others. But those who were familiar with Otanashi Owl were naturally prepared to resist in advance. It turns out that Otanashi Owl has the ability to test the power, and then said, Your power, first of all, Califa has a power of 630 and Bruno has a power of 820. Kaku 2200 power. Lucci 4000 power. What? Why is it so high? I've never heard of it. Even though they were their own people, some members still expressed shock. It's true, everyone has become stronger, said the owl. Jabra and Nudori have both been tested, and you can tell at a glance who is more powerful, said Otanashi Owl. In the end, Otanashi Owl made a ranking list of the power of all CP9 members. I have objections. Forget it, Lucci, how could I lose to Kaku? At this time, Jabra also felt it was unfair. Bah, Kaku has become stronger too, said Otanashi Owl. Hey, don't be arrogant, Kaku. In the final analysis, this move of hand-eye can only measure physical skills. I will add the ability of Devil Fruit in actual combat. Don't think that I will lose to you, Jabra said unwillingly. You can think whatever you want, I'm not interested in those things, Kaku said. Just don't listen to what the wild dogs are barking about. Lucci was not polite to Jabra at all. Who are you calling a wild dog? Lucci and Jabra scolded at this time, you weird cat. Lucci turned his head and looked at Jabra, and directly used the Devil Fruits ability to transform into the leopard man form. And Jabra also directly transformed into the form of a wolf. You all stop it now. Speaking of which, Jabra is really easily angered today, Kaku said. Now all the guards on the island are saying that he was dumped by the waiter Catherine yesterday, Atanashi Owl said. That's it, Bruno nodded. Wait, why does everyone know this kind of thing? Jabra asked in embarrassment. Because I said it on the main island, Atanashi Owl said. Atanashi Owl's mouth is like a zipper. Jabra pulled it directly without any politeness and blocked Atanashi Owl's mouth. Really, you just come up with boring rankings as soon as you meet. All of you, from the moment you master the 6 postures, have gone far beyond the human realm. With 500 power, you are already superhuman. Sir's Taoist power is only 9, which is lower than ordinary people. Atanashi Owl said, don't talk about me because I am the commander-in-chief. And I also have a sword as a trump card. Spandam couldn't help complaining. Actually, we have always known how useless Sir is, Khalifa said unceremoniously. Hey, can you save some face for me, Khalifa? Spandam asked. You are sexually harassing, Khalifa said. Hey, is it okay if I just accepted your words? Spandam was also speechless. In short, Spandam chatted with the members of CP9 for a while and then slammed the table and said, thank you for your hard work for these 5 years of mission. Not only Nico Robin, but also the evil one Katie Flam got them all. What a great achievement. After hearing this good news, other people in the world will support your work. Do you know how proud I am as the commander-in-chief? That's right, although I can't say it's a reward for you this time, I have something to give you. I'll mention this later. Anyway, let me take a look first with the hope of the whole world. Nico Robin. Spandam then let Nico Robin in. At this moment, the battle on Judiciary Island is still going on. Luffy was still trying his best to break out, but Marine and the man in black were still unable to catch Luffy. Luffy's body is very light, coupled with the ability of the rubber fruit, Luffy can hide and hide like a monkey. At this time, Rocketman and other partners of the Straw Hats also took action. Guys, it's time, we're getting closer slowly, they should have opened both doors. Mr. Samurai, I leave the iron fence to you, Granny Kokoro said. Leave it to me, Zoro said calmly. Brother Frankie, the Carrera workers, and Sukang have now broken through the main gate of the island and are already fighting with the marine men in black at the main gate of the island. Oops. The wall is about to collapse. President, there is a pirate running amok on the main island. We can't seem to contact Commander Spandam. Please give us instructions, Marines reported. As for CP9, they are all in the Justice Tower at this time with Chief Spandam. Hurry and catch him. Marines rushed towards this building like a tide. After seeing Luffy, they moved up and down, blocking Luffy in the middle. But at this moment, Sukang's French family and boatmen met their opponents. Don't say that, let him be found not guilty. Rubber machine gun. Luffy's fist hit the wall like raindrops, and the wall instantly cracked into countless small pieces. Run, the Marines all looked at each other. Luffy took this opportunity to continue rushing towards the north and was about to reach the Tower of Justice. The Straw Hats are also preparing to attack. That's right, no need to hide it. I am the presiding judge of Judiciary Island. The person in charge of the left is called Left Baskerville, the one in charge of the right is called Right Baskerville, and the one in the middle is called Central Expressway Highway. No, I can't contact you. At this time, Marine was beaten by Luffy and was defeated. At this time, he wanted to call for support, but he couldn't contact him. Hey, where did the Straw Hat Boy go? A Marine standing on a tall building couldn't find Luffy. Pirates are guilty. Oops, Judge. Under the conspiracy of the Straw Hats, the 2 giants on this island have completely turned against us. Fell from the air. The other person was wearing very strange white clothes and had the world government logo on his shoulder. The most important thing is that there is a dog under them. What? They are absolutely not allowed to move forward. Order 100 team members to rush to the main entrance of the main island immediately. Be sure to stop the opponent's progress, said the presiding judge. Presiding judge. Luffy was moving quickly towards the Tower of Justice alone. A pirate, pirates are guilty. We are the first-class guards of the Judiciary Island. The Dogs of the Law, referred to as the Dogs of the Law. Under the orders of Judge Baskerville, we are here to punish you. Okay, let's compromise and get the death penalty, Central Expressway said. Oops, got attacked from both sides, rubber. Volcano. At this time, Luffy punched through the building, then hit his head hard on the wall and many cracks suddenly appeared on the wall. The Straw Hat Boy is heading towards the court. Be on guard, hurry up. What are you doing? Why is it so noisy outside? It woke me up. There was a lot of panic outside and a voice suddenly sounded. Hey, the main island is calling Chief Spangdam. It's dangerous, the Marines felt a little uncomfortable. It turned out that Spandam had not hung up the phone just now. There were only 5 people with hearing impairment at that time, so he didn't say much. The presiding judge has 3 heads, which looks very strange. Sir Spandam. Please answer, please provide countermeasures and instructions. We can't stop Straw Hat Luffy. The Marines continue to call. Right below you, Marine from below immediately reminded. Damn it. One after another they come to hinder us, said the boatman Lulu. Leave it to us. At this moment, the giant who became one of his own also took the initiative to attack the so-called French dog team. At this moment, Rocketman also happened to fall from the sky. Since the giant at this time had become one of his own, Su Kang immediately raised his hand when he saw this. Wangxiang Tianian Yin, Su Kang's eyes turned into ripples, and he used his powerful reincarnation eyes to safely send Rocket Man to the place where he was. Fa, what happened? The people in the French dog team and the people in black didn't know what happened. Great, he fell. Marine and the people in black were very happy. Luffy did not communicate with Marine, and Marine finally fired the rocket launcher. But soon Zoro, Sanji, and others rushed out. What a stubborn guy, then just fall down. A man in black stepped on Luffy's hand. Countless bullets were fired at Luffy, and Luffy was accidentally forced into a desperate situation by Marine. Behind him was a big hole in the sea. If he fell, he would definitely die without a burial place. In addition, Luffy was a person with fruit abilities, so he would definitely die. I won't surrender, Luffy refused simply. However, Luffy was very flexible and immediately grabbed it elsewhere. Straw Hat, if you surrender honestly, we can consider pulling you up, Marine said with a smirk. He is waiting for time to pass, for the plot to advance, and for his own system. At this time, the Rocketman was surrounded by smoke. Bari looked at the front of the car and said, "It's not coming out. Wow, it's Roronoa and the others." At this moment, the morale of the friendly side was greatly boosted, while the morale of the other side was quite low. It's just that this time I don't know how long I have to stay here before I can sign in successfully. The cliff under Luffy's feet was hit, and eventually Luffy fell down. Give up. Straw Hat, you can surrender. Land rocket force. Get ready. Marine got countless rocket launchers and aimed them at Luffy. Are you kidding? No need, Sanji said. Why did Rocket Man fall from the sky? Rubber storm. At this time, Luffy continued to advance through obstacles all the way. Flying in like this, are those guys okay? Would it be better to say hello first? Zoro asked. Oh my god, isn't our door opened in vain? Do you want to try that move? Luffy was a little confused. In the end, countless Marines and men in black stepped on the edge of the cliff trying to step down Luffy. Who are those 2 people? Man in black asked Marine. Luffy didn't care at all because bullets were ineffective against him. At this time, Su Kang was still fighting step by step, and Su Kang was still waiting. How lucky! Luffy then stepped on the bodies of Marine and the man in black and climbed up the cliff, and the fight started. Don't get in my way here, Luffy was thinking of Robin at this moment. Unexpectedly, because too many people stepped on the cliff where Marine and the man in black were was also collapsed. Look, he's not dead yet. Luffy was also very nervous at this time. When they reached the edge of the cliff, they could no longer see Luffy's figure, but those with sharp eyes still saw Luffy grabbing the cliff with his hands. After all, the place where we are now is Judiciary Island. Judiciary Island is an important plot node and is definitely the place to sign in for the god-level sign-in system. Great. I've been waiting for you. As long as we walk to the tallest building, that should be enough, right? Luffy said to himself at this time, and then quickly moved towards the Tower of Justice again. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked into Judiciary Island. You have signed in successfully. Congratulations on obtaining the power of Super Saiyan blood. The sound of the system came suddenly. Su Kang was still cleaning up the Marines and men in black near the main entrance with his brothers, but now after hearing the sound of the system, he felt much better. Ha! The wait is finally here. Su Kang was not surprised by the reward he received, but because he signed in for the system. Su Kang has been dawdling and not advancing the plot quickly. The reason is that he is waiting for the system itself to successfully recognize his sign-in. Super Saiyan bloodline, I remember it seems to be the plot in Dragon Ball, right? Su Kang thought for a while and then nodded. The protagonist Son Goku is of Saiyan blood. Every time he is on the verge of death or seriously injured, his potential will be re-energized and his strength will become more powerful. Su Kang had doubts and then immediately asked, System, is there any difference between Super Saiyan blood and ordinary Saiyan blood? The system replied, of course there is a difference. Saiyans need various circumstances to transform into Super Saiyans, and Super Saiyan bloodline, just like Broly, is born with the ability to transform. The ability to become a Super Saiyan. Su Kang was silent. Can I also transform into a Super Saiyan? Su Kang thought for a while and then asked. Logically speaking, it is correct. As long as you can use chi reasonably and control anger, such as angry emotions. The system briefly explained it, and Su Kang naturally understood it. Su Kang, who was not enough at this time, could not help but have some questions. In other words, without mastering such a thing as chi, I am currently unable to use Saiyan's abilities. Yes, but when you are in danger, this bloodline will suddenly awaken and you will become stronger, the system said. Although Su Kang didn't say anything, he sneered in his heart. Thinking about his current strength, who else in the entire pirate world is his opponent? How could we be in danger? However, the guy who could demonize others before might be considered a potential danger. Kill him. Su Kang's attention returned to Judiciary Island at this time, and the troops on Judiciary Island had regrouped. After all, there are 10,000 Marines and men in black on Judiciary Island. Even if they stand there, it will take a long time to kill each one with a knife. Originally, Su Kang had been feeding Luffy to create opportunities and time, and he had no intention of taking action. Su Kang wants to ensure the normal progression of part of the plot. However, there is no need to wait so long now, and the system rewards have been received. Now all you have to do is suppress the enemy with all your strength, let the enemy summon Buster Call, and then crush the Buster Call. Marines and men in black gathered in front of them, and the leader was naturally the presiding judge of Judiciary Island. Due to this guy's leadership, everyone was completely separated from Su Kang, and it seemed as if Su Kang was isolated and helpless. Are you Demon Su Kang, the strongest among the Straw Hats, and you're also the guy with a bounty of 1 billion? The three heads of the presiding judge also asked Su Kang one by one. The presiding judge is used to judging people, and now it was like interrogating a prisoner. Su Kang didn't like this feeling, but now Su Kang didn't intend to argue with these little minions. Haha. It doesn't matter if you don't speak, don't even think about escaping from here today. The presiding judge said, escape? Why escape? It's just a judicial island. I Su Kang don't even pay attention to it. Su Kang used to be very low-key, but now that he is so powerful, naturally his strength does not allow him to keep a low profile. Ha ha ha, the presiding judge sneered, and then waved his hand, beckoning his elite guards to join him. Those elite guards didn't know how strong Su Kang was just now, but they were under the command of the superior at this time, so they were desperate. He rushed towards Su Kang. Seng Seng. In addition to rushing towards Su Kang themselves, they also held French dogs in their hands. Many French dog troops also rushed towards Su Kang. Shenluo Tianzheng. Su Kang waited silently until they rushed forward and were about to take action before using the Shenluo Tianzheng. An extremely terrifying repulsive force spread out around Su Kang. A huge depression was instantly blasted out of the ground, and the surrounding French dog troops and elite guards were instantly ejected. The one in front was bounced off and hit the person behind. In the end, a large area fell down in front and behind, and the scene was really spectacular. Even the presiding judge has never seen such a scene. What happened? Zoro, Sanji, and others also looked at each other. Although they knew Su Kang's strength, when Su Kang showed his strength again, everyone felt an unfamiliar temperament. It flew away. Could it be the fruit ability? The presiding judge was also shocked. So many people in his own army were killed in an instant. In his knowledge, this was something that had never happened before. Everyone, don't get close to it. He seems to have the ability to bounce others away. The presiding judge was not stupid and reminded him immediately. However, Su Kang's strength is not limited to that. All things are attracted by heaven. Su Kang's Samsara Eye is the 9 Magatama Samsara Sharingan, and the skill of using the Samsara Eye does not have a CD time of 5 seconds. Therefore, after using the Shenluo Tianzheng, Su Kang once again used the Vientiane Sky Yin. This time, Su Kang planned to capture the thief first, although the time when they fell to the ground might not be much different. After Su Kang sucked the presiding judge over, he was unable to catch him due to his height. However, Su Kang directly pushed him to the ground and put his hand directly on his head. What are you going to do? The presiding judge has 3 heads and Su Kang is not polite, the way of the world. Su Kang was like cold iron, his eyes were as cold as a real devil. Yes, Su Kang used the power of the human world to directly extract the soul of the chief judge. Su Kang was still a little confused in his heart, wondering whether to go on a killing spree, but after reading the memory of the presiding judge, Su Kang directly confirmed his choice. Many people were killed by this B******D, the presiding judge. Many innocent people were framed. There were also people who originally wanted to seek the asylum of fairness and justice, but because the presiding judge accepted the order of his superiors, he, the plaintiff, becomes the defendant. All in all, the presiding judge is the executor of the world government's decisions. Whether it is a pirate or a civilian, the presiding judge's trial is of no use and is simply unfair. There was no need to keep such a world government dog, so Su Kang directly killed the presiding judge. After the presiding judge foamed at the mouth and lost his breath, Marine and the man in black were so frightened that they collapsed on the ground. "How scary, Judge, what's wrong with you?" Marine and the man in black went over and shook the judge. Although the judge had 3 heads, after one head died, the head next to it seemed to have stopped breathing. The chief judge of Judiciary Island was actually killed by Su Kang in a single encounter. Originally, the Straw Hat Pirates basically didn't kill people, or they never did. No matter how evil the bad guy is, Luffy will eventually fight him off or beat him to pieces. If he really couldn't let go of his hatred, he would beat him and hand it over to Marine and world government. However, this time Su Kang was different. He killed someone. Su Kang didn't feel that he had gone too far. This was in the world of animation. Moreover, Su Kang was oppressed by pirates from the beginning in the anime world. Coupled with the blessing of various abilities now, Su Kang did not become a big bad guy and still followed the original trajectory of growth. He was already a rare thing. Zoro Sanji Usopp at this time was not in the mood to care whether the chief judge was dead or not. They only knew that Su Kang killed the chief judge. "Brothers, come on." Brother Frankie and others saw that the momentum was good, so they continued to rush inside. Su Kang raised his hand at this time, looked at Marine and the men in black around him and asked, "If you don't want to die, just get out of here. There is no need for Judiciary Island to exist today." Su Kang can be sure that no matter what, today's Judiciary Island will be destroyed. But these people sounded like something else. What? Su Kang wants to destroy Judiciary Island. Is he trying to completely P***s off the world government? You can't do this, you can't do it. We still have all the adults from CP9. Although Marine and the man in black were very scared, they still looked very brave and Su Kang couldn't help but want to laugh. "I am not a murderous demon. I will give you another chance, 10 seconds. I'll give you 10 seconds. After 10 seconds, all Marines and men in black that I can see will be killed without mercy," Su Kang said with a faint smile. When he spoke, he seemed to be joking, but on his body his aura is frightening. As a result, the courage and belief here were instantly shaken. Things in the world are like this and there may be no hope, but you still have the will to survive and there is still a chance of survival. When they lose their will, they completely become dying people. At this moment, almost all Marines and men in black turned around and ran towards the Justice Tower. It's like a person falling into the water. He wants to grab something and climb ashore, but he can only grab a straw, thinking it is a life-saving straw. They all know how powerful the CP9 adults are, so they no longer take into account so many rules. If you can't beat them, you can't beat them. It's no big deal to escape. But at this time, they are no longer running away, but running for their lives, or running away is more appropriate. At this time, Spandam was still talking to Frankie. Planetary devastation. At this time, Su Kang made the planetary devastation seal, and the ground on Judiciary Island began to fall off in large quantities. This is Su Kang. We have no idea how strong he is, Nami also sighed, 1.0. Su Kang stretched out his right hand and used yin and yang dao to create a black core. Thanks to Su Kang's protection, everyone was safe at this time, but Marine and the man in black were unlucky at this time. But the friends around him didn't know what to say. The black core floated into the sky near the main entrance of Judiciary Island. Su Kang had already started counting the seconds. "Okay, everyone, keep charging. There are still a lot of Marines and men in black inside," Su Kang shouted. "No, I'm going to be sucked away." Whether the enemies sucked into the stars will live or die depends on their own destiny, and Su Kang doesn't care. Soon, however, the attraction became overwhelming. "This level is no longer what humans can achieve, right?" Sanji also lit a cigarette and asked with some confusion. Many plants were also attracted together. Sage of Six Paths used planetary devastation to create the moon. It was naturally impossible for Su Kang to use such a powerful planetary devastation at this time. If I had known this, I would never have become enemies with Su Kang and the others. What Su Kang is dealing with is not Ten Tails or Princess Kaguya, he is just dealing with some minions. When Su Kang, Luffy, and others quickly approached the Justice Tower, the CP9 people in Spandam had no idea what was going on outside. "It's too exaggerated." Usopp was also in a daze. Whether it was CP9 or Buster Call, Su Kang planned to fight back. When Su Kang saw that his people were almost protected, height began to show attraction. At first, the attraction was not very strong. His subordinates were even more powerful. Although there were not many of them, Su Kang led them to victory again and again. Many of the fast runners had already disappeared. Those who resisted and those enemies who had no time to leave were trapped in the stars by Su Kang. In fact, Su Kang could use other abilities, but this time Su Kang didn't want to waste time. He used the fastest time to clean the battlefield, not clean the stage. Next, he knew what kind of enemy he would face. The scope of Su Kang's planetary devastation is indeed very small, and it does not even cover the entire Judiciary Island. Su Kang is also afraid that he will accidentally injure Luffy or Robin French and other members of his own family. Su Kang then clasped his hands together and said, "My people, come close to me immediately." Although it is a small planetary devastation, it kills enemies within reach of the naked eye. This result alone makes Su Kang's status unsurpassable in everyone's hearts. Su Kang just felt that looking at the stage in front of him at this moment was much more pleasing to the eye. Ah, what's going on? How could it be so easy to escape from Su Kang's hands? When Su Kang counted to 0, his whole temperament changed again. "That's great, brother Su Kang." Frankie's younger brother and Frankie's younger sister both had stars in their eyes. They also deeply realized how powerful Su Kang was. If it's so strong, it would be interesting. Even though CP9 people wouldn't be Su Kang's opponents, right? Zoro also smiled. After all, his side is stronger. Your temper has not changed much since then, Cataflam. If I had known that you were still alive and still had the design drawings in hand, there would be no trouble like this today. Spanda Mew said as he stepped on Frankie with his foot. 10-9-8, Suzanu's shadow instantly appeared on Su Kang's body. After many of his own people got close to Su Kang, they were protected by Su Kang and marked as their own. Because it's so easy to use your past sins to force you out. At this time, Spandam stepped heavily on Frankie's face with his foot. Although Frankie is a reformed person, he can also be injured, and he is in quite a lot of pain at this time. Your brother Bingshan is in much more trouble. After Tom died, he propped up the shipyard in Water City with one hand, organized it into a large company, and then tried every means to deal with the world government, which has a deep hatred. The company's status as a world government contractor has finally been established. Not only is the president of the shipyard Carrera company, but also the mayor of the Water City. He is also indispensable to the government, so there is nothing we can do to him. He is a smart man, haha. But fortune is on my side now. Just when I couldn't bear it anymore and wanted to take force, I received a good report from Admiral Aokiji. He said that Nico Robin got on the pirate ship and headed for the Water City. In order to calm down, I drank a cup of coffee. Then all the situations, including the Buster call, were taken into consideration in the combat plan. Although there are a few changes, look. The 2 keys to the ancient weapon's resurrection are now in front of my eyes. Spandam was very happy and repeated again. Did you see it? All the fortune is on my side, hey 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 ha 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 ha. As long as I want, I can control the power of any big country. Now it's in my hands, it's in your hand. Spandam looks like a bad guy no matter what. Robin asked, why did Kuzan give you the authority of Buster Call? Huh? Spandam rushed over and punched Robin in the face without saying a word. Robin's hands were tied and he couldn't use his abilities, so he was knocked away. What qualifications do you have to ask me questions, you rude person? If I hadn't discovered the value of your existence, you would be worthless. Ha ha ha, you have to thank me. Devil's Land, O'Hara's orphan Nico Robin. Spandam showed no mercy to Robin and hit Robin's sore spot. Listen carefully, you will experience countless painful feelings next. Be prepared to be punished, used, then thrown into the sea. Your existence is so sinful. Spandam laughed. I can't stop, I really need a beating. Oh, by the way, news came just now. I heard that a group of idiots came here and wanted to save you from being a good-for-nothing. Could it be? Robin thought of his partner and a man's face. Perhaps Robin himself didn't know why he thought of that person's face first. However, they should all be caught now, right? The Straw Hat Gang. Spandam said proudly. In front of the 10,000 soldiers on Judiciary Island, they are no different from trash. It just so happens that the boat to the prison is about to leave. If so, consider them as souvenirs. I'm going to send them to underwater prison with the Cardiff column, Spandam said. Robin thought of his friends at this moment. No. This goes against our agreement. The condition for me to help you is to let them leave safely. Robin finally couldn't help but said anxiously. And why are you shouting so loudly? Lucci, convey our conditions correctly, Spandam said. Rob Lukey, who was sitting on the sofa, squinted his eyes and said, let the Straw Hat Boy and his 7 people, excluding Nico Robin, set sail safely from the water capital. Look, that's it, right? It's not wrong, right? Spandam reminded him a few times, and Robin seemed to understand what he meant. Didn't they sail safely from the water capital and come here? Spandam completely deceived Robin. What did you say? Is it possible that you are going to use such a lame excuse to break the agreement? Robin is a very calm person. No matter what happens, he will not panic but will think carefully. This is also reasons to become a scholar. But now because of the safety of his partners, Robin panicked. What a bunch of hopeless scum, they have no mercy at all. Frankie couldn't help but said. What did you say? Spandam turned around, stepped on Frankie's head and cursed. Shut up, you loser, you are sinners. We don't have to abide by any agreement. B asterisk 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 D B asterisk 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 D. You too deceive the pirates and lure them into taking the bait. This is what Marine does naturally. Spandam kicked Frankie and Robin so many times that he was already out of breath. Despicable villain. At this time, Robin felt a sense of sadness and powerlessness in his heart. In the end, what did he do? Still tough on me. At this time, Spandam lifted Robin's head and said, You, a woman who has always betrayed others, do you still think about having a noble justice system? Haha, Spandam threw Robin to the ground, and Robin and Frankie's mouths were already bleeding. You just die together. In the face of great justice, everything is powerless. Spandam still looked like a villain who had succeeded. Ah, don't hinder me. Luffy's eyes turned red at this moment. The men in black and marine around him were also beaten away again and again. But the only thing that remained unchanged was that Luffy was getting closer and closer to the Tower of Justice. Marine and the man in black have also been frightened by Luffy. Luffy is as strong as a monster, and they have no chance to fight back. After Su Kang defeated many Marines and men in black, he directly used his flying ability to fly straight towards the Tower of Justice. Okay, guards, lock the two people up with chains. Don't let Nico Robin loose her seastone handcuffs. Throw the Cardiff column into impel down. Nico Robin, take it with you. Marine headquarters. Spandam arranged. Once the escort ship is ready, it will officially set sail through the Gate of Justice. In addition, there is one more thing I want to warn you. Cataphragm is very cruel. Spandam hasn't finished speaking yet. Lan Chi jumped up and bit Spandam's head with his mouth. At this time, Bruno was worried. Straw Hat Boy, there is also Demon Su Kang. They won't give up, right? Have they appeared? Bruno asked Otanashi Owl. Yes, the news just came. The commander was so busy that it was embarrassing, but the report at that time said that there were only 5 casualties. Otanashi Owl said. Bruno looked at the phone bug and found that the receiver was off-center. Frankie and Robin were then escorted out. Spandam said proudly, CP9, please go back to your room and rest first. This achievement will play a great role in improving our status. How about we put it on again and hold a celebration party? I'm sorry, now is not the time, and besides, I'm not interested in status and power. Lucci directly rejected Spandam's kindness. Rablucci continued. There is no need for us to agree with your idea. So what is it that you are pursuing? Spandam asked. It's blood, Rob Luki said as he directly transformed himself into the leopard man form. As long as we are here, killing is legal. It's chilling. To the government, they are like the only killer group. How reliable my subordinates are. As long as I have them, I don't think I will lose to anyone. Spandam also felt very happy. Ha ha ha, Spandam laughed at this moment, completely unaware of the crisis that Judicial Island was about to face. At this moment, Su Kang has arrived at the last building in front of Judiciary Island. What a coincidence is that just as Su Kang arrived here, Luffy also arrived. Su Kang, you're here too. You should be able to see Robin soon, right? Luffy asked. Yes, but it's not that easy to get through here, Su Kang said. How do you say that? Before Luffy understood the meaning of Su Kang's words, he heard someone say, Air Gate. Immediately afterwards, a tall man in black walked out in front of him. This person is naturally a person with the ability of the gate fruit, Bruno, a master who is good at using iron blocks. Ah, you are a loser with that pigeon guy, Luffy said looking at Bruno. Bruno saw Luffy and Su Kang and naturally understood that there was a big difference between the actual situation and the intelligence. It seems the information is wrong, Bruno said. Hey, how did you do that just now? Luffy asked. It's so awesome, is it a trick? Bruno ignored Luffy and Su Kang didn't explain to Luffy. Anyway, Luffy would understand it soon. Although I have long thought that there could be only 5 casualties, this is unheard of since the establishment of world government. Someone can actually penetrate into the government's gate, Bruno said while looking at Su Kang and Luffy. At this moment, Luffy clenched his fists. Su Kang, help me stop him, I'm going to save Robin, Luffy said. How long do you want to make trouble? Bruno asked. Humph until death, Luffy then asked. That's right. Robin should be in the building at the back, right? Get out of my way, stupid cow, Luffy shouted at Bruno. You don't seem to be aware of it yet. This is a world-class crime. Bruno said. What do you want to say? Luffy asked. The world government has assembled the forces of more than 170 participating countries around the world, and you invaded an island belonging to this huge organization. This means that you are the enemy of all countries. The government will use its majesty to announce to the world your evil deeds and impose a harsh death penalty on you, Bruno said. Well, shave. Whether I let you or not, I just want to tell you little pirates who have sneaked into Judiciary Island that you have no future and fighting is useless. Rubber machine gun. You should have tasted our physical skills and the power of the 6 styles at Karara's mansion, as well as the gap between our combat power and yours, Bruno said. Sukang nodded and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely bring Robin back unharmed." Bump. Luffy's fist still hit Bruno. Bruno's body hit a stone pillar and then flew backwards. Sukang, this guy has been looking down on us. I have changed my mind. I want to defeat this guy with my own hands. Haha, you are right. The 6 styles are powerful enough for normal people to crush. But what if your opponent is me? That would be a bit unsatisfactory. In the Water City, Sukang boarded the sea train in advance, while Luffy was found by Chopper and caught up with everyone on the Rocketman. At this time, Bruno fell to the ground and had no extra strength to stop Sukang. The person who spoke was naturally Sukang. There was no need for Sukang to keep a low profile now. It was also very necessary to defeat Bruno, and Sukang also nodded. There is no need to continue to pay attention to the battle here. Luffy has grown up, and there is no possibility of losing against Bruno today. Sukang then flew directly over this building and flew towards the Tower of Justice. At this time, Bruno planned to use his high-speed movement to avoid Luffy's attack, but when Bruno dodged at high speed, he discovered that Luffy had already kept up with his fighting rhythm. What is there such a small door here? Moonwalk? At this time, Bruno changed his fighting method, fell from the sky, and then used his Arashi kick to attack Luffy. Luffy's aura was particularly astonishing when he spoke, making Bruno think that the person in front of him was not the Straw Hat Luffy who was suppressed by him with just a few punches. During this period, something must have happened to Luffy, or in other words, Luffy was inspired by something, and his current combat effectiveness has also improved by leaps and bounds. Luffy quickly dodged the mountain and quickly caught up with Bruno's fighting rhythm. Now I don't think I will lose to you at all. Luffy looked at Bruno at this time, clenched his fists, and his whole body was indescribably powerful. Iron block wheel. Bruno used the iron block and turned it in the direction of Luffy, smashing the entire ground into pits, and Luffy was forced into the corner. Gate of opening. Bruno then used his gate fruit ability to open a door on the ground, and then appeared at Luffy's feet and grabbed Luffy's feet. Iron. Bruno used the iron at this time, but was still stunned by the punch. Luffy grabbed the brim of the straw hat with his hand and said, "What will happen to the world? What will happen to the government? This kind of thing is up to you. We are just here to get Robin back. There are only a few dozen people, which is a very small strength." Bruno seemed a little contemptuous and looked down on everyone. Rubber roundhouse. Luffy did not use the previous move this time, but rotated his fist to increase the penetration. Luffy and Bruno had to fight and fell into anxiety. Bruno showed an expression of disbelief. "I'm just asking you to get out of the way," Luffy said. "What's going on? When we fought in the mansion, he probably wasn't that strong yet." At this time, Bruno also looked like he couldn't believe it. "I didn't expect you to be able to keep up with my shaving speed. It seems I have to be more careful. It seems that hitting the rubber man is useless. Sukang, go quickly or I will catch up with you." Luffy immediately urged Sukang when he saw that he didn't leave. "Robin, I'll leave it to you." Luffy originally wanted to rescue Robin, but because Sukang was by his side, Luffy left the task of rescuing Robin to Sukang. Sukang did not leave, wanting to see Luffy's progress. There was no rush. For a while, Sukang planned to pay a little attention to the battle between the two. Sukang told Luffy many times about CP9's abilities, but unfortunately Luffy still didn't listen at all. Now he thinks Bruno's abilities are magical. "I am a doorman who ate the door fruit. Everything that can hinder me turns into a door, a revolving door." At this time, Bruno touched Luffy and Luffy's face turned into a revolving door and began to spin. Langeo. At this moment, CP9 received a gift from Spandam, which was the devil fruit. "You will feel the new power soon. The birth of a new ability user is really exciting. You should master your abilities now," Rob Luki said. "I don't think things will be that simple. That demon Sukang is a pirate with a bounty of 1 billion. There was a hint of worry in Rob Luki's words, but he was more worried about the upcoming battle, of excitement. At this time, Luffy was still having a fierce duel with Bruno on the roof of the trial court, and Sukang was about to arrive at the Justice Tower. At this time, Spandam was alone, took out his golden phone bug, and showed it off to his elephant. Compared with the privilege of launching a buster call, it is a precious type that can only be obtained with the permission of an officer above the Marine headquarters. Although Aokiji gave him to me in order to launch a buster call, it seems that as long as I can to resurrect the ancient weapon, I can dominate it without the permission of any general. And the men are free to command the army." Spandam was very proud, immersed in vanity. But at this time, Robin, who was chained by sea-floor stone handcuffs, was worried. She was very worried about Buster Call. She couldn't help but recall the O'Hara incident 20 years ago, and the shadow and fear in her heart were once again amplified. With just one button, I can make the entire island disappear. Power itself is a weapon. Spandam was very proud. At this moment, a man in black broke in. Sir Spandam. The man in black frightened Spandam. Spandam did not dare to use the phone bug now. He just wanted to hold the power in his own hands. You be *****D. What do you want to do? Don't you knock on the door. I almost pressed the button. Spandam almost peed in fear. Sorry, but because the situation is urgent, there is a call coming from the main island of Judiciary Island. The man in black picked up the phone. What did you say? If there's a phone bug, wouldn't it be better to call directly into this room? Spandam felt very strange. Hey, the microphone is off-center. Spandam then realized his problem. You seem to have said it was an emergency, right? Spandam asked. Yes, the man in black agreed. Hey. For some reason, Spandam walked out of the room very proudly and then walked to Robin and Frankie. Ahahaha, Nico Robin, there seems to be an emergency report from the main island of Judiciary Island. Although it's not urgent, you can imagine it, right? They worked hard to kill 5 of my soldiers. How is Straw Hat Luffy? What about what happened to the demon Su Kang? In front of my strongest guards Aoyama and Cassie, how will your friends be ravaged? Hey, Spandam half-crouched and said, let us listen together. What will happen to the fools who defy the world government? You are so despicable, Frankie scolded. Shut up, you little b********D. Then Spandam answered the phone and said, hello guard, this is Spandam. Is it your highness, sir? Great, I can finally report. Where do I start? Marine, who was reporting, had too much information and didn't know how to express it. Spandam said extremely calmly. Calm down, you idiot, it's the Straw Hats, right? What happened to them afterwards? Wait a minute, listen carefully, summarize the key points and report it to me clearly and loudly. Spandam was very proud. It's an invasion. The men in black immediately reported urgently to Marine, but due to the homophone, Spandam misheard. Did you accidentally kill him? Spandam asked. That's right, the opponent is really too weak, Spandam said. The men in black no longer cared about the number of reports and were ready to tell all the key points in one breath, and then reported. There are about 60 invading pirates, and they have now invaded the final location on the main island of Judiciary Island. The square in front of the trial court. Spandam was stunned when he heard the news. Attention all guards on Judiciary Island, everyone rushed to the square in front of the trial house. The pirates are already in the square in front of the trial house, Marine Hui reported. In addition, both Uemo and Cassie have defected to the pirates and are now in the center of the island. About 2,000 of our guards were injured, and about 1,000 more were sucked into the air. Spandam was stunned and immediately asked, wait a minute, what's the mess? Didn't I just report that there were 5 people? And being sucked into the air, what does that mean? That's the enemy's move. He killed more than 1,000 of us with just one move. Demon Su Kang has disappeared. In addition, Straw Hat Luffy, who also defeated more than 1,000 of us, has also disappeared. Currently looking for it. I'm afraid this is an unprecedented tragedy in the history of Judiciary Island. Spandam put down the phone bug and ran directly to the window. He saw Bruno, and then he saw a floating sphere above his head. What the hell is going on? What happened on Judiciary Island? At this time, Spandam was completely speechless. Haha, Frankie also laughed at Spandam. It seems you still don't know what happened, a voice suddenly came. Spandam's strength is weaker than that of ordinary people, so naturally he has no idea where the sound came from. Who? Where? Spandam looked around but could not find the man. I'm here, no need to look for it. Then the man appeared on Spandam's executive chair, sitting quietly there looking very mysterious. Are you, Demon Su Kang? Spandam still knew that Su Kang, who had a bounty of 1 billion bali, was not an ordinary person. Who's coming? Spandam was really scared at this time. Su Kang. Robin saw Su Kang and Frankie also saw Su Kang. Brother, I didn't expect you to come so soon. Frankie's attitude was still very good. He had already put his own life and death aside. When Robin saw Su Kang, he first felt guilty. He originally wanted to sacrifice himself in exchange for the safety of his companions, but when things got to this point, the final result was not very good. At this moment, countless guards rushed in. After all, this is the Tower of Justice. Here comes someone, catch him quickly, go and notify CP9, find them for reinforcements. Spandam was not an idiot and knew that Su Kang was not easy to deal with. Su Kang smiled slightly and said, CP9, I will greet them well today, but before that, let's wait a little. Bump! At this time, Su Kang snapped his fingers, and immediately after, a very powerful domineering energy was released from his body. Conqueror's domineering energy burst out from Su Kang's body. Those densely packed guards seemed quite strong, but they were all paper tigers. Even Su Kang's domineering energy couldn't withstand it, and they eventually fell to the ground and passed out. Passed? What happened? Robin didn't know the current situation. Su Kang just snapped his fingers and all the elite guards fell to the ground in an instant. This was hard to understand. Brother, he's really strong. Super strong? Frankie was also very shocked. What do you want to do? At this time, Spandam didn't know what to say. Originally, he still had his younger brothers to call upon, but now all his younger brothers have fallen down. If my guess is correct, you should have a golden phone bug in your hand, right? Su Kang asked. Su Kang did not knock Spandam unconscious but left him alone. At this time, he also directly questioned him. How do you know this? Spandam asked. I'm asking you a question. Su Kang didn't talk nonsense to Spandam and directly used his domineering force to press on him, and his whole body went limp in an instant. Yes, it's on me. Spandam was sweating profusely and looked very painful. He answered with difficulty at this time. Pressing that button will activate Buster Call, right? Su Kang asked. Yes, what do you want to do? At this time, Spandam also didn't know what Su Kang wanted to do. Does he want to steal the golden phone bug, use him to fight against the enemy? Spandam really couldn't figure it out. I want you to press it now, Su Kang said. What? What? Robin, Frankie, and Spandam were all extremely surprised. They never thought that Su Kang had gone through so much trouble to come here just to launch the Buster Call. No. This is the Judiciary Island. It represents the face of world government. How can Buster Call be used here? At this time, Spandam was the first to feel something was wrong. Brother, no way. Buster Call can summon the Vice Admiral of Marine Headquarters. There are also many marine warships and various marines. By then, the enemy's power will become even greater. Frankie, I also have my own ideas. This is inappropriate, Su Kang. For Robin, Buster Call was her psychological shadow. It was because of Buster Call that everyone on Ohara died except her. Even ordinary people on Ohara Island who were not scholars were bombarded to death by Sakaska's warships with cannons, which was extremely cruel. Anyone who has experienced something like this doesn't want to experience it again. At this time, Su Kang looked at Robin. Robin, are you afraid of Buster Call? I know that you are afraid. You don't want your friends to die under Buster Call. Normally, you are not afraid of anything, but now you are afraid that your friends will be in danger, and you are afraid that you will kill your friends. In the final analysis, it is because of the pain of the past. In the past, the pain was caused by the world government and marine. At that time, you had no power, and in the end you could only rely on friends and luck to break out of the encirclement. But what about now? The situation is no longer the same. You have partners Luffy, Zoro, Usopp, Nami, Sanji, Chopper, me, and even Frankie. You know very well that I have the strength to defeat the general, but you still don't want me to fight against the whole world, because you are afraid that we will die or be injured. But now I want to tell you one thing, that is, no matter how great the difficulties and obstacles are, how powerful the enemies are, and how painful things are partners, and we will always accompany you on this journey. I won't let you walk alone in the darkness anymore. You still have me, you still have us. Buster Call. It's just 5 lieutenant generals and a pile of scrap metal. Even if the 3 marine generals and the 4 emperors Shichibukai come together, I will protect you. Robins. I want to hear your truth, Su Kang said what he had wanted to say to Robin for a long time. Would you like to be by our side? Robin didn't know what to say. She was so calm that she was already in tears. She never really regarded others as partners just because of what happened to her. When she really regarded her friends as partners, she had to stand on the opposite side to protect them. But now all complicated problems have been put aside by Robin. Because the man in front of me is right in front of me. Go quickly, Su Kang, otherwise, Robin still doesn't dare to face Su Kang because the more Su Kang cares about her, the more guilty she will feel. Su Kang interrupted Robin. Tell me, Robin, are you willing to be our partner? Let's go on adventures together. Just tell me if you want to or not. Tell me the truest answer in your heart. Su Kang didn't care so much because he knew that Robin was a thoughtful person and thought a lot. I do, Su Kang, I am willing to be a member of the Straw Hats, Robin yelled at the top of his lungs with tears streaming down his face. That's it. Then just trust me. Su Kang also wiped the tears from the corners of Robin's eyes. Then he took Robin into his arms. At this time, Robin didn't care so much. Spandam and Frankie were dumbfounded. What's going on? Only half a minute passed before Su Kang directly used the wood clone technique, using the wood clone to open the seastone handcuffs on Robin's hand and open the chains on Frankie's body. Immediately afterwards, the main body grabbed Spandam and prepared to press the golden phone bug. At this moment, several figures suddenly appeared in front of Su Kang, and they attacked Su Kang in unison. Lan Jiao, several vacuum waves attacked Su Kang. At the same time, Robin and Frankie were also attacked. However, Wood clone Su Kang also has the same abilities as Su Kang. He directly used Susanoo and directly blocked the enemy's attack. At this time, except for Bruno who was still fighting Luffy below, all the other members of CP9 were already here. All members of CP9 were present, and it looked very impressive. Demon Su Kang, I didn't expect you to be so fast. At this time, Rob Luki also looked at Su Kang and said, Clone? Kaku asked as he looked at Su Kang's wood clone. It must be just a trick, right? Otanashi Owl said. I will not commit seppuku for the time being. I heard that this guy is very strong, right? The person who spoke was Natsuri. Whatever, just kill him and that's it. The person who spoke was Cabra. The moment CP9 appeared, Spandam also moved towards that side as much as possible. Although he was not very arrogant, his face looked like a villain. This guy is not simple, he is very strong. Rob Luki did not underestimate Su Kang. In the previous battle, Luobu Luki saw how strong Su Kang was. Haha, Luchi. Although your strength has improved in the past few years, you seem to be more timid. You are just an ordinary-looking guy. The person who spoke was Jabra. What an idiot. Kaku couldn't help but curse it and then said, This demon Su Kang defeated Marine General Aokiji and easily knocked Bruno and I to the ground. Leave this to me. Rob Luki looked at Su Kang coldly, as if looking at meat on a chopping board. Su Kang also saw the fighting spirit in Lu Chi's eyes. What, you don't want to protect your companions, right? Su Kang laughed. From Su Kang's performance, it can be seen that Su Kang did not feel any pressure at all. Protection. No, I just think they are in the way. Rob Luki didn't think his companions would be of any help. But just when Su Kang and Rob Luki were about to take action, an episode happened. It turned out that the window next to it was broken. It seemed like an object was thrown and broke the window, and then everyone took a closer look. Bruno. What's going on? CP9 was surprised and glanced out the window, only to realize that outside the door, Straw Hat Luffy was laughing towards the window. Robin, Luffy shouted loudly. Luffy. Robin realized at this time that not only were these companions important in her heart, but she was also an extremely important part of their companions' hearts. It's so touching, Frankie couldn't help but shed tears. Su Kang said to Luffy, Luffy, come here. All things are attracted by the sky. In order not to waste time, Su Kang directly used his special ability, and then Luffy was directly sucked over. After Luffy was sucked over, he immediately grabbed the surrounding fixed objects and finally came to the Tower of Justice. Are these people all enemies? Luffy looked around and found that there seemed to be more enemies than he originally knew. Yes, these are all enemies. Lan Jia, Kaku took advantage of Su Kang and Luffy's conversation and suddenly rushed in the direction of Robin and Frankie. Of course, things are not that simple. Su Kang's wood clone is not jealous. Wood-style Sen Luo Wan Xian, the speed of Su Kang's wood clone spell was not slow. Kaku was blocked, so he naturally used Moonwalk to avoid it. Really, don't launch a sneak attack while we are talking. Su Kang also curled his lips. Robin, Frankie, Luffy saw Robin and Frankie and said immediately, come back, Robin. At this time, Robin's inner understanding has been basically opened, and the only problem is CP9 and Buster Call in front of him. Robin has returned, but before that we should also show our ability to protect her. The implication of Su Kang's words is that the fight is about to begin and we must win. Luffy was not as stupid as he looked. He nodded immediately and prepared to fight with Su Kang. No matter how powerful they are, they can't defeat us, right? Luffy and Su Kang, Otanashi Owl said. Yes, we are the elite of mankind. Natsuri, who looked very strange, also said. Don't be wordy, up. Jabra was very anxious and rushed towards Luffy. Califa Kaku, Owl and others also rushed towards Su Kang. At this time, Su Kang could not use the Shinra Tensei because it would affect Luffy. But Su Kang has more than one kind of moves. Wood-style wood-locking wall, Su Kang directly used wood-style to protect himself. Wood-style's defense is very strong and it blocked all CP9s for a while. Luffy, the strongest enemy is Lucci. You are the captain, you and Lucci fight. I am responsible for holding back all the other CP9s and protecting Robin and Frankie. Su Kang told Lucci and Wood-style Fei expressed his thoughts. Lucci, that's the pigeon man, right? Luffy nodded after understanding. Although Luffy was a person who didn't listen to plans, Su Kangmei's words were easy to understand. Soon after, the wood-locking wall was damaged by the opponent's finger gun and Land's kick. Immediately afterwards, Su Kang suddenly burst out. Rasengan, Su Kang used Shadow Clone at the moment the wood-locking wall collapsed. Su Kang then directly used the Earth-style Earthly River to form seals. After all, the Justice Tower is just a tower with a limited area. After Su Kang's efforts, there is basically no way to fight. Therefore, the location of the battle also changed, and everyone ran to the top of the more open Justice Tower. Due to Su Kang's deliberate actions, in the end, the members of CP9 were completely separated by Su Kang. Now Kaku, Khalifa, Jabra, Natsuri, and Atanashi Owl are all blocked by Su Kang's shadow clone. I heard that you think that your numbers have an advantage, right? Su Kang had so many chakras that he exploded, and at this time he directly used Shadow Clone to divide himself into 25 parts. 5 Su Kangs surrounded a member of CP9 at this time. This scene was very similar to Madara versus the 5 Shadows during the Hokage Ninja World War. At this moment, CP9 were all a little panicked. Such a weird situation had never happened in front of them before. How is this possible, being able to use so many abilities? Why is this? Kaku looked at Su Kang and asked. Who are you? Khalifa asked, looking at the 5 shadow clone in front of him. Did he eat something similar to the clone fruit? A clone? Jabra asked. I have never seen such a weird thing before. Natsuri also felt very strange. Forget it, it seems that no matter how much I ask you, you won't tell me. Atanashi Owl said, can you really tell me? Otherwise, why don't you tell me? Rob Luki was also a little silent at this time. Even someone as powerful as him was curious about Su Kang's ability. Su Kang's abilities, to be honest, have no impact on him whether he talks about them or not, because no one can see all of his abilities. Me. How do you say it? Su Kang thought for a while and finally said. Actually, you are right, I am a fruit ability user, but my fruit ability has never appeared in this world. This ability is the power of demons, Su Kang said. The devil gained power. CP9 felt confused, because I have heard of paramecia, logia, and zoology, but I have never heard of devil fruit. All devil fruits in this world are part of the devil's power, and my power comes from the devil itself. Do you understand? As Su Kang spoke, the phantom on his body also appeared. When the demonic shadow on Su Kang first appeared, everyone around him was shocked. Those with abilities who ate animal fruits also felt a chill in their bodies. It's like an unarmed human being encountering a tiger. That kind of shuddering feeling is not caused by the difference in strength, but the natural fear. Even Rob Luki's pupils were shrunk to the extreme at this time. Demon, Su Kang didn't show his strength or momentum at this time, but just a series of physical changes scared the people around him. Luffy just used second gear and defeated Bruno easily. But even if he masters the second gear, Luffy will never challenge Su Kang, because Su Kang's current strength is simply beyond the reach of Luffy. Although he is a companion, Su Kang is usually very mysterious. No matter how strong the enemy he encounters, he can easily crush him. He is a very strange person. I have no obligation to show you my power, because you are not qualified to see my power now, Su Kang said to the CP9 players in front of him. At this time, Luffy didn't care so much and started attacking Rob Luki directly. In that case, let's not waste time. 25 Su Kang laughed at the same time and then burst out with overwhelming momentum. Immediately afterwards, he crushed CP9 with just his momentum. Conqueror's domineering power reached its peak at this moment. Just a moment. Khalifa, the weakest one, fainted and fell to the ground, followed by Atanashi Owl and then Natsutori. Only Jabra and Kaku could barely withstand Su Kang's Conqueror's dominance. Although both of them could bear it, it was very difficult to bear it. At the same time, Jabra and Kaku also directly changed their forms. Kaku just ate the devil fruit, so now he turned into a huge giraffe. Yes, Kaku still ate the giraffe fruit as in the plot. At this time, Kaku was much stronger than before, and at this time he also planned to do his best to deal with Su Kang. Jabra's strength is slightly weaker than Kaku, but not much weaker. As a person with the ability to form a canine fruit wolf and a carnivore, he will be more or less more ferocious. Demon Su Kang, you are very strong. Let me learn your strength. No matter Kaku or Jabra, there is no way out at this time, and they can only fight with their last legs. They all know how powerful it is to instantly kill Atanashi and Khalifa with just their momentum. However, at this time they have no other choice at all. If they don't fight, the final result can only be death and failure. Lucci is the strongest, followed by Kaku and Jabra. Like Lucci, they all have their own unique 6 moves. Although they usually acted alone and their cooperation was not tacit at all, due to the height difference, the two gradually began to cooperate. However, their moves were still of no use to Su Kang himself. In a calm state, Su Kang can keep his knowledge and domineering power activated. Su Kang was able to dodge all the attacks from the two of them just by using the sight color. As for the attacks that couldn't be avoided, Su Kang also directly used the weapon color to harden to defend. Compared with iron blocks, armed color hardening is more maneuverable, and the armed color can be maintained for a long time while moving quickly. But the iron block can only be used once when you want to use it, and it basically cannot be moved. Kang has learned the 6 marine moves, but Kang has not yet learned the special 6 moves of each person. At this time, Frankie caught Spandam, and Robin also crossed his hands and used the flower fruit ability to fight against the soldiers. There was a commotion at the Marine headquarters, and the Marine headquarters became busy. Countless Marines began to gather, because the Marine headquarters is full of Marines. Going to Judiciary Island can just pass through the Gate of Justice and ride on the Current of Justice. Judiciary Island is about to be killed by the Straw Hat Pirates. The moment the golden phone bug button is pressed, it marks the impending destruction of Judiciary Island. At this time, Kang's body was already watching the battle between the two of them attentively. However, Zoro, Sanji, Chopper, Usopp, and Nami are all there. As the protagonist's companions, they naturally progressed very smoothly. Isn't this Justice Island? And don't forget that Kang was fighting 5 against 1 at this time, but Kang did one thing well, that is, he basically didn't take the initiative to attack the two of them. Buster Call. Buster Call is activated. The battle was so anxious for each other. 5 Marine lieutenants are ready. What? I pressed this button? No way. Spandam also regretted it, but there was nothing he could do. Buster Call was not cancelled just because he wanted to. In other words, the task of killing CP9 must be carried out as soon as possible. Marine headquarters at this moment. Luffy's fight with Rob Lucci was very interesting. This started a tug-of-war among the three. And what is Kang doing? Buster Call. Kang originally wanted to activate it on his own initiative, but by mistake, it was activated in Spandam's hands. At this time, the countdown to the destruction of Judiciary Island has begun. Spandam was then stunned. In other words, Kang used the knowledge color and the armed color to harden, and Kaku and Jabra basically couldn't reach it. Even if they hit, they would use the armed color to absorb the opponent's attacks. A crisis is coming. The answer is to use Sharingan to copy the opponent's taijutsu. Don't question it. Wherever the Buster Call is launched, destroy that place. As for Kaku and Jabra, they can only fight with Kang with all their strength. Kang sometimes puts some pressure on them and sometimes relaxes them. Robin and Frankie no longer have the restrictions of handcuffs and chains. At this moment, they are dealing with elite guards. Kang has already eliminated many guards. In order to survive, the two of them can only use their strongest skills to dodge. In order to avoid being injured, they need to use their strongest defensive abilities to defend. In order to defeat Kang, they will use their strongest skills to deal with Kang. That is, Spandam was almost dead after being repaired by Frankie. Spandam pressed the button of the golden phone bug in a state of unconsciousness. Of course, Califa's strength was so weak that Kang didn't like them at all, so he didn't use them. At this time, something big happened again. But don't forget that this is Judiciary Island with 10,000 troops, and Kang didn't kill everyone. The partners fighting outside are getting closer and closer to the Tower of Justice. The more concentrated the troops on Justice Island are, the slower their advance becomes. Yes, just dragging the two of them. Here's the address. At this moment, as the friendly forces advanced step by step, many people had arrived on the left and right sides, and they lowered the suspension bridge. It was only a matter of time before the Justice Tower was captured. No one expected that a hodgepodge of pirate minions with only about 60 people could defeat the Marine with 10,000 troops. At this moment, Usopp and others have also arrived. At Luffy's request, Usopp also directly lit the world government flag. Spandam was startled again. "You are declaring war on the world government," Spandam said. "So what?" Luffy was naturally not interested in these things in order to rescue Robin. "Damn, the Buster Call has been launched. If you continue to stay here, everyone will die. I must go to the Gate of Justice." At this time, Spandam was still relatively sober and he knew what he should do. Hole. Don't leave. Frankie naturally would not let Spandam leave so easily. The surrounding guards were basically cleared by Robin. At this moment, Kaku Jabra is still struggling against Kang. Luffy, on the other hand, continued to fight against Lucci. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Frankie took out Pluton's design drawing without saying a word, and then sprayed fire on the design drawing, burning it directly. The design of Pluton, one of the ancient weapons, was destroyed by Frankie. When the Pluton design drawings were destroyed, Spandam and the members of CP9 were heartbroken. Isn't this what they had been doing for 5 years? But now they can never get it back. Hole. Spandam was almost furious. This mission should not be completed smoothly at all. Looking at the situation at hand, if CP9 can catch Robin and Frankie and kill Kang and others in one go, this would be the best ending. But is it really possible? Isn't CP9 being suppressed at this time? Lanku Chaos. At this time, Kaku once again used his special skills to kick Kang, And Su Kang once again relied on his own ability to hide when he should and block when he should. This is not the way to go. This guy seems to know the direction of our attack. It seems that he is just trying to waste time. Why is it to delay us? But he is fully capable of defeating us. At this time, Kaku and Jabra also saw that Su Kang's attempt to defeat them was just an idea. This is treating them as a whetstone. B********D. Kaku and Jabra then attacked more ferociously, but they thought they could save a bit of defeat, but they still found that victory was simply out of reach for them. It was hard for the two CP9s to really hurt them just by using the sight color and weapon color, let alone Su Kang's ability to use the devil fruit. No matter how strong the two are, they still can't move a hair on Su Kang's body. As for the battle between Luffy and Lucci, it was a well-matched battle. Against Rob Lucci, Luffy was at a disadvantage from the beginning. When Rob Lucci wanted to directly crush Luffy with his true strength, Luffy decisively activated the second gear. Luffy, who turned on second gear for the first time, showed a very obvious improvement in strength. His whole body was radiating heat, and the color of his skin turned bright red, clearly revealing the protagonist's temperament. When everyone's attention was on the battle, Spandam ran away quickly to save his life. But Su Kang didn't care about him at all. After Spandam escaped, he immediately made a call, intending to temporarily stop Buster Call. But what is Buster Call? As long as it is activated, Marine will destroy a certain island at all costs, and CP9 is still fighting Su Kang and Luffy. Jet Seal, Luffy kicked, but Rob Lucci also dodged. The entire Judiciary Island was in chaos at this moment. Spandam tried his best to escape and mobilized a large number of troops to escort him to leave Judiciary Island. The upper part of the Justice Tower was lifted directly. You have too much expectations for everything. Did you notice the explosion just now? It must have been an attempted shooting by the Marine Headquarters warship, right? Because of this shelling, everyone's combat environment has changed again. But it will cost you your life, Lucci said. Even Spandam himself didn't expect Marine to arrive so quickly. This is a move unique to Rubber Man. In this way, the physical ability can indeed exceed the limit, but your substitute cannot withstand this kind of enhancement. This is not a smart skill. At this moment, the railings surrounding Judiciary Island exploded. At this time, more Marines and men in black surrounded Robin and Frankie. Are there any enemies? Spandam called a lot of reinforcements, and a lot of Marines and men in black protected him and then escorted him to run north. He wanted to pass through the Gate of Justice immediately and leave the Island of Justice because he knew that things had already happened. It can't be stopped. Many Marine men in black and friendly forces on the island have noticed this. This time, the shells fired from the naval gun directly hit the Justice Tower itself. I see, it's like a stimulant, right? Let your feet act like a pump to speed up the blood flow, which can burst the blood pressure of an ordinary person's heart. Because the internal organs and blood vessels are made of rubber, you can only bear it right. For a moment, the two of them were unable to do anything to each other. A Marine Lieutenant General stood on the deck and ordered the attack again. The Straw Hats also worked hard to provide assistance to Su Kang and Luffy. That was the attack from the naval gun, and at this moment, the Buster Call was about to arrive. How could that happen? What happened? It won't be long before a full-scale attack is coming. Lucci was no longer in human form at this time, but directly transformed into leopard man form. Regardless of whether it is Judiciary Island or Ohara, under special circumstances, even if there are many Marlins, they will still be destroyed if they should be destroyed. The two jumped up at the same time, and in the end, Lucci was punched away. Luffy also directly exited the second gear state due to excessive use of second gear. Shave, Lucci, and Luffy disappeared at the same time, and then the two appeared at the same time. The two of them, with the help of Su Kang Wood Clone, also tried to break out. Razor, Lucci didn't suffer much damage and rushed towards Luffy again. It's better than losing a lot of things right in front of you, Luffy said, looking at Lucci. Lucci in leopard man form and second-level Luffy are indistinguishable rivals. I will do everything I can. Shaw Finger Spear Coptes. Lucci started to use his 6-style unique moves, but Luffy dodged them all. Lucci threw out all the boxes around him, then looked at Luffy and thought. Sure enough, he is completely different from when he was in Carrara. The steam is rising and his body turns red inexplicably. This man's what happened to you. At that time, all your companions will be dead in the Tower of Justice. If you are lucky, someone is passing through the underground passage to get here. Langio. At this time, Rob Lucci kicked the wall next to him and then used sea water from the wall. What's wrong? Luffy still didn't know what Rob Lucci wanted to do at this moment. This seawater will also flow into the channel forcefully, and the people inside will undoubtedly be drowned. Not everything will be smooth sailing, Straw Hat Boy. Let me see how you want to rescue all your friends safely. How far can a childish wish come true? Rob Lucky said very sinisterly. What are you doing? Luffy was once again angered by Lucci. At this time, Frankie and Robin were still dealing with Marine and the men in black, but the number of Marines was unimaginable and the two became very tired. Damn it. What a bunch of clinging guys. It seems that this army is first class only in terms of numbers, Robin also said. At this time, Spandam also immediately arranged for his men to say, quick. It's just to capture Nico Robin and escort her to the escort ship. Don't wait any longer, the Buster call is coming soon. It seems to be too late. A young Marine pointed into the distance and said nervously. What did you say? At this time, Spandam turned around and saw quite a few warships. The surrounding Marines were also panicked. On the other side of the fog. I saw a warship. Is that Buster call? Even Marine on Judiciary Island was frightened at this moment. How could this happen? At this time, Robin felt powerless. She knew very well that Buster Call was powerful, so her whole body became limp and she finally fell on the spot. Ah, heh, you deserve it, it's here. It's finally here. At this moment, Spandam suddenly went from being nervous to being very happy, and he didn't seem to worry much about his own safety. What a crazy sight, Frankie also sighed, then turned back to look at Robin. Hey, you. Immediately afterwards, Marine and the men in black also rushed toward Robin and Frankie. The two had consumed a lot of energy just now, and now they couldn't hold on for much longer. Facing the two of them, Su Kang directly used the enhanced version of Shenluo Tianzhang, which directly knocked the two of them away. At this moment, Su Kang's wood clone patted Robin's body beside him to indicate that he was there at any time, so that the trembling of Robin's body was relieved a lot. Go if you want, Lu Chi said. After Luffy became tired using the second gear, he changed to the first gear state. It was naturally impossible to deal with Rob Lucci in the leopard man form in this state. My eyes will never leave you. No matter what happens to them now, they will definitely survive. But if I let you escape, you must go back and kill my companions. I will always keep an eye on you, Luffy also said firmly. At this time, the Marine who launched the Buster Call had received the order from his superiors and began bombing Judiciary Island from all directions. But Robin's place was safe. No need to consider the situation on site, just destroy everything on Judiciary Island. The entire fleet is in place. Sure enough, Rob Lucci was already there waiting for Luffy. Therefore, Luffy also firmed up his thoughts and put his fingers in his mouth. As for Su Kang's true body at this time, he could no longer feel any other changes in the other two. This is already at sea and sea water will not pour in. Can you hear it? The warships are shelling. What will happen to the pirates? What will happen to Nico Robin? You must be worried, right? Rob Lucci asked, looking at Luffy. But don't forget that Su Kang's wood clone is still here to protect them. At this moment, except Rob Lucci, who was still fighting Luffy, all the other CP9 players were taken care of by Su Kang. As for the other partners, they were running in the underground tunnel at this moment. It won't be long before this house will sink to the bottom of the sea. At this time, Rob Loki used Moonwalk towards Luffy. It seems that you really have the potential to be a boss. I really want some idiot to see it, but do you have the strength to meet my judgment? Dong dong dong. At this time, the warships began to bombard Judiciary Island. Countless shells fell on Judiciary Island. Many buildings collapsed quickly after being attacked by the shells. Luffy turned his head and looked behind him. Indeed, if his companions were still in the tunnel, they would inevitably encounter some danger. No matter whether there is anyone in the passage or not, the way to get here will be blocked, Lu Chi said very sinisterly. Since you have no other abilities, then I will kill you. When Su Kang decided to kill the two of them, the battle ended in that moment. Strong CP9 masters like Kaku and Jabra, naturally he can easily crush his opponents. The two started fighting again. UB*****D. Luffy stopped his movements and cursed. Originally, the physical strength of the two was already exhausted, let alone the strengthened Shinra Tianzhang. The two followed the collapsed buildings around them and passed out directly among the ruins. If you die, the result will still be the same. At this time, Lucci rushed towards Luffy again, and Luffy also rushed towards Lucci. Then the whole person ran towards the top of his head. Buster Call is launched. The target is the pirate Straw Hat Luffy and Su Kang, about 60 of them. And according to the instructions of General Aokiji, Nico Robin, the prisoner on the Bridge of Hesitation, must be excluded from the attack range. Repeat. The target is Straw Hat Luffy and Su Kang's group. Our goal is to destroy everything on Judiciary Island. Information and orders were passed around the warship. Spandam continued to order his subordinates. Go and catch Nico Robin for me. The Buster Call is like a salute to me, ha ha ha. The attacks of the two have become weaker and weaker. It is obvious that due to time, Su Kang has exhausted the physical strength of the two of them, and Su Kang has basically learned almost all their abilities. B*********D. At this time, Luffy temporarily gave up the idea of transforming into Gear 3, but stretched his arms and ran towards the roof above his head. Unable to stop shaking, Buster Call bombarded everything indiscriminately, destroying everything. The fire of hell. That tragedy, happened again. Robin couldn't help but twitch in a low voice. The cannons on countless warships fired in unison, and it was only a matter of time before Judiciary Island was destroyed. At this time, Robin was trembling all over and collapsed on the ground. It was obvious that she was extremely afraid of the Buster Call, and all this reminded her of all the misfortunes that had happened to her before. But the problem is that the opponent is Su Kang. I have never heard of who can defeat Su Kang. Moonwalk. Now Lucci is in leopard man form, but Luffy is still in normal form. The two people collided with each other, and there was no doubt that Luffy was knocked away in the end. Luffy was hit hard to the ground, and Lucci used his Arashi kick again. Luffy tried his best to dodge, but his speed was not as fast as Lucci's. "Can you beat me?" Lucci asked Luffy while punching. "If I don't win against you, no one can protect you, right?" Luffy directly wrapped the arm that Lucci had just punched. Rubber spinner. Luffy used the spin attack. Iron piece. Empty wood. At this time, Rob Lucci also raised the corners of his mouth slightly. He was quite confident in his iron piece. Luffy's spinning bullet hit Lu Chi's body, and it was still spinning at the same time, but Lu Chi himself didn't do anything. Luffy then used this strength to eject himself a few meters. Razor. Rob Lucci was unharmed, and then he immediately appeared in front of Luffy, wrapped his leopard tail around Luffy's neck, and easily lifted him up. "I admire your courage to challenge the world government, but you are still like those pirates. You don't have the strength to fight me," Rabluki said. Luffy was firmly locked, and then Luffy immediately spun himself many times, then spun up, grabbed Rob Lucci and threw him out. Rubber pistol. Luffy punched him, but Lucci was faster and dodged the move. Finger gun dial. Looking at Luffy running towards him, Lucci flicked his finger directly. Luffy's speed was naturally no match for Lucci, so he was beaten unilaterally by Lucci. After a few rounds, Luffy was already squatting on the spot, panting. Flying finger gun fire poker. Lucci popped out flames this time. Luffy crossed his hands to block it, but the impact was too great, and he finally hit the wall heavily. "I thought I met a man with backbone. It's really disappointing. Sure enough, you exhausted all your strength because of the stimulants just now." Lucci then stopped talking. Under his own attack, Yan Chen. Luffy stood up again. "Since you want to see a man with backbone fight, let me show you another way of fighting, the third gear." At this time, Luffy was also blowing his fingers with all his strength, and then his entire right hand became very huge. Bone balloons. The power of moving from bone to bone. Look at my left hand, the hand of the giant clan. Luffy's hand became super huge. "If this is a bluff, I'm not afraid of you at all." Lucci didn't think Luffy could be that strong. However, after Luffy punched him, Lucci no longer knew what to say. He simply would not believe that he would be punched out of the Justice Tower. Luffy's arms were so huge that Marine was shocked and didn't know what they were. "I seem to be losing consciousness. We can't just fall into the sea." At this time, Lucci also reacted immediately. However, Lucci's luck was very good. He fell directly on a warship on Judiciary Island. Immediately afterwards, Luffy jumped directly towards the deck. "It's useless, the bone balloon is very hard," Luffy said. He grabbed Luffy and bit Luffy's left shoulder. "No way, the iron outer deck has been cut off." "This ship is in danger," the Marines expressed. "This is the power of the Buster Call I launched. This is justice. Katie Flam, come on, hurry up and give Nico Robin to us. This way you can be exempted from your crimes." At this time, C. Pandem said it to Frankie and Su Kang. Luffy then inflated himself again. "That's Straw Hat Luffy." Everyone around recognized Luffy. Lucci used Moonwalk again, jumping up and down in the air. Lucci then ran in the direction Luffy had just gone. "Before it returns to its original state, if you don't hide well, you will be killed." At this time, Luffy also turned on the hide-and-seek mode and evaded immediately. Although the strength has increased, the speed seems to have decreased. After Lucci finished speaking, he kicked Luffy down. Although Gear 3 is interesting and powerful, its side effects are very troublesome. It expands for about a minute and it probably shrinks for another minute. Luffy said to himself, "Just listen to touch." "Quickly shoot him down." Many Marines saw Luffy and shot directly. However, Luffy was not afraid of bullets either. Finger gun dial. Lucci once again used his bullet-like attack to hit Luffy. "Hey, you're actually fighting Marine too." Frankie also found it incredible. When the Buster Call Marine knew that Lucci was fighting fiercely with Luffy, they directly issued the order for the bombardment. They all knew that Lucci would not die easily. It was so dangerous. "I almost got cut into 2 pieces." Luffy was also frightened. At this time, Lucci had returned to his human form, ran towards Luffy, and then turned into a leopard form. When Luffy saw the cannonball, he jumped outside with all his strength at the last moment, and then his whole body turned into the state of a child. Then he appeared behind Luffy. Therefore, the marine warship directly attacked the Judiciary Island warship. Even though there were a large number of marines on the ship, Vice Admiral Buster Call showed no concern. Lanjiao Kaishio, Lucci also added a powerful attack. The mast is completely broken, the fighting of these guys is so chaotic. The surrounding marines couldn't help but complain. At this time, Spandam also laughed very proudly. The third gear is displayed for the first time, and it is naturally extremely powerful. Wow haha, the Straw Hat Kid who made a scene on that warship just now was blown to pieces. He deserves it. Your captain is dead. I don't understand at all, why would they attack their own warship? Rob Lucci once again transformed into the leopard man form, still using his flexibility to avoid Luffy's attack. Found it. The guy who raises pigeons, Luffy saw Lucci. In the smoke and dust, Lucci also muttered to himself. It seemed to be serious at first, but it turned out to be a joke. In the end, he is still alive, but if he is killed by the shelling, it will be really disappointing. Rubber giant whip, Luffy then swept his legs towards Lucci. Many buildings on the warship were completely destroyed. Rubber giant tomahawk. At this time, Luffy directly kicked down from the sky. With just one kick, he kicked the entire marine warship to pieces. Luffy was not attacked just now, but managed to escape. Speaking of which, why do you need to protect that woman? Spandam asked. Fram, you are not a pirate. Do you trust that dangerous woman who inherited Ohara's blood more than the world government that has been protecting you mortals for many years? Spandam asked. And you, Kang, your strength has long surpassed that of Straw Hat Luffy. Why don't you abandon the secret and turn to the bright side? Join the side of justice. I guarantee that your status will be very high. Spandam also felt the same at this time. He tried his best to persuade the two of them. Fram, if you resist us, you will be like Tom. Spandam mentioned Tom. Tom was originally Frankie and Bingshan's teacher. He was killed by Spandam's father who didn't know how many years ago. Spandam was killed. Therefore, French directly hit Spandam in the face with a strong right hand. Stop making such noise there, Frankie scolded. At this time, Spandam directly pulled out his weapon. He pulled out the elephant sword Van Guffred. He's very good at holding things. The Marines also started talking next to them. Listen up, Van Guffred, now give the unsuspecting Nico Robin a fatal wound so that she has no chance to resist later. Spandam said quietly to his sword. Spandam then threw the sword towards Robin. Ivory attack, Spandam also suddenly launched an attack. Leave it to me. Seeing that Frankie was also about to take action, Kang took the initiative to run in front of Robin and stop the ivory sword. No way. Van Guffred as an elephant, how could you lose to that man in strength? That man seems to be just a clone. Hurry up and crush him as hard as you can, Spandam said. Go away, I don't want to say it a second time. Kang looked at the elephant and said. An inexplicable majesty emanated from his body. Then the elephant finally gave up the attack. That's right. Kang frightened the elephant, so there was no need to say anything more. Kang, will Luffy and the others come here? Frankie asked at this time. You might as well ask Robin. Kang did not answer Frankie's question but wanted to see Robin's thoughts. Robin nodded and said, I will definitely do it. I should have said that I bet everything on them. I never thought that such a day would come. If one day I have the power, I am afraid that I will have to save Mr. Tom no matter what. They have heard the myth that Judiciary Island is invincible, and they have learned about the power of world government. For these common senses, the Straw Hat Boys still overthrow them one by one and move forward bravely. For a partner, everyone does not hesitate to fight against the world. It is really refreshing. To this day, I have not forgotten Mr. Tom's death. Whenever that official's stupid face appears in my mind, one day I will crush that guy. Frankie grabbed the elephant and dragged it away. Finally, the elephant hit Spandam hard. Just like this, thanks to them, I realized my long-cherished wish. Frankie just killed Spandam. Left-hand weapon. Frankie then started to fight back, and Kang even started to use Rasengan. In order to get Straw Hat Boy and the others out of here, it doesn't matter even if I risk my life. I will open up their escape route, Frankie said. At this time, Robin was no longer afraid but slowly stood up. I'm fine now. I also want to join the fight. Even if you are alone now, you will have a partner sooner or later. The sea is vast. One day there will definitely be a companion who can protect you. When you are born in this world, you will never be alone. Run, Robin, don't look back. Stay alive with them. At this moment, Robin seemed to hear what Sorrow had said. Ohara, it's different from then. There's nothing to be afraid of. Robin was no longer afraid of the Buster Call itself, because I am no longer alone, Robin said. At this time, the younger brothers on Judiciary Island also started their evacuation plan. The purpose of their coming here is to save Robin and Frankie. But now, Robin and Frankie have been contacted by Sukang and others. It can be said that their safety has been guaranteed, not to mention that Buster Call is attacking the judiciary. The island is here. For everyone's safety, we must evacuate as much as possible at this moment. When the giant opened the main door, he found 3 warships docked on the shore. Look, these are enemies. Sir Lieutenant General, kill them. Marine naturally has no mercy for these enemies who broke into Judiciary Island. Inform you of your troops and deployment, show your Marine number, compare it with the photo of Hai's appearance, and get on the ship. At this time, Marine and the men in black were also evacuating. After all, it would be unavoidable if all the Marines on Judiciary Island were directly bombarded to death. So inhumane. At this time, the 2 giants were already being targeted by naval guns. Countless Marines were standing on the deck, and countless Marines were also aiming their rifles at these giants. If you dare to move, we will kill you immediately. Marine sent a message over there. At this time, everyone except Robin and Frankie were in crisis. The other friends of the Straw Hats were in the underground passage and were submerged in the water. The Carrera boatman and Frankie's younger brother also retreated and were targeted by Marine, and they were both in a stalemate. Luffy turned into a brat after using the 3rd gear and was discovered by Lucci at this time. Luffy now has no fighting ability, so he is easily bullied by Lucci in various ways. It's such an unbalanced power. If this is the price of your power just now, it's really your own fault. Return your life to the paper-painted martial body. At this time, Rob Lucci's body became smaller, but he still maintained the form of the leopard man. Point the gun. Lucci disappeared immediately and knocked Luffy away in front of him. What a pity, just keep that stupid look and die. At this time, Lucci planned to kill Luffy in one move. However, Lucci's attack came to an abrupt end because he still suffered some injuries when he started fighting Luffy in 3rd gear. Luffy then took advantage of this opportunity and immediately worked hard to recover his body. Look, wasn't the attack just now quite effective? Luffy said, looking at Lucci. Lucci looked at Luffy with some regret. He almost killed Luffy. Frankie and Robin Sukang Wood Clone directly robbed a ship and threw all Marines into the sea. Sorry Marines, this ship is just for our escape. Then Frankie, Robin, and Sukang Wood Clone began to wait for the arrival of Luffy and others. Aren't you going to help Sukang? Robin asked, looking at Sukang's Wood Clone. No needs, the order of the main body is to protect you. The main body should go find Luffy and the others now, right? Sukang's Wood Clone guessed. At this time in the sea, Granny Cockaloo suddenly jumped up, which was very scary. Grandma Cockaloo is a mermaid, so she won't do anything in the water, and she also threw everyone on the deck. Hey, wake up, Granny Cockaloo urged, and everyone seemed to have seen something terrible, gasping for air. What's going on? I can only say that this is a miracle. They seem to have been stimulated by something that couldn't be more intense, and they all entered a state of suspended animation. Frankie also felt strange watching it. The Straw Hats are so fearless. Why do they all look so scared to death now? Haha, that's good, but what kind of stimulus did you receive that made you enter a state of suspended animation? Granny Cockaloo herself didn't know anything. Because of you, Frankie also saw the essence of the matter at a glance, pointing at Granny Kokoro and said. After Kokoro saw Robin, he also said, Are you the partner that the One Piece kid is coming to rescue? We met at Shift Station, I still remember it. I never thought you would do such a big thing at that time. Granny Cockaloo was still wearing a bikini at this time, and that outfit was really too eye-catching. Get dressed quickly. Stinky old woman, Frankie couldn't help but urge at this time. At that time, I still laughed at his wishful thinking. What kind of One Piece did he want to be? Granny Cockaloo said. Now it looks like it might come true. Ha ha ha, Granny Cockaloo smiled. Immediately afterwards, the Straw Hats finally recovered. Is Miss Nami okay? After Sanji regained consciousness, Nami was naturally the first person to ask. You are still as strong as ever. Frankie also admired everyone's vitality. Luckily you are all still alive. At this time Granny Cockaloo spoke, once again scaring Usopp half to death. Wow. Mermaids really exist. The legend of mermaid turns out to be true. Idiot, she hasn't said she is a mermaid yet. Don't give up on your dream. The Straw Hats all have beautiful fantasies about mermaids, and they will never allow Granny Kokoro to tarnish the beautiful fantasies in their hearts. I am a silver fish mermaid, Granny Cockaloo admitted directly afterwards. Shut up, you're not allowed to mention whitebait. Sanji didn't want to listen anymore. But I've never heard of mermaids having legs, Usopp asked. I also have objections. A mermaid should have a more well-proportioned and sexy figure, smooth and white skin and long, smooth and shiny hair. Sanji then fell into his own beautiful reverie. Ha ha ha, at this time Granny Kekalue smiled. Sanji burst into tears when he saw Granny Kekalue's face and figure. Don't do this. Sanji was in so much pain that he hammered the deck with his hand and his heart was bleeding. Mermaids are a mysterious race. Once they reach the age of 30, their fins can be divided into two parts and become suitable for living on land. You will understand when you have the opportunity to go to Fishman Island. Grandma Kakaloo said. Is that so? By the way, it is said that when a cat lives to be 100 years old, its tail will split into two parts and become a monster. Usopp said, that's the legendary two-tailed cat you're talking about, right? Sukang Woodclone couldn't help but interrupt. Don't compare us with cat monsters, you can't even say thank you. Granny Kakaloo saved everyone after all. Grandma Kakaloo, thank you for saving us. Everyone thanked Grandma Kakaloo very obediently and politely. Ha ha ha, it's okay. At this time, Sanji also looked at Robin, his eyes turned into red hearts, and then he rushed over desperately. Miss Robin. Robin actually had no intention of avoiding it, but just in time, Nami hugged Robin in advance, and Sanji hit the wall directly. Robin, that's great, it's great to catch up, are you okay? Nami asked with great concern. Behind him, Chopper was already in tears. Well, thanks to everyone, thank you. Robin expressed his gratitude. Why are you so polite? Nami, Chopper, and Robin exchanged greetings, but ignored Sanji who had just crashed into the mast. Grandma is great, it turns out you are a mermaid. I also think you have fins and fish scales, which is very strange, said Simone, a little girl with yellow hair. Are you okay? Robin looked at Chopper and asked. Why can't I move my body? Chopper was completely weak. Of course, it was all because Chopper had just eaten 2 blue balls and turned into a huge monster which destroyed Judiciary Island. Zoro said directly, no wonder, I will tell you when everything is over. At this time, Zoro walked up the steps without saying a word, and Usopp immediately ran towards it when he saw this. What's wrong, Zoro-kun? Usopp asked. Look there. Zoro looked not far away. Not far away was the main island of Judiciary Island. At this moment, it was under shelling and there were raging fires all around. Zoro said. It's hard to imagine that that place is where we just stayed. Dong dong, at this time the sound of shelling was still heard from time to time. What's going on with this attack? The island is already a sea of fire. Usopp also felt something was wrong. Looking at that year's salary, it seems that there is an order from above to capture Nico Robin alive, Frankie said. That's why this bridge was not attacked. Usopp responded quickly. So they still want to take her back, Zoro asked. I'm afraid that after they completely destroy Judiciary Island, they will use hand-to-hand combat to snatch Nico Robin, Frankie said. Isn't that bad? Our people are exhausted, but the enemy ships are all masters. Where is Luffy now? Where is Sukangren? Usopp looked at Sukangren beside him. Kangwood Clone asked. I don't know the location of the main body, but it should be to help Luffy, Sukangwood Clone said. Luffy is fighting hard on the upper part of the first pillar of the bridge, Frankie said. The opponent is naturally pigeon breeder Rob Lucci. French said, isn't it very close? How about we go help him? Usopp said, don't think about it. The guy who raises pigeons is no ordinary person. Sukang has already passed, so the battle should be over soon. Zoro knew Sukang's strength, so he was naturally very confident in Sukang. The result was obvious. Instead of disturbing them in the past, it's better to stay together so that they won't be distracted. Zoro's mind was still very clear at critical moments. In order to ensure that no matter when that large group of warships take aim, there will be a way to retreat. We have to stay here and wait for Luffy and Sukang. This is enough. Zoro said, the real storm has just begun now. Zoro said, I know, Usopp agreed. At this time, the battle between Luffy and Rob Lucid has entered a fierce stage. Your foot is still injured, right? Luffy looked at Rob Lucci and said. Rob Lucci also said, I see, it seems that your ridiculous fighting method is not a joke, but don't underestimate the will of my 6-style user. If you want to develop the ultimate physical skills, you must have the ultimate willpower, Rob Lucci said. So what? At this moment, Luffy suddenly rushed over, preparing to knock Lucci over with a punch. However, Lucci still easily blocked it with his other foot and then said, Lanjiao. Kaido. Lucci's Arashi kick can cut the human body completely open, and its power should not be underestimated, so Luffy had to dodge as quickly as if he were applying oil to his feet. At this time, Sanji on the bridge also asked with some worry, Frankie, your partner. Haha, it's okay, those guys are just very lucky. Frankie didn't look worried about his little brother. It's ready. As soon as Luffy and Sukang come back, we can sail the ship right away. Nami just used a little time to prepare the ship they were on. But if you think about it briefly, the number of enemy warships has surpassed our total number of people. Even if we can get out, it will be more difficult to escape from here, Sanji said while thinking about it. At this time, a voice came from the warship. The Marine soldiers and government officials on Judiciary Island have been taken in. In addition, about 50 pirates, including the giant, were found in front of the main gate. It's them, Usopp said at this time. Look, they have successfully escaped from the island. I'm not worried about them. Those guys can't even be killed, ha. Remember last time? Frankie was prepared to face it optimistically, but immediately afterwards, Marine's words made him stunned. It has been completely destroyed by the bombardment of the fleet. All personnel are dead. Judging from the current situation, the island cannot survive. There are 0 survivors on the main island of Judiciary Island. This is the report from the No. 2 ship. The southeastern part of the island, the courthouse, the Tower of Justice, and the underground passage connecting the bridge have all been destroyed. The only remaining target of attack is the Bridge of Hesitation. At this time, Frankie was completely stunned. He couldn't believe what Marine just said. Frankie... Usopp also feels very sorry. Did everyone sacrifice? Whether it was Sanji, Zoro, Usopp, or Chopper, everyone liked Frankie's little brother and Karara's workers, including the 2 giants and the freestyle frog Yokozuna. How can people die so easily? Nami also asked. It's just that their wild instincts are stronger than yours, Nami said. This time Lucci was also directly knocked away. Hurry, Straw Hat Boy and Demon Sukang. Your friends are waiting for you here. If you die, I will not forgive you, Frankie shouted. Cough... Cough... It's just like the shock shell of Sky Island, but the power is several times that of the shock shell. Luffy was still suffering from the pain of the previous blow, but Lucci felt that the next attack had already arrived. He actually jumped backwards to reduce the impact. Luffy was surprised, and Lucci and Luffy started fighting together. But the battle between Luffy and Rob Lucci is still going on. At this time, everyone who saw the traces of the battle had nothing else to do but chat here. He definitely didn't want Luffy to die so worthlessly. Jet bullet. During the stalemate, Luffy stretched his left hand back and then punched him hard. Lucci's foot was injured and his movement speed slowed down a lot, so he did not dodge this move but withstood it. Lanjiao Kaineo. Another very sharp attack. Rubberjet double gun. Luffy did not stop, but pursued the victory, pulled his hands behind him, and then hit Lucci hard. It seems that Straw Hat Luffy is not an ordinary newcomer. And Sukang, it seems that he killed all CP9 except Lucci. CP9 Rob Lucci is on the first pillar with Straw Hat Luffy. The entire ship listened to the order and immediately formed formations around the Hesitation Bridge. There were pirate hunters Zoro and Robin on the bridge and on the escort ship. Get many pirates. Rubbers. But I believe that Straw Hat Luffy is definitely no match for Lucci, and their group is destined to be wiped out by us here. The evil forces have to fight pointlessly, and that's the end of it, said a Marine Lieutenant General. They all believed that it was absolutely impossible for Lucci to die from the shelling, so they started shelling directly towards the first pillar. The 2 of them were fighting back and forth for a while, very lively. Today I will show you the strongest move of a person who has mastered the 6 styles to the extreme. The secret of the 6 styles and the 6 Kings Spear. Lucci suddenly appeared in front of Luffy and hit Lu with a heavy punch, flying belly. Do you want to die of exhaustion? Lucci asked. Rubber jet pistol. Luffy rushed over quickly and punched out, causing Lucci to fly backwards. Finally, the first pillar became independent, and Luffy was completely ejected. No one can say what will happen in the future second gear. At this time, Luffy once again entered the second gear state, and his whole body was steaming and turned red. But who are these guys? The reason why Judiciary Island can maintain the myth of being invincible is because generations of CP9s have been stationed here, but now they are on par with an unknown captain. There are no people visible on the map. They just erased a small island from the world map without any emotion. This is Buster Call, Robin said very realistically. Lucci is very strong. To be honest, if Luffy wasn't there to contain Lucci, we don't know how many people have been sacrificed. Sukang too single-handedly solved all the other CP9s and defeated them. Many enemies, Frankie sighed. At this time, Frankie just walked to the railing silently, closed his eyes, and then opened them suddenly. I sometimes think that Luffy seemed to know who the opponent he had to face from the beginning, and Sukang was so strong but he didn't steal Lucci. They're coming to snatch Robin again. Zoro had his weapon ready. However, Lucci used Moonwalk in the air and then changed direction. Marine was no idler. He also determined the locations of Lucci and Luffy and then began to arrange warships to surround the first pillar. It can be judged that it is the main pirate who defeated CP9 in the Tower of Justice, said a voice from the warship. This is the last resort. I won't release it until I defeat you. Luffy was ready to use the second gear. Look over there. At this moment, because the first pillar was bombarded, Luffy and Lucci's figures were now visible to the Straw Hats. At this time, Luffy's body was still steaming and his whole body was red and he was still in the second gear state. Luffy, we are all here, everyone made it to the bridge safely. We're fine, don't worry about us. Miss Robin is also rescued. The friends all shouted to Luffy. Just wait until you defeat that guy, Frankie shouted, beat him. Luffy, Sanji also shouted, everyone let's get out of here alive. The partners were very determined at this time, then the corners of Luffy's mouth raised and he smiled. Next, it's going to be a protracted battle here, Zoro said. Lucci looked at Luffy and said, as you said, your friends are all still alive, which is really impressive, but I really want to see if they can maintain their current expressions in a few minutes. Evil never prevails over good in this world. Lucci also didn't think he would lose. There is no need for majors and below to fight. An elite force of 200 people will be formed by colonels and lieutenant colonels to quickly subdue the enemy. Marine issued the order using a loudspeaker phone bug. Usopp was shocked. Colonel level, isn't that the same level as Smoker? Are there so many such masters? This is proof that they fear us, Zoro said. Grandma, it's really terrible, Zemoni also said. Where is Sanji? Were you still here just now? Usopp also discovered that Sanji was missing. What the hell, where did that idiot cook go at the critical moment? Zoro was also very angry. Everyone is ready. Go! Marines' warships surrounded the hesitation bridge, and Marines' roars were heard from all around. In terms of morale, the Straw Hats had no way to compare with others. However, momentum is different from morale. At this time, Zoro said directly, what are you talking about? Just let your horse come over. And it's obvious that Usopp is timid. Interesting, just let me cause another scene. Frankie was also ready to fight. No matter what we have to defend here, we must hold on until Luffy comes, Zoro said. You have to stay away from the ship, otherwise if it is destroyed you will not be able to escape, Nami said. I won't be caught by you again. Robin also said. Chopper said sadly, I can't move. Su Kang said, it's okay Chopper, don't forget I'm here to crush Buster Call. They will never touch a hair of ours. Just Su Kang's would clone, the momentum at this time is far beyond what anyone can match. 200 elites from Marine headquarters, just what I want. Zoro was also excited at this time. Let's have a good fight. Frankie was also full of fighting spirit. Your attacks are completely useless against me. Frankie has a strong frontal defense. While shouldering the attack, he used his left hand of the weapon to fire out shells. Then Frankie used his strong right hand, switching from time to time. Attack the enemy. Left hand weapon. At this time, Frankie started the attack without saying a word. Fortunately, Su Kang's identity has not been revealed. Now even Colonel Marine does not dare to step forward. Everyone is going to Zoro Frankie's side. Almost all were killed instantly. It's too hard to chop one after another. If you want to come together. Zoro also rushed into the crowd. What is surprising is that the sledgehammer that looks so heavy is like a toy in the hands of the lieutenant general. But the sound of the sledgehammer hitting it is definitely not a toy. Don't any of you be able to fight? Su Kang expressed his disdain for these people. After all, no so-called marine general could survive for half a second under his hands. And Zoro also brought the three-sword style group fighting skills to the extreme. Although those marine colonels sounded very powerful, there was nothing they could do against Zoro for a while. And Su Kang also directly used fire style to extinguish it without saying anything. Do you all want to dance? Who do you think he is? This guy is a demon, Demon Su Kang. The guy with a bounty of 1 billion. What's going on with this guy? He can't be beaten at all, he's so strong. Immediately afterwards, the long-range combat turned into a close combat. Su Kang, I will take care of you today. I will break your undefeated myth. Lieutenant General Marine was very confident. At this time, the Marines were also at a loss. The Lieutenant General of the Marine headquarters said, since you are not his opponent, let me hold him down. Others, you can catch the Straw Hats. And Su Kang was able to kill dozens of Marine colonels just by using physical skills. Su Kang was not familiar with this Lieutenant General, and Su Kang had never heard of his name. Lord Lieutenant General. The Marine colonels all approached everyone and started fighting face to face. Are you the demon Su Kang? We already know a series of your abilities. Next, you will never escape from our grasp. After the Marine headquarters Lieutenant General finished speaking, he also took out his own weapons. Really? Should I say I'm lucky? Or unlucky? Lieutenant General Marine sneered and had no intention of continuing to talk to Su Kang. However, Usopp's battle is a bit difficult. In close combat, Usopp's strength is not as good as that of Colonel Marine. He can only defeat the opponent through some small tricks. However, there are not many people looking for Usopp. At this time, most Marines, the Colonel, all rushed towards Su Kang. I'll give you a word, you are so arrogant, I will kill you right away. What do you think we should do? Sukang also improvised freestyle. Taste the power of my Sniper King. At this time, Usopp also used his weapon pocket and shot out all kinds of gunpowder. Although it is good but there are too many, Usopp looked at the marine around and couldn't help it. Sukang shook his head and said, if you are really familiar with my abilities, you should know that I have the ability to clone myself. The me in front of you now is just a clone. The Lieutenant General's weapon was a sledgehammer, and then he swung the sledgehammer and hit Sukang. Buster Call is composed of 5 lieutenant generals, and now there is one in front of Sukang. Of course, many of them escaped by jumping directly into the sea. Don't forget the power of Uchiha Madara's fire style during the Ninja World War. Sukang destroyed it with a burst of fire, and those so-called colonels had no way of cracking it. Sukang's eyes had opened Sharingan, and he also used the Haki of Knowledge. Sukang got into Marine, and just like Uchiha Madara fought against the Ninja Coalition, he used his physical skills to the extreme. Basically, almost none of these so-called Marine colonels could survive half a second in front of Sukang. Be ready to attack at any time. Sukang's wood clone is also ready. Lieutenant General Marine was unwilling to continue talking nonsense with Sukang, so he raised his sledgehammer high. The sledgehammer looked very heavy. The body of Marine Lieutenant General is also very huge. Although he is not a giant, he is obviously a powerful player. Boom! The Lieutenant General swung the sledgehammer in his hand and made a sound that broke through the air. Immediately afterwards, the sledgehammer hit Sukang. At this time, Sukang did not move, as if ignoring the Lieutenant General's attack. The Lieutenant General also snorted in his heart. Even if you're Sukang, after one strike from me, your body will be smashed to pieces. At this time, the Lieutenant General had a chance to win, and he already felt that he had won. However, just when the sledgehammer was about to touch Sukang, Sukang moved. I don't know how Sukang did it. He pulled out his Zanpakuto directly from his waist. Shura's Zanpakuto Shura had already turned blood red. Ding! Sukang held his Shura with one hand and completely blocked Lieutenant General Marine's attack. This is impossible. Lieutenant General Marine was also confused. He was a dignified Lieutenant General of Marine Headquarters. He came to execute the Buster Call. Unexpectedly, his head-on attack was blocked by the opponent with one hand. No. It must be an accident. At this time, the Marine Headquarters Lieutenant General was not too panicked. After all, as a Lieutenant General, he has good adaptability. Therefore, Lieutenant General Marine launched another series of attacks. These attacks are exactly the same as his personal style. They are all powerful. Some people are very powerful, but their speed has become their flaw. The same was true for this Lieutenant General. Although he was as strong as an ox, he could not attack Sukang at all. At this time, Sukang blocked the attack at the beginning and directly avoided the subsequent attacks using the color of knowledge. ***hole. Majin boy, is this how you escaped from Marine General Aokiji? I thought you were so powerful. The Marine Lieutenant General felt more and more that Sukang was just a pirate in name only. He believed that the reason why Sukang was so powerful was because Sukang was very flexible and could avoid most attacks. What, Lieutenant General, it seems that you are very confident in yourself, Sukang asked with a smile while dodging. But the Lieutenant General snorted coldly. Little pirate, it seems that everyone has been deceived by you. Next, I will kill you. Chaos Gyro, Lieutenant General Marine raised his sledgehammer this time and then swung his hammer. This time when he swung it sideways so the magic power circled 360 degrees. This is the Lieutenant General's trick, Chaos Gyro. This move makes no distinction between friend and foe. Let's evacuate quickly. For being able to force the Lieutenant General to use this move, this guy looks really powerful. It seems he can't escape today. The surrounding Marines were naturally very aware of their general's reputation and abilities. When they saw their general using his special skills, they all left here immediately. However, can Sukang run? If he can run, is it still Sukang? Sukang almost laughed. He folded his arms and crossed his chest, waiting for the Lieutenant General's attack to fall on him. In the end, the Chaos Gyro destroyed many surrounding buildings, but in the end it still crashed into Sukang. Sukang directly raised his hand. The power of the Devil Fruit is activated, and Susanoo is activated at the same time. Of course, the Devil's power was not used much, and Susanoo's body was not used up, it was just a skeleton body. Just like this, the so-called Chaos Gyro was directly blocked by Sukang. The effective force is mutual. Lieutenant General Marine hit Sukang's body and immediately felt a shock all over his body, followed by a tearing pain all over his body. Lieutenant General Marine immediately felt dizzy. He felt like he had hit a piece of iron. No, diamond. The shadow on Sukang gradually disappeared. He looked at the Lieutenant General and said, "I'm sorry, Lieutenant General Marine. I think with your strength you can't touch me at all, you can't even wrinkle my clothes. Su Kang's clothes are special. At this moment it has turned into a very stylish windbreaker. Who are you? Why can't my Chaos Beyblade cut open? The Marine Headquarters Lieutenant General was also puzzled. I'm sorry, this belongs to my personal privacy, but if you want to test my defense, you are always welcome. Su Kang showed an expression that it was no big deal, making the enemy want to beat him up just looking at it. Then Lieutenant General Marine refused to give up and hit Su Kang again and again. However, the final result was no different from the beginning, and Lieutenant General Marine's weapon was damaged due to attacking Su Kang. I guess I understand. No wonder you were so arrogant and used your abilities right. Everyone let me use the bullets of Halu Stone. Also, prepare the naval guns. Let me blast the demon Su Kang. I don't believe it, I can't kill him. Lieutenant General Marine remained calm on the outside, but at this moment he was very panicked inside. This guy can defeat General Marine. Is it just because of his amazing defense? But with just defense, it shouldn't be possible to defeat General Ku Aokiji. Su Kang knew what was going on in Lieutenant General Marine's heart, so he greeted him with a smile and opened his hands slightly, making a look like, "Come here." Marine naturally obeyed the commander's order. Although Heilaoshi's bullets were very precious and even they didn't bring many, according to common sense, it was very simple to kill an ability user. Then, without the need for an order from the Lieutenant General of Marine Headquarters, everyone started shooting at Su Kang. At this moment, there were not only riflemen shooting Su Kang with sea-stone bullets, but also warships using naval guns to attack Su Kang. In order to protect everyone, Su Kang directly chose to use the complete Susanoo, and he protected all his partners. Those endless bullets and cannonballs were attacking Su Kang at this moment. Booms, booms, boom. Bang, bang, bangs. There were endless sounds all around, because there was smoke and dust when the cannon was fired, and in addition, the attack affected the surrounding buildings. The surroundings were immediately filled with smoke and dust, and no one could clearly see what was happening to Su Kang behind the smoke. However, there is a common saying in any animation world, that is, the law of smoke and smoke. If a normal attack can hit it, it will hit it directly. And those massive and seemingly majestic attacks had a shocking effect, filling the surroundings with smoke and dust. In the end, the target of the attack was unscathed. And Su Kang once again verified the correctness of this law. At this moment, Su Kang's whole body was also emitting black light. The black light, to put it bluntly, is that Susanoo's body is a black demonic shadow, emitting a trace of light, and it looks like it is black. But Su Kang and his companions behind the shadow were unscathed. That's awesome, Robin said. Yes, whether it's Lieutenant General, Marine, or Naval Gun, they can't even touch our clothes. Frankie also said. Now do you understand? Su Kang looked at Lieutenant General Marine and others. They were all helpless at this time. I tried melee combat, but it didn't work. I tried long-distance sea tower stone bullets and naval gun attacks, but they still didn't work. Impossible, since you are in a spur, the sea tower stone must have an effect on you. There must be something wrong somewhere. At this moment, Lieutenant General Marine also felt that God had played a joke on him. You have 5 lieutenant generals in total, right? Let's go together. Su Kang was no longer interested in the lieutenant general in front of him. How can something like seafloor stone be useful to me? What do you think the layer of armor outside my body is? I used Susanoo to cover the devil's shadow, and the devil's shadow covered me. Regardless of whether the seafloor stone bullets have any effect on me, you will never be able to penetrate the outer shell alone. Even Aokiji's ice age cannot freeze me. This is not a lie. Su Kang looked condescendingly at Marine and Lieutenant General Marine. At this time, Su Kang felt very terrifying and powerful, giving Marine had a great impact. When everyone believes that the enemy is invincible, morale will naturally not be high. Mother-in-law, Marine is coming this way, Simone said on the deck. Although Su Kang attracted the attention of most of the Marines and generals, the enemy also knew the principle of throwing rats away. They only needed to capture a mate on the ship and then blackmail Su Kang, and Su Kang had no choice but to obey. Don't worry, I can fight too. At this moment, Nami stepped forward. The weather stick in his hand was an improved version of Usopp, which was very strong. Going, lightning charge, anemometer. Nami looked at the Marine rushing towards him and also directly sent out countless electric currents. Su Kang originally wanted to take action, but he had to know that he couldn't help his teammates all the time, as this would only delay their growth. This is also the reason why Su Kang left Rob Luffy to Luffy. If Luffy is not defeated, he will not become stronger. In other words, there will be no subsequent story. After Nami dealt with a large number of enemies, Marine rushed over again. At this time, Robin also used his flower fruit ability to make countless arms grow on Marine's back, and his neck was directly stretched. Robin, Nami wanted to thank Robin, but Robin said, "Don't forget I am also a companion of the Straw Hats, and I also want to fight alongside everyone." At this time, the division of labor in the battle was very clear. Su Kang attracted most of the firepower, and all the Marine Lieutenant Generals also made Su Kang the most important target. As for the others, they just need to fight off the fish that slipped through the net and kill Marine. Granny Cockaliu and Simone also wanted to help, so they acted themselves as hostages. Chopper hadn't recovered yet, so naturally he couldn't move. He looked anxious but couldn't help, no matter what. "Hold on until Luffy arrives," Zoro slashed out with his sword, cutting down several Marines to the ground. At this time Luffy continued to activate the second gear and fight with Lucci. "What's wrong? Is it my psychological effect? Why do you think your stimulant moves seem to be greatly reduced in power?" At this time, Rob Lucci was resisting Luffy's attack while stimulating Luffy, and Luffy's attacks became more and more fierce. "Stop struggling in vain. You will not be able to escape from Justice Island after all, that's it, even if the island is destroyed." Rob Lucci jumped directly and avoided Luffy's rubber jet tomahawk. At the same time, he kicked Luffy, and Luffy also used second gear to quickly attack Lucci. "Even if I chase that woman who hinders the world government's ambitious goals to the ends of the earth, I will kill her. I swear by dark justice," Rob Lucci said. "We came here just to let Robin escape from you, Jet Seal." Luffy attacked Luo Chi while talking to Luo Chi. Lucci deliberately made Luffy turbulent at this moment, and then took advantage of Luffy's attack to quickly teleport to Luffy's side, put his hands on Luffy's body and said, "Six King Spear." Luffy was suddenly struck by such a move, and naturally his whole body flew backwards. And Rob Lucci was also a little out of breath. After all, the move just now took a lot of his energy. At this time, Luffy stood up slowly, without releasing the second gear, and walked slowly towards Rob Lucci's direction. But it was obvious that Luffy couldn't bear this move anymore, and then fell to the ground. When Luffy fell down, Usopp and others on the platform saw it and immediately shouted, "Luffy, what are you doing? Get up quickly, Luffy." Luffy fell to the ground and turned his head and saw Usopp taking off his mask. "Usopp, are you here?" Luffy asked helplessly. Usopp immediately said, "Don't get me wrong, I'm just here to save Robin. I'm not here specifically to see you. Listen up, you are the cat boss of CP9, let me come and meet you. Come here." At this time, Usopp didn't know where the courage came from and said directly, "Yes, it's me. I am the feared man with 8,000 subordinates, the great sea warrior. Captain Usopp. I have traveled all over the Great Waterway and conquered one island after another. If I take action, I can solve your world government with just the tip of my little finger. If you don't want to, just come over here." "You incompetent little stupid cat." After Usopp finished scolding, he seemed to have successfully angered Rob Lucci, and Rob Lucci walked towards Usopp. Hey, stop. Hey, at this time Luffy naturally knew that Usopp was trying to attract firepower to him, but he knew that Usopp could never be Lucci's opponent. "You are not allowed to attack him," Luffy said. "I have nothing to do with your defeated general. You are all going to be killed anyway, you just have to watch from there." At this time, Lucci did not intend to deal with Luffy because Usopp was already angered. "Lucci, come on. Boss Cat, let me beat you up." Usopp was still seducing Rob Lucci. "You will be killed. Usopp, don't do this. Are you an idiot? Stop talking, Usopp." Luffy was also persuading Usopp at this time, but Usopp still kept chattering. "Shut up, what can you do as a half-dead person?" Usopp stimulated Luffy. "You must let me defeat this guy," Luffy said. "Then stand up." Usopp also hated the iron. "Get up, Luffy, don't act like you're about to die." "That's not like you." Usopp also used an alternative way to motivate Luffy. "Here you can see the sky blackened by gunpowder smoke, and you can also see the sea. This is not hell. You'll be ****D. Don't act like you're about to die. Don't let others worry. It's so abominable," Usopp roared. All members of the Straw Hats are also fighting, and the battle on Luffy's side is very important at this time. "General, we're just dealing with the Straw Hats. Does it need to be so grand?" Countless Marines were shocked. The Buster Call itself was not over yet, and a large force was about to arrive. Is it to deal with the Straw Hats? "Don't worry about your friends, Straw Hat Boy. I will do what you want in order to let you get together again. I will send you to hell without leaving any room behind." Rob Lucci teleported and stretched out a heavy fist. It hit Luffy. "Luffy, defeat him, then everyone goes back together." "Luffy," Usopp shouted. No one has ever escaped from Buster Call. Today, Nico Robin will also be taken away by us. The person who spoke was another lieutenant general. This lieutenant general had a big cigar in his mouth. Looks more serious. Luffy also punched his opponent, and the two became evenly matched once again. Luffy wins, and everyone still has hope of escaping. If Luffy loses, they can only leave everything to Su Kang to turn things around. It's the general again. The person who spoke was very domineering, and the voice of the phone bug was directly broadcast outside. Su Kang thought that this should be deliberately broadcast to them to achieve a deterrent effect. AI, can you still move? Lu Chi also sighed at this time. He thought that the battle between him and the Straw Hat Boy was over, but he didn't expect that the Straw Hat Boy stood up again. But you can't rely on Su Kang for everything, right? Demon Su Kang, do you think you can escape? The person who spoke was a very familiar face, and his weapon seemed to be a sword. Lu Chi and Lu Chi shouted loudly and started fighting each other again. I will arrive in person later. What you have to do is to hold them back. Of course, all the Straw Hats must be eliminated. Reinforcements from the Marine headquarters will arrive soon. Return to life and release. Rob Luki then turned into a huge body again. Are you done? Lucci looked at Usopp and asked. I'll be there later. I think you're ready to wake up, right? Lucci asked emotionlessly. The two main characters are fighting here and the fighting between the others is also ongoing. Is it because of Nico, Robin, or? I never said I gave up. Before I defeat you, I will never fall, Luffy said firmly. Buster Call, does Marine have any reinforcements? Needless to say, Luffy roared angrily. The red light all over his body became more intense and more steam came out. The person speaking at this time was obviously a high-ranking official. Su Kang always felt that he had heard of this person before. No, this is not hell or anything else. At this time, Luffy had already taken this opportunity to stand up. Many of the Straw Hats also frowned. The 5 lieutenant generals, Flying Squirrel, Huashayashin, Doberman, Ghost Spider, and Staloberg, will never let Nico Robin successfully leave here today. Just follow the order. This is an order from the Sengoku Fleet Admiral. I'm tired of your farce, let me use my strength to deal with you once and for all. At this time Rob Luki was impatient. Understood. General Sakaski. Madorus. But at this time, Su Kang and the 5 Marine lieutenant generals also fought against each other. At this time, Nami and Robin killed many Marines and men in black in front of them, and then looked at Granny Kokoro. How's it going, Granny Kokoro? Do you need our protection? Nami asked. Don't worry about us, go up there and help those men. Granny Kokolu said, don't worry, leave the civet brother to us, Kimon said, and the civet cat naturally referred to Chopper. I'm not a tanuki, I'm a reindeer, Chopper said. Okay then, Chopper will be left to you, Robin, Nami said to Robin. Okay, Robin and Nami then ran in the direction of Sanji Zoro to help everyone. But Chopper said very sadly, everyone is working hard but I can't do anything alone. I'm so unwilling, come on everyone. When Usopp saw Luffy standing up again, he was filled with confidence. There were more Marines around him. When Usopp saw this, he naturally picked up his weapon and started fighting them. But at this time, the battle between Luffy and Lucci was still going on. Kaishio. Lucci fired the Arashi kick directly, but Luffy had gradually become accustomed to Lucci's fighting style and finally avoided the Arashi kick when faced with it. Usopp was very lucky. Lucci's land Jai arrived just in time and wiped out all these Marines. Wow, could it be that these people were all shot by me? I am the Sniper King in the Sniper Island. Usopp started singing his theme song again. Frankie's current opponent is a fruit-powered person. Next, I'll let you see the power of Dowdu Fruit. Then the Dowdu Fruit-capable user made countless beans around him attack Frankie. Frankie tried his best to shrink his body and show the front as much as possible so that he would be less hurt. It seems that I can't move around casually. Frankie was also very cautious. Clang, at this time Zoro came to support and used his knife to chop away all the beans. Oops, the Dowdu Fruit user was about to escape but was caught by Frankie. Hey, wait a minute. Since you like flying around so much, use your left hand. Frankie hit the guy's head directly, and then the guy's head hit the warship like a cannonball. Be careful, there are capable people among these guys, Frankie reminded. At this time, Robin and Nami also quickly approached Marine. They are really mutual. At this time, Robin crossed his hands in front of him and said, 30 rounds of flowers blooming and hanging. Immediately afterwards, all the—
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.